Recording in progress.
Now we need to make here strings one. Placing the caption makes caption so we can go now to YouTube. Already live here. Hello. Okay. Just to make sure that we're working. Okay. So what I need to do is just hit this control copy, go here, edit, and then here, live. See, I just need your help to make sure that we are streaming the good sound.
Yeah. Should I go?
No,
It says starting 9, right?
yeah, but I already started now, so everything now is on.
I think it's fine. Now it won't because we are only capturing the window. What's going on in the window? We are not using the. We are not inputting the audio. So it's all good.
So I will go speak to Ola and get some coffee.
Command instead of context. Yes.
Thank you. Another roll. Thank you. Yeah.
Did you figure out the presentation? Is it okay? Can I have a clicker or? And there's sound in the room as well. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Vediamo del risultato. Мы можем написать просто, и мы можем да, вот это. То, что вы говорили, да. Да, он чтобы не поднимать.
Actually, not our team, like they were trying to say that you I not by hand. So actually, one hand like that. So keep 200. So I look really like for wonderful palm. So I would say this is
Thank you.
You're sitting there, so I can connect and sit here.
Ah, yeah. Yeah, you're good. Want to sit with السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. والله الحمد لله ماشي الحال، كل سنة وانت طيب. وانت طيب. وانت طيب استاذ مازن. بالنسبة بالنسبة للموضوع ده الشخص ده بيساعدنا في المؤتمر. احنا منظمين المؤتمر ده مع بارتنر تانيين، مع منظمات تانية. فالراجل ده طلبت منه شوية حاجات، فهو اضطر ان هو يتأجر سيارة علشان اثناء المؤتمر يجيب لنا حاجات ويودي لنا حاجات وكده.
The conference. I hope
المؤتمر
you
في
all
بولندا.
had get a proper rest after yesterday trip.
في بولندا.
Because
واحنا
I'm
منظمين
telling you
احنا
to
منظمين
be here to
احنا
observe,
منظمين المؤتمر.
yesterday.
يعني احنا حتى
So,
على
that's why I'm
صفحة
thinking
البيج بتاعت
we will
المؤتمر
get more and more of you during the
مذكور
day.
ان احنا
And we have very interesting day today, as we are having a few keynote speakers with
ممتاز.
their research on different sustainable, I would
تمام
say,
ماشي، هاخد منه
entrepreneurship
الاتصال والحاجات دي كلها
subject.
سكرين شوت.
We have to start
وممكن
with, and I'm sorry if I
طب ثانية
read
واحدة
your
أستاذ
name.
مازن
So
لأن
it's
في عندي صوت
Hakon
بس.
Gustafsson Gevier. Okay.
تمام
From the
ممتاز.
University
أنا
of
حتى ممكن
Norway, who will tell
تمام.
us something about the research, from research to market. And that's very
تمام.
interesting, as it's about the culture of
ماشي.
innovation, which is
ماشي.
like something which I have to do with. And then we will have the online
ماشي.
presentation from the
ماشي مفيش
professor
مشكلة.
with
هو احنا فعليا
very interesting
هو فعليا في
scientific
ال6 شهور
title.
الأولانيين أنا
It's a
عملت
professor of ocean
يعني
leadership.
يمكن تحويلين أو 3
It's really
تحويلات
interesting.
مع
What does it
المبلغ
mean
اللي
to
بقول
have
لك
to
عليه اللي
be
هو
an
ال2000
ocean
كورونا
leader?
دول بتوع
So I
السيارة.
have a multiple
والباقي كله اللي هو
thoughts about that, but we'll
الاشتراكات
see.
الشهرية بتاعت
Then we have
الأونلاين
workshops, two workshops.
جوجل
One
درايف
will be
والحاجات دي.
organized by our
ممتاز.
academic club.
خلاص يبقى لو كده هو ممكن
our
على شهر 8 نعمل التظبيطة
faculty,
دي.
and it will be
ونشوف كده لو
workshop
هنطلع
for the students about marketing for deep tech
مرتبات وحاجات زي كده.
and startups. At
تعبينك
the
معنا في
same
المازن.
time, we have
اتفضل. السلام
workshops
عليكم.
done by one of our colleagues, Dr. Yash Halva, who is going to teach us something in practical way about artificial intelligence. Then, of course, in between we have some coffee breaks and so on. Then we have also scientific sessions too. If I have to read it, I will tell you about it more. But both, one is about, my session is about ethic, inclusion, diversity, and so on, so on. Then we have a lunch done by the company that did it yesterday, so I think it was quite tasty. Then we have a special discussion, panel discussion about leadership for Industry 5.0. We did a research last year here at our university about what kind of leadership should be proposed for the industry right now, as we're going from this technological orientated industry to the human-centric industry. Then we have a break and another discussion on inclusion and diversity. And we're closing today's day with the poster session. Posters you already saw on our corridor here, and then there will be also an online posters. So I really encourage you to stay with us. And you know, there's plenty of coffee breaks, so you can even take coffee with you. So stay awake. Then you have a bit of break, and we see you all for gala dinner. All right, so now I would like to share with you our first speaker, again with the name Håkon. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Dzień dobry, everyone. Good morning, god morgon in Norwegian. We're going to start out this keynote speech with a video, kind of showcasing a little bit about our work. It's a story from one of our researchers. It is in Norwegian, so just read the subtitles carefully, and hopefully it shows a little bit. And with that in mind, and this wonderful video, my name is Håkon Gustafsson Javed. I'm a business developer from Norinova, and we are the official innovation partner and technology transfer unit for the University of Arctic Tromsø. We also work with the University Hospital of Norway, and we have our own incubator. Norinova was established in 1990, so we're getting pretty old, way older than I am. It says 22 employees, but at the moment we're 30 employees, so we've been employing pretty heavily. We are a TTO, and we were established with the goal of bringing research to use in society. But we also have an incubator that works with creating new growth companies. We're located within the Tromsø Science Park, so we're fairly close to both the university and the university hospital. Now, how does the Norinova journey work? Well, we want to try to guide science all the way to market. And what that means is that we are starting out in this very high risk curve. Usually the concept is not developed fully yet, it's early research, and we're looking at these high-risk projects from a market perspective. But what we want to do is to try to drive the value of the invention up with taking the research through various sets of stages. This could be optimization of the research, verification of the actual prototypes, or a proof of concept. And once we reach that stage, we also have an incubator that helps take this project all the way. So we're very lucky to have both the technology transfer for the first high-risk stages of an invention. And then secondly, we have an incubator that could take on the project if it becomes a startup. And then we also have an accelerator, and we can help invest in early stage, small investments in early stage companies. So there's some topics that I want to go through with you today. There's 5 topics. Firstly, what is research-based innovation? And why does it concern you? Is there any researchers here today? Or anyone that have been researchers? Secondly, we're looking at this, okay, you're sitting with this good idea, you have this good new invention. Now, what do you do with it? How do you create innovation? Then we'll look at the technology transfer process with Norinova and how that looks like. It's fairly similar around Europe where there is a TTO. We'll shortly touch base on patenting and when to publish. As part of academia, you're supposed to publish, and we are kind of holding you back and saying, well, wait, you might have a novel invention here. And then we'll look at some cases that have been through Norinova and some examples of research and projects that we work with. So firstly, what is innovation? Well, there are some criteria for innovation, and the first one is that it should be something novel, a novelty. Innovations involve original ideas or approaches that have not been implemented before. Secondly, it needs to create some form of value. This could be value to users, value to customers, value to society as a whole. And this could be instances of increasing efficiency or improving performance, enhancing user experience, or solving pressing challenges that we have in society today. The next one that we look at, which is also equally important, is impact. And innovations have the possibility of creating profound changes in industries, in markets, and economies. And what we'd like to say is that the greater the impact, the more noteworthy the innovation is. And then lastly, and this is the step that usually we take a very big part of when these researchers have done these incredible research or found this incredible new innovation, is the implementation of the actual work. And this is the step where we're turning the ideas into real practical solutions or products or services that can be utilized within society. When we're looking at research-based innovation, researchers usually expand the research by developing new knowledge. And one of the means of disseminating new knowledge is through innovations. So both academic freedom and, well, also basic research is the foundation of basically all of innovation. We work in 6 general themes. We take on all of research. We're a very big university, 17,000 students. And we take on all of different topics, but we have kind of 6 focus areas. So the first one is health tech, then ocean tech, biotechnology, AI and machine learning, which is very in the wind at the moment, microscopy, and space. And some of the projects that can be examples of that would be for health tech, new treatments for cancer, technology for improved fish health, enzymes for biomanufacturing, moderation of harmful online content, enabling of IVF treatments, or navigating of space debris or space trash. And these sound like these incredible, inventions, and they're actually projects that we have. And 3 of them have gone on to start their own startups. So the new treatments for cancer, Kinsey Lead Discovery, enzymes for biomanufacturing, ArcticZymes, and the moderation of harmful online content, Abdera, are all spin-offs from the TTO. So researchers that have gone from UIT through the TTO and have started their own business and is running it with employees. But we also have, and these are just 3 examples, I think we have about 100, 150 projects ongoing, but these are 3 of them. They're ongoing commercializations. It could be that they're waiting for a patent for their invention. It could be that they've already secured funding and they're working through their project. And usually these teams of innovation partners work as the inventors themselves, researchers or a clinician, and us as business developers and other players within the projects. So on a bigger spectrum, and we're gathered here today, a lot of nations, and why should you or why should we all care about innovation? Well, the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres has called code red for humanity. He's saying that we need sustainable development, solving challenges simultaneously, and doing things in new ways. We need change. Parts of the solution, in our opinion, is research-based innovations that gives us high societal impact. And it is as important as ever. So what are the benefits of aiming for innovation? And this is even for you that are businesses here, but especially for researchers here. Research-based innovation creates tangible, real-life solutions to real-world problems. engaging in innovative projects often requires collaboration across different disciplines, across different research areas, and this leads to more comprehensive and more impactful research. So it's not only benefiting the commercial side, but it's also benefiting you as a researcher. For us, we usually talk to the Norwegian Research Council when we have funding strategies, but the EU also has grants prioritizing projects with practical application to add commercial value or to add to societal benefits. Next, innovations that solve pressing issues often attract public and media interest, and this also strengthens your research while also strengthening the commercial case. Innovations can lead to commercialization of new products and technologies, and we think this is very exciting because usually you start out with this idea that you have in research and you dive deeper and deeper into it, and then suddenly you end up with a new product or a new development that we can launch and to provide also financial benefits, which usually isn't the goal of the researcher, but it's a good added benefit. And collaborations with industry in projects can result in funding, more resources, or practical insights about how the industry is operating, and also strengthens. The bottom point here is that a lot of these processes also strengthens the overall research. And we say that academic achievement and societal impact can go hand in hand. So you have this idea, you're sitting by your desk, you're writing your research, and you find out this amazing thing, something pops up of your research. Now what do I do? How do I move on? I don't know how to talk to industry, or I don't know who's going to take this further. Well, I would say start with getting in touch with your TTO. If you have a TTO at your university, this is a great start of the process. The process of a TTO starts usually with an informal meeting. We will sit down together and you will showcase your research, talk a little bit about, I'm researching this is where we're at, and then we'll try to kind of map out, oh, is there something interesting here? The next step would be to submit your invention to us. This means that you write a short form, or it could be a paper that you've published about the research that you have, telling us about the invention. Then it's our job to figure out who has ownership to this invention. Are you two researchers sitting together? So perhaps you have 50-50% of the ownership, or maybe it's 70-30. And this split is made up when we're sitting down together, and you have to agree on a split of who owns what. And a very important point, and I think what a lot of people don't realize, which is a huge opportunity in this, is that the tech transfer process is free of charge. So there's no risk for the researcher. I mean, you have a meeting first, and then we take the process on. So once the form is submitted, all of the rest of the commercialization work during the next 4 months is the TTO. We will evaluate that research over a process of 4 months to identify science with potential commercial potential. If the invention is interesting and the university wants to claim rights to this, then we have an ongoing project and we start working on trying to get your idea out into the world. This usually involves securing funding through EIC, European funding, or the Norwegian Research Council, or your local research council, innovation funds, various opportunities. It could be developing a patent strategy. If you have something that needs to be patented, that needs to be taken care of very early on. It could be product development to help on with, prototyping of this new invention that you have to secure that is working properly. It could be talking to customers, and a lot of our work also is to gather market insights, to be at conferences, to be at exhibitions, to bring your invention along with you and talk to different industry players to verify, is this technology a good fit for the market? Now, in Norway at least, this is the split model. We have a 3-split model of the income that comes from the invention. So since you're working at the university and inventing this invention, the inventor takes 1/3 of the invention. The university takes 1/3 and the TTO takes 1/3. And the beginning phase of this project, all of the risk is on the university and on the TTO. So there's no financial risk or any risk at all for the beginning phase of the project. Now, patenting is also a very important step that we do, and we usually try to analyze this as soon as possible in a project, because there are two requirements for an invention to be patentable. The invention has to be new. It cannot be published, and it cannot be talked about in any conference or anything. It has to be a secret. And then secondly, it must involve an inventive step, and that means that it cannot be conceivable by any person having an expertise in the relevant discipline. So then you get the question, so when do I publish my result? I have a deadline. I have to get this paper out. And we can usually speed up the process of patenting, but the best thing you can do is once you get new research results, reach out to your TTO, your innovation partner, and submit the DOFI. That way we can work with a set sum on trying to find out if it's patentable. Once we agree on a patent strategy or a trademark strategy, or if we want to keep this a secret, if we're seeing that this has commercial potential, and we file a patent, you can publish. Once a patent is filed, you're free to publish as much as you want. And it's actually really good that you publish after it's patented because it creates traction in the market. So funding, it's a big thing. It's important for us to have money to be able to help out with the project and to be able to prototype new inventions. And us as a strategic partner, we have a little bit of a bragging right there, but we have a 70% hit rate on all of funding opportunities. So we're usually pretty good at what we're applying for. But we help out with the full project management once we secure a project that we're applying for. What we normally do is we apply for a commercialization project, which is 50,000 euros, which kind of starts the process of trying to find a market fit for your invention. And then we usually apply for a verification, which is 500,000 euros. And then that's a bigger project where you can start prototyping more and we can kind of verify if this is actually a technology that we want to go forward with. And within this process, we also get a lot of international and national collaboration. And this arena is a perfect example of these arenas that we can be at and we can talk about projects. And I can remember my projects that I have and talk to you about it. And we can see if there is any possibility of finding any good collaborations. I wanted to kind of show you a little bit about a new concept that we have at the University of Tromsø, and perhaps to inspire a little bit, we had a talk a little bit earlier about how to kind of start up building the value chain for innovation. This is a new initiative that we have started together with Troms County Municipality. We got 1.7 million euros funding to do this physical hub. The room is a little bit smaller than this, and it is a physical innovation hub lab to offer and promote innovation from the tech and health industry. There will be activities that are free for employees at the university, researchers, students, and clinicians at the hospital, where we will have workshops, hackathons, counseling, events, internships, and mentor programs. And we have a health innovation school that we're bringing as a pop-up very early on to try to start getting perhaps a course within the innovation hub. This is the physical area. It doesn't look very innovative and it's a work in progress. Right now it's just a printer room. So we're working on moving out the printers and getting new carpet and new walls and workstations and a very lab-like innovative area. And the goal of creating this kind of innovation hub or innovation lab is to double the innovative ideas and startups. And to do this, we're trying to encourage as many people as possible to start working on innovation. It doesn't really have to be that you have this amazing research. It can be that you have this idea that you want to start working within the ocean technology or maybe perhaps you have built something that could hold a TV remote. It could be anything, small to big. So we're trying to encourage to start working on innovation as soon as possible. So I have 4 take-home messages for you today, and I hope you learned something about the TTO process. I'm very happy to talk to any of you about any of the projects that you've seen here, or any of my projects that I have, or the TTO business in general. But what I want for you to take home with you today from this speech is that it does concern you. If you are a researcher, if you are a student, if you're a clinician, if you're a business, if you're an investor, early involvement from the TTO ensures good results. We help with the strategy from an early phase, which sets the invention up for a good ending. There are processes in place for those of you that have a TTO, but there is innovation processes in place, and it's done together. It's not a we take your idea and we run away with it. We do it as a team, and we create a project, and we work together in this invention. And lastly, from my perspective, it's very, very rewarding to be able to work with these incredible inventions and research that is out there and create these commercial projects and see it out there to make a change for society. So thank you for having me here. This is our team, and we're growing, so we'll get 2 more faces within the next coming months. And I'm happy to talk to any of you if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I promise I will be knowing your name perfectly by tomorrow. I'm terrible with names, sorry. And I think we will discuss it maybe on a gala dinner.
Yeah.
So feel invited, very invited. And thank you for sharing your research, your help. I was trying to describe the culture of innovation, but maybe it comes during the day, because that's going to be more and more difficult. And of course, that was a perfect example of what we are talking about today, about human centricity. Okay, because now the moment of the 21st century, we are already like a quarter, first quarter passed by, and we become less and less human. So let's go back to be a human being. And now, we'll discuss it later. And now I would like us to listen and watch, because that's an online presentation and speech for our second keynote speaker, Ms. Fern Wixon. I hope I told it properly, with this very interesting scientific title, Professor of Ocean Leadership.
Hi, thanks everyone. Hope the sound is good. We will work on...
Yes, it is.
Perfect. Let's share the screen.
We see you and we hear you very well.
And you see the slides in full view?
Not yet. Now we see you still.
Okay. What I might do... It's a problem with working on multiple screens, I think. Let me try one last time.
Don't worry, it might be me standing in front, because I am a person who breaks all technology.
No, for some reason I lose the ability to see the Zoom screen when I try and share. So then I can't click the final sharing button. It does something across my multiple screens. Ah. Sorry, I wonder if you can share from there. Is that possible?
Yes, we try. Okay.
What do you see?
Yes, yes.
Let's see if we can get it
Congratulations.
full screen. You see it full screen?
No. It's like ready to be present.
That I don't understand why that is. No, sorry, I don't understand why.
Try to open full screen before you share. Then you should have it properly.
Yeah, that's what I did that time. Hang on, we will get this. Stop sharing. Screen. Yeah, the problem is when I go full screen, I lose the zoom.
So maybe try to share the screen and then click the slide presentation.
Let me try now.
Yes, it works. Bravo.
Now you see a full screen.
Yes.
Okay, I just have
The
to.
floor is yours.
Okay, great. Thank you for your patience, everyone, and thank you for inviting me to present at the conference. My name is Fern Wixon. I'm a professor of ocean leadership at UIT in Tromsø. But I grew up in rural Australia, actually. And ever since I was a child, I have been fascinated with this kind of incredible diversity that we have of life on Earth. And I've been motivated to kind of do what I can to ensure that we continue to have this incredible diversity of life on Earth. And of course, as you know, if you care about these issues and you're interested in sustainability, you know that we are in this situation that the UN is calling the triple planetary crisis. That we have a crisis of climate change that gets a lot of media coverage. But we also have this crisis of biodiversity loss, which is gaining traction. But we have this additional crisis of pollution. Pollution not only in plastic forms, but in chemical forms, noise, light, many forms of pollution. And in a way, that's kind of a really old environmental problem that has kind of fallen out of favor with media coverage. We don't hear so much about, for example, chemical pollution, noise pollution, and so on. And yet all three of these are at the scale of global environmental crises, which is why the UN is calling it a triple planetary crisis. But what's even more challenging and what's even more confronting is that these are not separate crises, right? As we know, they are actually interconnected, they're accelerating, and they're amplifying one another. So climate change is making biodiversity loss worse at the same time that biodiversity loss is not helping us to address climate change. It is making it more difficult for us to address climate change. So this idea of not just that these crises are happening simultaneously, but actually they're having compounding effects where the overall impact is exceeding the sum of each part. So this is why we have that code red idea that I think you heard about in the last talk. We're in a very serious situation because of a polycrisis in the environmental sustainability. And what we know for sure is that what we're currently doing is not what we call in the movement bending the curves. So here you have pollution continuing to go up. You have extinctions, species extinctions continuing to rise, global greenhouse emissions continuing to rise. Even though we have more awareness, we have more policies, we have more actions, we certainly have more knowledge, and yet nothing that we're doing right now is bending those curves from that upward trajectory and starting to turn them down, which everyone knows is exactly what we need to do. So what we're seeing right now across scientific communities, policy communities, NGO communities, and even business communities is an increasing call that what we actually need is this thing called transformative change. We don't need to just be doing more of the same things which are not having an impact. We need this thing called transformative change. The question, of course, then is, what do we really mean by that? What is transformative change? What does it look like? How do we do it? So that's what I'm wanting to focus on with you today. And this is based on work that I've been doing for the last 3 years with an organization called the Intergovernmental Science Policy Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services. In the short title, we call it IPBES. And the IPBES is an international organization made up of member governments. At the moment, there are 150 member governments of IPBES, and they commission assessments of knowledge, much like the IPCC does for climate change. IPBES works in a similar way for biodiversity loss, but it's less well known. But it asks for assessments by leading scientific experts around the world on problems related to biodiversity. So they've had global biodiversity assessments, they've had targeted assessments on pollinators, on invasive species, on sustainable harvesting, all kinds of different issues. But in 2021, they commissioned a report on this idea of transformative change. The report has a really long name, but basically we call it the Transformative Change Assessment. And so the 150 member governments asked for this idea of, tell us what is this idea of transformative change and how do we do it to try and turn around the crisis of nature's decline. And so I was working on this assessment, which was released in December last year, so it's brand new in a way. So this was a 3-year process to do this large scientific assessment. It had 101 experts from 42 countries with a high proportion of social and interdisciplinary scientists, which was indeed unusual for the IPBES, which is often dominated by ecologists and natural scientists. The work of the assessment draws on over 7,000 references. We assessed 800 visions, 400 case studies, and it goes through an open review process multiple times. So anyone around the world can register, review the document, send comments. We answer those comments as authors. So we had also 10,000 comments from both governments and other members of the public. We also had 3 dialogues with Indigenous communities around the world. And so this huge effort to assess knowledge of both social science, natural science, and Indigenous and local knowledges to try and understand this idea of transformative change and what we can do to transform society to stop nature's decline. So in December last year, it was approved by 150 member governments following negotiations. So you negotiate the text of the summary for policymakers. It's a very complex political process. It's one of these really interesting spaces in which science and politics meet. And I'm very happy to talk about that. But I want to show you the roadmap of the assessment. So if you're interested in this idea after the talk, you know which chapters, which part of the assessment you might go to find more detail. So in the first chapter, which was the chapter I was responsible for coordinating, we're basically answering the question of what is transformative change and why is it needed? So we're presenting a framework of what this thing called transformative change is. And I'm going to focus on that today because it was the work I coordinated. But in chapter 2, there's a whole chapter about visions. What are transformative visions for people and nature? Chapter 3 really took on how can transformative change come about, the kind of theories and approaches towards change. The 4th chapter looked at the barriers. Why haven't we already had transformative change? And then the 5th chapter was really recommendations of strategies and actions, particularly for policymakers, but for all kinds of actors in reality. So if we think then about, okay, what is transformative change and why is it needed? In the report, we define transformative change as change involving fundamental system-wide shifts across views, structures, and practices. We talk about this as the breadth of the change that's required. So that means we need to change our ways of seeing, thinking, and knowing, our views. So we use views as a kind of overarching umbrella word to capture our ways of seeing, thinking, and knowing. That's our paradigms, our worldviews, our values, our priorities. All of those things live under what we call views in the assessment. We then talk about structures, our ways of organizing, governing, regulating, the laws, norms, rules that we have and live by as we organize society. And then our practices, our ways of doing, behaving, and relating. And so with this idea that transformative change has to be broad, it has to change views, structures, and practices. The idea is that those 3 are interconnected, they're interrelated, which means they can both help each other to advance, but they can also block each other. So if you're trying to change people's practices, but the structures, the rules and norms aren't changing along with it, then sometimes the practices can be blocked by the structures. So what do we mean by that? An example might be, I want to encourage people to ride their bike to work every day instead of taking the car. That's a practice change I want to see in the world. But if there aren't infrastructures available, if there isn't a cycle path available, or there aren't rules that allow bikers to have the right of way in certain situations and so on, that's not going to happen. We're not going to see it. So the idea is, if we want genuine change for sustainability, if we want to bend those curves, we have to not just come with new innovations, new technologies, we have to think about how they're going to fit in this breadth of change around views, structures, and practices. So if we're just working with technology, we have to think of how it relates to laws, rules, norms, regulations. We also have to think how it relates to the ways people think and the way they behave. Because without that interplay of views, structures, and practices, we don't see the kind of transformative change that society needs to be sustainable in the future. So that's the breadth of the change that we need. The report in its analysis also says, but actually, transformative change has a depth. It has to go deep to be truly transformative, not just broad, but also deep. So what do we mean by the deep? We mean that it has to address what we call the underlying causes of nature's decline. So in our analysis of all the available knowledge across all the different disciplines and the Indigenous and local communities, we identified 3 key underlying causes of nature's decline, the deep things that are driving the problems. So we talked about these as, number 1, the disconnection from and domination over nature and people. So the idea that we feel separate from nature and separate from each other as people, but also superior. We feel separate and superior, disconnected, and we act in modes of domination. That is an underlying cause, this repeating pattern of disconnection and domination as a form of relationship with nature and with each other. We also talk about the second underlying cause as the concentration of power and wealth, that when we've extracted value from nature, it hasn't been evenly distributed and it continues not to be evenly distributed. We're having a concentration of power and wealth that continues to drive ongoing exploitation. We also see a prioritization of short-term, individual and material gains. So the way in which our cultures and our societies prioritize the short term over the long term, the individual over the collective, and the material as a way into happiness, the idea that more material consumption can bring us happiness, that these priorities are also considered underlying causes of nature's decline. And transformative change is saying, unless you do something to address those underlying causes, you will continue to see the cycles of nature's decline that we're seeing right now. And as you see in the image that we presented for the report, they are not separate. They are actually a cycle that's historically co-evolved together, and they reinforce one another. And what we say is that these underlying causes affect all of the indirect and direct drivers that have previously been identified for what is driving biodiversity loss. So we've had previous reports saying the direct drivers of biodiversity loss are land use change, climate change, direct exploitation, pollution, and invasive species, and that there are indirect drivers related to sort of social economics and institutions and conflicts and epidemics. And we're saying, but beneath all of that and driving all of that are these underlying causes. And unless we get down into them and address them, the cycles and the status quo will basically continue. So how do we do that? What we saw in our review of available knowledge is that there is an emphasis on 4 key principles for addressing those underlying causes and for bringing about a transformative change that is for just and sustainable futures. Because of course, you could say you could have transformative change in many directions. You could transform society, our views, our structures, and our practices with many directions to it. But in our case, in our mandate of our report was to say we want just and sustainable futures. We want to deliberately transform towards justice and towards sustainability in our cultures and societies. So how do we do that? We have to ensure that when we're changing our views, practices, and structures, and when we're trying to address the underlying causes, we're really embodying these principles. We're taking these principles on board and working to bring them about. And those principles are equity and justice, pluralism and inclusion, respectful and reciprocal human nature relationships, and adaptive learning and action. And so the first three are kind of normative principles of values that help us address those underlying causes. But that last one, adaptive learning and action, is more of a process or a procedural principle. And that's really getting at the idea of this kind of change that we're talking about in complex adaptive systems like our socio-ecological systems are. It won't be linear. It won't be predictable. We won't be able to fully know what the impact of changing views, practices, and structures is. So you have to be alert. You have to be constantly learning and adapting along the way, and a willingness to try things, monitor, evaluate, and adapt depending on what kind of negative impacts you might see as a result. So that kind of openness to adaptive learning and action becomes essential for this kind of change and complexity. Okay, so basically this was our framework of transformative change that we put together in chapter 1 of this large-scale international assessment. This idea that transformative change has a breadth, it involves changing views, structures, and practices together. It has a depth. It has to get down to those three underlying causes of nature's decline and the polycrisis that we're experiencing. And it has to have just and sustainable futures as its target. It has to really embody these 4 principles of transformative change. So just to briefly point to some of the content in the other chapters. So if you're being captured by this idea, you might know where to look and what they're talking about in those other chapters. So beyond chapter 1 and our framework of transformative change, chapter 2 of this assessment talks about the visions of transformative change, visions of a future in which humans and nature thrive together. And they said, obviously, these are crucial. We need these positive visions that draw us into the future, that inspire us to move in that direction up towards sustainability and justice. But they said, mind the imagination gap. What we notice is the vast majority of visions of people and nature in the future are negative. They're dystopian. We are very good at talking about all the things that could go wrong and how society might collapse and fail, but we have much less examples of positive visions that inspire us towards the future of nature and people thriving together. So we need to address that imagination gap and emphasize the importance of generating positive visions. And what we saw was those positive visions are more powerful when they're developed in ways that are participatory and inclusive, when more different types of people are involved in vision generating. And also when they show the value of nature as not just instrumental, how it helps us as humans, but also how it has intrinsic and relational value. So if you're interested in visions, chapter 2 of this assessment is rich with a vision analysis. Chapter 3 talks about, look, there are so many different ways into creating transformative change. They looked at lots of different disciplines, lots of theories of change, lots of different approaches, and they clustered them into some categories to say, hey, there's not one way to do this. There are many different ways that can be suitable around the world. So they cluster these into these 6 different approaches: the structural empowerment systems, science and technology, knowledge co-creation, and inner transformation, these different ways in. And they highlight how these different ways in also go through the different doorways of views, practices, or structures. So some approaches, like structural approaches, changing our economy, changing our political systems, changing our rules and regulations, focus on that structures doorway, whereas others, like inner transformation, are about how we think about ourselves, think about nature, and working with people about that inner world and transforming the inner world. what was interesting was they showed that the most powerful, the most transformative approaches are those that weave different strands together. So if you're focused on the science and technology way into change, you will be more powerful and more effective if you look into and incorporate some of these other approaches like changing systems, changing how we co-create knowledge, changing how we empower people to work with the things we generate, and so on. This idea of weaving different approaches had more transformative potential. So you can think about, do you have capacity to broaden out and incorporate other approaches? Of course, the report is not naive by any means, and chapter 4 really gives a really deep dive into the challenges and barriers that are facing this idea of transforming society to be sustainable and just. And they don't hold punches. They talk about really significant things, like the way that wealth and power shape policy, the way that the relations of domination were forged in the colonial era and are being perpetuated through colonial mindsets. They talk about the ideology of perpetual growth, the marginalization of local and indigenous communities. So these kind of significant barriers and challenges that we're facing are really highlighted here in chapter 4. And they do a really good job of bringing those all together and showing how they play out. And also including these more technological ones like the lack of transfer of technology, the inability to share these technologies and inability to access the technologies that are available for things like green transitions and so on. So the layout of that is in chapter 4. And what's super interesting is to remember that this report was accepted and endorsed by 150 governments around the world. So 150 governments signed off and said, you are right, these things are stopping sustainable and just futures from emerging. So I think that's really interesting to highlight. And it was very difficult negotiations, but the weight of the evidence was on our side. Okay, so chapter 5 talks about the strategies and actions. What can we do in practice? And they basically highlight 5 key strategies for addressing transformative change. And you can see those here, and there's a range of different actions that go with them. I won't go into the details in the interest of time, but just highlight to you the very concrete approaches that are about transforming economics, politics, views, structures and practices, basically, and our governance systems, particularly, that there are examples of that. There are concrete suggestions and recommendations and support for the strategies and actions to move forward. Just to emphasize in closing, though, that what the transformative change assessment from IPBES really emphasizes is that both inner and outer transformations are necessary for sustainability and just futures. That means we have to change things out in the world, but we also have to change things within ourselves, how we think about ourselves, how we think about our relationship with nature, how we think about what makes a good and fulfilling life, that both inner and outer transformations are necessary. We also talk about how both small and large actions can contribute to the mosaic of transformative change. So very often we think, oh, that means everything in the world has to change. I've got no role in that. That's a global governance kind of level of action, or maybe it's a global business level of action. But we say, no, actually, we need the full mosaic of actors at many levels and in many contexts doing their piece and working within their sphere of influence. That the mosaic of transformative change, that kind of artwork where you put small pieces of tile together to make a picture, like you see here on the right, that each small tile matters. Each small tile is important for the big picture to emerge. So it's not about sitting back and waiting for someone else to act. It's about looking at what we're doing in the world to advance sustainability. In my case, I'm creating educational programs at the university. Okay, how can that be more transformative? How can I engage more with the dimensions of change, the principles of change, the underlying causes? How can I think about my own work through this transformative lens and start to realize the transformative potential of what I'm doing in the world? And we're saying that's the same for all the actors. Look at what you're doing through the transformative lens and see how you can stretch and expand to be more transformative according to our framework. Because your tile, your contribution, your initiative is important. It's crucial that all the actors are thinking in this way and moving in this direction. So that's a quick run through of this transformative change assessment, which is really cutting edge international agreement on what is necessary now to really bring about sustainable and just futures. I'm happy to take questions if there's time, and thanks for the opportunity to present the report to you. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Fern. We have time for 2 questions, and I have said I have mic, so I take the first opportunity to ask question. You were saying that all we do matters, so even the single personal change matters. And due to my scientific background, which is anthropology of culture, the basic background, I would say, unfortunately, in my opinion, also it's a personal opinion, it's very Europocentric point of view, or I would say Westernocentric. And we are talking about whole humanity, the whole world, and the way of this individual way of thinking of saving the world, saving the human nature relation. It's very limited to Europe, States, maybe Australia, but this is like 20% of the worldwide population. And did you ever consider how to make it understandable for the wider publicity, to the wider societies?
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate what you're saying for sure, but what I will highlight is that IPBES as an organization is really focused on regional representativity, so that the authors that I talked about, 101 authors involved in this assessment, they are deliberately chosen not to have a Western focus. Obviously, I'm from a Western background, but when you look at the 101 authors, the choice of who participates in IPBES is deliberately made so that there is a balance of different regions from around the world, different disciplines from around the world. There are these ongoing consultations with Indigenous communities so that Indigenous knowledge comes in. The 150 governments that approve the report are certainly not only Western. In fact, the European Union is one voice in that organization, not multiple. So I think the IPBES organization really works to broaden it out. And this idea that everyone matters that I was emphasizing at the end, we also in the report say, yes, we want everyone to contribute, everyone has a role to play, but actually we also acknowledge that there are certain actors that have more power than others to unlock changes, and that includes business communities and it includes governments. So we do say that there are certain wealthy, powerful actors who are blocking change right now and also have enhanced responsibility to create change. And that is the wealthy actors in both business and in governments culturally. So we do highlight that in the report, but of course that's not to the detriment that everyone else has no agency to contribute here. Okay. In that, in chapter 3, where we talk about the different approaches, you will also see there's structural approaches there, there's systems approaches there, which also decenter the individual. And so we also in the report highlight those, and we pay a lot of attention to Indigenous worldviews and Indigenous knowledges, which also don't necessarily center the individual. So I closed on that, trying to encourage people to feel like this is something they are also involved in. Well, the report is much more nuanced and complex, and certainly the organization works really hard to have a multicultural representativity in it.
Okay, thank you so much. And I will give my voice to who is going to win this race for the one last question. Okay, so question.
Hi, thank you so much, Fern. This is Ellen Garcia from the University of Alicante, also starting to become a researcher in ocean governance at the Complutense University of Madrid. So your keynote was really, really mind-blowing and inspiring. I was wondering, because I see that IPBES is directly linked or incorporates the UNEP program, UNDP, etc. So how do you link, for instance, with the UN Convention for Biodiversity Protection? Do you have the mandate to implement it? How does it work with that? Thank you so much.
Yeah, great question. Really nice question. So it is a bit of a complex structure. In general, the IPBES is not a UN organization, but it does operate in collaboration with the UN. So it is not officially a UN organization, and that was on purpose by the organization. They thought it was important to have some separation. They're owned by the member governments, not by the UN. But an IPBES is a knowledge generating body. So its aim is to bring together and synthesize knowledge on the different topics. So it doesn't have the mandate to make things enforceable like the Convention on Biological Diversity does. How it works is the IPBES is seen as the knowledge body that informs the convention. So the Convention on Biological Diversity representatives, the Secretariat and so on, and the General Secretary were present at our negotiations. They follow IPBES very closely. And what we've seen in the past is that the IPBES assessments become the knowledge base that informs the negotiations at the convention. But the convention is the structure that has that legal binding nature in which things become enforced. So when people sign on to IPBES, when the governments sign on to IPBES, they're saying, this is the knowledge base, this is what we know, but they're not committing themselves to any action, which makes our negotiations a little bit easier, but not so much easier, if I'm honest, because they know that knowledge base is then carried up. And in the negotiations of the convention, they point to the IPBES documents. They will say, well, you've agreed that we are going to have transformative change. What does that mean? Well, we look at IPBES, and IPBES tells us what that means. Okay, well, that's what you've agreed to. So there is an interplay where this is the knowledge base, but the UN Convention is the legally binding arena. But there's lots of communication where we're seeing the same people, they're in the same conversation, they're not separate completely, but that idea that when a government signs on to IPBES, it is not anything mandatory, they've just agreed that this is what we know about this subject.
Okay, thank you so much. And the last question.
Volodymyr Nishvai, Kyiv Academic University. Thank you for amazing presentation. What change do you see in decision support system? Because you mentioned a lot of strategies, a lot of possible ways, and for proper decision we need this access to knowledge base. So is it the main actors like local government for decision support, or some other way you could see?
Yeah, good question too. So the report is available to anyone. Anyone can use this as information to help them guide decisions. That can be NGOs or anyone, really. It's publicly available, it's freely accessible, and so on. But last week I was at a meeting of local governments in Norway presenting the report, and they asked for the meeting. They wanted to know, how can we as local governments work with this report? So they were certainly implementing it at that level. When we're in the negotiations, it's typically the ministry level of the national government who is there. Often the Environment Ministry, but it can be Foreign Affairs, it can be Finance, it can be anyone, whoever the country sends. So what we also see is that national ministries are most aware initially of the assessment, and they then take that up, and they're then using it as their knowledge base to advance the kinds of initiatives that they're supporting, that they're funding, that they're developing policies on. But as I said, last week I was at a meeting with the local governments to try and use this as information that they could then inform their decision making on the local level. The report doesn't target any one of those particular levels. It offers itself as a knowledge base for any decision support, but we're seeing it being taken up in different arenas. And it's one of the challenges of writing the report, just being able to meet all these different target audiences. Obviously, that's a challenging task. But hopefully, yeah, both local and national governments are already expressing interest in using it.
Thank you. Thank you, Farron. And thank you for your presentation. It was really, I would say, interesting and showing us the different side of the change, which is very important, especially for us at the management department and especially for all of us here. Thank you. And now I'm giving a word to Olga, who wants to say something.
Thank you. Just one more minute of your time before the coffee break. Really, Fern's talk, giving the results of our yesterday's workshop with Monica, where green trends were never even close to the first place in vulnerability, uncertainty, risk. They were not even the fourth place, right? So this is a perspective that we need to bring into our focus back, I think. What we are having next are the two workshops run simultaneously in the two rooms, so right after the coffee break. I do encourage you to choose the workshop. You can bring your coffee with you because the topics are really interesting and worth participating. Honestly, this preparation process for the CloudEARTHi was full of very amazing and pleasant surprises for me and the new teams I got acquainted with in the process. And one of the teams is the academic students club, let's say. Cannot find the proper English name for that. In Poland, we call it Koło Naukowe w Ośmiobie. They do marketing. They are very passionate about marketing, and actually the whole digital scene and all the media plan for the CloudEARTHi fourth conference is made by that team or inspired by that team. Thank you so much for contribution. And they will also deliver us this interesting workshop on marketing for deep tech. We talked a lot during yesterday and today about bringing researchers to entrepreneurship field, trying to commercialize something, helping them think about that. And marketing is this really hands-on thing to know what to do next. Once you decide, okay, I'm into it, I really want to try that. So marketing would be the next thing for you to get to know. And the marketing workshop will be held in the rector's room right next to us, available only for those participants being here on site. And the second workshop, the AI personas for innovation and creativity, this one is delivered by my colleague here at Wrocław Tech, Dr. Yash Havla. Well, actually, this is another, well, not a surprise, but actually a very nice extension of the CloudEARTHi's team for future projects and collaborations, because I really figured out that CloudEARTHi and Yash and his team have very much in common in terms of the vision for the future. If I may share the plans of ours, the nearest ones, we are we're working on launching a new postgraduate program on deep tech for innovations and human futures. There is a lot more in the pipeline, but I will keep it a secret for a while. But I do believe that this is a nice ground for cooperation, and hopefully in the coffee break we will have a chance to discuss that further with Starmer and the consortium. So the AI workshop will be held here. Is available for those people who joined us in Zoom. So please stay and work with us on those AI personas. And well, this is it. Coffee break.
Kiedy Bartka? Dalej zdjęciu. Koło się rozkłada i ma jakiś problem techniczny. Tam warsztat ma problem to koło. Nasze dzieciaki, podejdziesz za chwileczkę? Dziękuję.
Y luego el 3 es el training y el mentoring. El training vamos a tirar con los que hicieron lo de CloudEARTHi, o sea, no ni Joana ni su tal, los que... Nada, fuera. Es que al final todo el mundo... No porque se ofreció ella, tú lo viste. Yo, al final, el que me da cariño, ¿sabes? Me abrazo a quien me da cariño, porque alguien que dice que lo quiere. Ya lo sé. Ya. No, fuera, ya está. Entonces, hay un mail que ya no sé si está sin copiar, ¿no? Hay un mail con el N y tal, con los que ella identificó, que son los de CloudEARTHi, y entonces vamos a trabajar con eso. Pero no les he contactado todavía porque al final tengo que saber lo que les quiero pedir, cuántas horas, o sea, eso lo tenemos que definir nosotros. Entonces, en cuanto cierre eso, que lo voy a intentar cerrar yo, que le he propuesto a decimos que andar uno jueves o viernes, y quiero yo hacerle la propuesta y por delante para cuando nos reunamos decir, mira, esto, tantas horas, tantos tal, son tres planes, tres programas de formación. Hay que hacer ahora el primero, pero que ella entienda que los de la formación, luego a los que se forman se les da el mentoring, un subconjunto de eso. Entonces, ahí es donde quería yo que intervinieran las chicas de la OCI, pero si no, el plan B es que estos profesores hagan también la mentorización, o sea, training y mentorización. Y nos quitamos a la OCI, porque ya... Los que han dado la formación les mentorizas para que creen la spin-off, la startup, para llevar su idea más allá, ¿sabes? Los que tienen un interés... Tenemos que hacer un training y un mentoring, sí. Tenemos que hacer un training y un mentoring. Es que la formación ya me dijeron que no la iban a hacer. Es que Carolina quiere que contesten por escrito que no lo van a hacer, pero yo me reuní con ellos el día del examen y no, nosotros si hay que hacer algo nuevo no tenemos tiempo, porque nosotros tendríamos que encargárselo a una consultora y tiene que ser en inglés y bueno, me pusieron tantas pegas que dije, mira, vale. Entonces training nada, training con ellas nada, Inma, training cero, solo mentoring. Y el mentoring, te digo los números, el mentoring que lo tenemos que dividir entre todos los socios, que eso es lo que hay que dividir con Timosca, decirle, ¿cuántos cada uno? Mira, te lo digo ya, estoy llegando a la presentación. Mira, tenemos que hacer 3 training programs. El primero sería ahora en esta fase primera de los 9 meses. o si no en 3-3. Pero luego el mentoring scheme en noviembre tendríamos que haber tenido 35 estudiantes, 15 académicos y 15 no académicos. Esto es entre todas las universidades, no es la UA. Entonces esto hay que dividirlo mínimo entre 3. O sea, podría ser entre 3 o 4, dependiendo de si Marico contribuye o no. Pero si quieres ser, si no, por lo menos entre 3. Entonces 35 entre 3, 15, 5 académicos, 5 no académicos y los 35 estudiantes, pues 10 y 5 que formen de Marico. Eso es el mentoring. El training ya te digo que no creo que vayan a participar. ¿Con ellos quiénes? ¿Con los profes? Ah, vale, con los profes. ¿Sí? Vale, sí. Vale. Sí, te entiendo. No, pues... Vale, sí. Entonces el mentoring lo hacemos con la gente de tal, o sea, el training lo hacemos y el mentoring, a ver, preguntarles si quieren participar. Y si no quieren participar, Inma, los profes que hagan la mentorización. Sí, y nos quitamos de líos. Claro, es lo que estoy pensando, que yo al final, y entonces no que lo intervenga para nada, ¿sabes? Claro, pues ya está. Es que los profesores de los que estábamos hablando, tengo aquí los mails, estábamos hablando de... Sí, pues sí, yo creo que sí. Mira, Enric Bass, Future Studies Applied to Innovation, Effective Time Management con Antonio Antons, System Thinking Applied to Innovation con César Oria, Creativity and Green Innovation con Eduardo Sánchez, Sustainable Decision Making con Javier Martínez Falco. Estos son los que me he identificado. Y luego también está Asun, que me dijo que trabaja mucho con él, Asun. Estos serían los que pueden participar en la formación y que tendríamos que decir, visitáis la formación y mentorizáis a un subconjunto. Tenéis que mentorizar. También, sí, claro. Podemos hacerlo así. 9.000 euros. ¿Pero para todo el proyecto o para...? Vale, estamos hablando solo de fase 1, vale. 9.000 euros, claro. Curso de mentorización, 3.000 euros para cada... Sí, para cada target te refieres, ¿no? Uno para PDI, otro para PAS y otro para estudiante. También se podría hacer así. Sí, a mí lo que me falta es definir este documento que me mandó Carolina, que creo que preparé yo con CloudEARTHi, donde decíamos, hay tantos módulos que empezaban primero Knowledge Base, que era el Face to Face, que ese es el que hice yo con Lore, y luego módulo Entrepreneurial Basic, online asíncrono, y se dividía cada universidad hacia uno, y luego teníamos aquí el timeline de cuándo a cuándo, duré 75 horas, y
The second one is just to show them. I mean, it's a PDF. Both of them are PDF files, so we can just open both and I can switch. There is one point where they will do task manager just to show them they will download their own using the link. So it's not a big deal if you don't have it, because I know I can read without the slides. Yeah.
Entonces, o sea, van a entrevistar a todos los niños, tienes que decirle aquí al viernes la disponibilidad del cuarto de la rectora a lo largo del verano para que venga el EIT, no el EIT sino el Consejo Europeo del Instituto Europeo de Tecnología, a entrevistar a la UA como...
I will just get some.
Materials es nuestro bike está en Raw Materials.
De las TIC, del Public Affairs en Raw Materials.
Escucha, pues,
Bueno,
hay
pues
que montar
hay
una
que
reunión
invitarlo.
para el 19. Ay, ¿lo has invitado? Escucha, díselo a Eva por la logística, por favor, que está
Oficial, ¿no? De varios.
Sí, claro. Sí. Tráetelo porque viene Rosana, que es la de la EIT Initiative, que es nuestra proyecto oficial. También ella debería venir invitando. La agenda, sí, claro. Te la
Pero también es...
La agenda te la he pasado. No he cambiado lo del Todolí este. No, que no he cambiado lo del Todolí porque al final Todolí va también a hacer hueco. Pero la agenda está interesante y está en la lista esa que imprime Eva, que le gusta mucho meter la agenda en la lista, ya no voy a decir que cambie. Que te la acabo de pasar, pero que Todolí ya... Bueno, si quieres, ya por eso...
No, because actually they have any questions for the
Entonces, entonces 3.000 para cada curso. Si hacemos 3 cursos, 9.000 ahora, ¿no? Seguimos hablando siempre de la primera fase.
I'll use one of these mics, I guess, yeah?
Que cuenten esas horas. Entonces hacer rollo más webinar, ponemos una mañana o 2 o 3 horas y lo verás. World Package 4, nada. Que hay que tener nosotros en la primera fase, tenemos que one incubation program and one female incubation program, which is one female incubation program.
Ready like in 2 minutes, right? Or after the workshop? Where
We can do it now.
okay. I will prove that my theory works.
It's pretty close. this 5, 6 questions. Okay?
Yeah. Okay. Good morning, everybody who are present here and those who are online. Okay, people are still coming. Is there anybody else there? Anybody who wants to have some? The doors will be closed after this one. No? Okay. All right. So now, because everybody has had coffee, so I don't need to wake you up. Otherwise, I would make you do some exercise. So do we need the exercise or the coffee was enough? It was enough? All right, great. So I'm Yash. As Olga mentioned, we work together at the Faculty of Management. And I'm working with deep tech, diffusion of innovation, societal impact of innovation, how to make people accept innovation, how to make people work with innovation in a way that is more productive for them. So this workshop is in a line of workshops that I do, which is about how to most efficiently use the technology that is available to you. Although, unfortunately, the things that we are discussing are like 2.5, 3 years old. So for people who might be really aware about what's going on exactly right now, would be like, this is outdated. But the issue is that if you talk to general population, majority of the population, they are still not very well aware about the concepts that we'll be discussing today. So that is why we thought to have a very broader discussion. So if you think that you are at a more advanced level, then I hope that you will still be able to find a little bit from the workshop. But it will be, I hope that it will be an engaging discussion, and there is a small activity at the end where we will try to see where will humanity be in 2050. Yeah, that would be exciting. 25 years from now, how would we look like? Okay, so it works, it doesn't work. Okay, so how many of you know what artificial intelligence is? Yes. What is artificial intelligence?
Reverse simulation, no, I'm joking.
No, you're...
So according to me, artificial intelligence is about the patterns and the systems that are mirroring the human intelligence.
Great. Anybody else wants to add? You want to add something? Yes?
Yeah, we try to, I think artificial intelligence, we try to make computer think as people. Yes.
Great. So if you see here, what I have included on the slide is there is a process of learning, just like humans learn. And then there is a process of reasoning, like people reason or argue or fight. You can say any of that. But with AI, right now, we are just reasoning, fortunately. Then we have problem solving, perception, language understanding, and decision making. These are keywords that basically form this process that we are calling artificial intelligence right now, which is more like large language models, like us learning a language and trying to communicate with each other with the knowledge that we have. Now, when was the first artificial intelligence model available?
The model
1967.
67.
Anybody know Sheldon Cooper? Yes? Have you seen the Little Sheldon, the show on Netflix? If you see in one of the episodes, they actually see Sheldon talking to Eliza, which was the first AI model, trying to fix the parents' marriage. And it was doing a very, very, very bad job at that, because it was always telling Sheldon to elaborate, and then he got frustrated with it. So that model was not that powerful. But today, if that is done, maybe Sheldon would be a bit more amused with that. So we have had large language model for quite some time, starting with Eliza in 1967, and coming to ChatGPT and Gemini and Claude and other models that we have today. Right. So right now, the models that we have are classified as ANI, that is artificial narrow intelligence. Then the next thing that people are like fighting about or debating about when it would happen is the artificial general intelligence, which is like it would basically be equal to the intelligence level of humans. And then there is another thing which people are feared to even talk about, which is called ASI, artificial superintelligence, where the intelligence level of the models will far, far exceed the capabilities of whatever the human beings have ever thought of. I will give you an example. A few days ago, some scientists in the US, they gave a bunch of physics experiments, like rolling ball, pendulum, and other things, but never gave their own, the model that they were creating, a neuro-linguistic, neural network model. They never gave any of the physics laws. They never gave it Einstein. They never said who is Newton. It never knew anything about any of the laws of physics. And then they asked the model, their model, not like connected to ChatGPT, their own model, after looking at all those videos and content that they gave, to create laws of physics. Create laws. So AI created laws in its own language, and then those languages of which AI developed was reverse engineered, and they kind of were better in many, many ways than what we were ever able to do. So now we are reaching to that level where the general point of view of the world might not be given as an experiment, but might be given to AI to interpret, and then we interpret based on what AI interprets. So the way of thinking itself is now changing a lot. So once we reach to this point of artificial superintelligence, well, we only can predict, or maybe not even predict, how life will look like. But maybe we will try it today. Right. So the current trends in AI are, we are talking about multimodal AI. You know what is multimodal?
Yep.
Yeah?
Models that can solve everything.
So models that can solve everything, but in the sense of multimodal is different modes. We are talking about, it started with text. Then it started with text, speech. Then it started with text, speech, image. Then it started with text, speech, image, video. What would be next?
Sense, movement.
Sorry?
Movement.
Yeah, exactly, movement. It would be transferred to a robot, and the robot can move. Yes? Or agent, like agentic AI, where agent can move across the internet from one system to another. So then it becomes not just geocentric or static, but it can be anywhere, and it is like us moving from place to place. Explainable AI, we still don't know much of the things that happen between the input and the output. We are trying to explain it, but it's very difficult, and most people don't know. Even the people who created the models don't know. I don't know if you know what is ChatGPT, like OpenAI, created a platform where you could put the text in that platform, and it would tell you whether it was AI generated or not. So OpenAI created a platform to predict this thing. And they said in their declaration that it is 27%, that accuracy rate is 27%. 27%. So if you take text generated by a model created by OpenAI, you copy that text from ChatGPT and put it in their own model, there is only 27% possibility that it would predict it, but then that was also actually not true, so they actually took it down. But now there are some other platforms which say that they predict this, but it's, in my humble opinion, I might be wrong, but it is completely wrong. You cannot actually predict it because they are learning from us. Like the word delve, I am so annoyed with it. I used to use it back in my school days. 20 years before ChatGPT came, I was using the word delve. And now I'm terrified of using this word. Because as soon as I write, I would like to delve into like, ChatGPT, I know. What are you talking about? Then we are talking about agentic AI. Agentic AI is the recent thing that we have agents doing our work for us. And these are basically driven by artificial intelligence models. Then you have argument mining. Ever heard of something called argument mining? At the end of the workshop, if you have time, I will show you something to show what do I mean. Argument mining means that you don't actually need to know the name or personal identifiers of somebody. I can just know, like if you have written enough number of articles on the internet, I will be able to find you. Because your argument structure does not match any other people's argument structure. So this is called argument mining. It's something which is very, very unique. There is a Polish startup which is working on it, and we have been closely trying to think about how we can do something with it to make the use of languages more safer. Ethical AI and governance, I think there has been a lot of talk about it recently, and there needs to be more talk about it because there are a lot of things which are still unclear. Democratization of AI and AI platforms, this is a very, very important topic. Right now, there are few companies in the world which are actually ruling the whole AI landscape. So all of these AI startups that you see out there, behind those AI startups, apart from the front user interface and the layer that connects them to an API, and that API leads to 4, 5, 6, 7 different models, and most of the people are not building their own AI models. They just use either an open source model and modify it, either they get connected to a live API from Gemini, ChatGPT, or all of these models. So the democratization is very, very, very important. Right. Do you know what this is?
Sorry, again?
You know what this is? Yes, this is the curve. And I have 3 years of curve for you. This is Gartner. I will show some trends here, and I would really encourage, if you are doing research, if you like to work in the system, the startups, and whatever you're doing, it's very, very important to keep trends and follow the trends, because the trends are the only things which are current. Education is not current. Companies, some of them are ahead of others, so not everybody is current. The trends are what, in general view, we can say is current. So now if you see here, just giving a quick example, if you see in 2022, where did it go? Somewhere here, where is it? Causal AI and all of these things, Web 3.0, foundational models, there was generative AI somewhere here. Right, so if you look at, wait, or I missed it. Okay, going back 2020. So now if you see, what happened? Okay, right. So now if you see here, all of these technologies that you see here, oh yeah, generative, here you see generative, I missed it. Generative design AI. And now if you see in 2023, this AI, generative AI thing has been from generative design AI to generative AI, has moved to the peak of inflated expectation from an innovation trigger. So if you are going to do some research, if you're going to do any of the startups, then you should do it in the area of innovation trigger. Because if you are doing it in peak of inflated inflation, expected inflation, expected expectation, then what has happened is that you are already past the point where major companies have already innovated, and they are already working on something, so you are a step behind. Now, if you see where generative AI is in the 2024 graphs, you will see it is here, which is at the end of the peak of inflated expectation. That means that everybody is doing generative AI now. And the example of this is I was interviewing a few people for my book, and one of them mentioned that now any of their contractor, if they give them a proposal which says they are going to use AI into it, those are already filtered out into the first round. Because now people understand what is going to happen. As soon as I put a layer of API with an AI, and I'm a small company, I don't have my own AI model, then I am going to export data to a third party, and that third party is going to process it and give it back to me. So my data is not safe. So companies where competitive advantage really matters, they will never want a proposal coming from a small company where it says AI, because they know that truly they cannot have their own AI model. Yeah. So we have to be very, very careful in doing these things. This is another impact radar. Now, if you see, knowledge graphs, generative AI, UAVs, Gen AI-enabled virtual assistant, all of these things in 2024 were right outside the impact radar. So now if you see the Gen AI-enabled virtual assistant, which is agentic AI, is now exactly in the center, because in 2025, this is what works. So this kind of reports are very, very important for us to understand how AI and what would be the next of AI or any kind of technologies that we have. This is also a timeline, a time to act. For instance, next 12 months, efficient growth of high tech, which everybody is predicting. But we are not talking about the job losses, because people are talking about job transformation, not the loss of jobs, which has happened previously. So we take advantage of what was available in the history to basically mold our communication. And as you see, time to act is for AI safety, which is right now. And in the coming years, till this thing is sorted out, which might never be pessimistically. So this is something that is a very, very, very core important area. That's why in most of the Horizon projects right now, if you need to have a declarative statement about use of AI, and you need to show how the data protection will work. If you enable anything about AI, you need to add a separate annexure. They have a format in which you have to give the details. Right. Universities are very, very important places at the moment. And the reason why I say it is we are at a crossroad where the AI is kind of changing the landscape of everything, and our education system needs to catch up. But why do I say we are at the crossroad? Because at the moment, according to this Boston Consulting Group Deep Tech Survey, still universities are producing almost 40% of the deep tech talent. This was a year and a half ago. Now what is going to happen in the coming time is that students are still enrolling, but not for the reasons of getting knowledge, but they have different purview. Like for instance, in Poland at master's level, we have a lot of students who are coming in because they are not paying taxes if they have a student status and if they are below 26. Now this is a big problem because they come to classes, they are engaging, they're doing the assignments, but are they really there for learning is something that is a question mark. You cannot question everybody because some people are there to learn. But what do we do in a way that can change this perception where students actually come, brainstorm, learn new things, have a free space to experiment, which is what the universities were originally meant to be. So we need to go down to the basics. And if you look at talent acquisition, the acquisition is majorly coming from universities as well, 29% or incubators, which are based at the universities. So you can see that we have a very, very important role as people who are from the ecosystem to play. Now, what are the challenges? One of the major challenges that we don't know how to ask questions. Among all of you, how many of you have ever had a training of how to ask questions? How to ask questions? Yes. Ever in your life, have you ever had a training on how to ask questions? If I ask you, you need to write 50 questions that would basically get an answer which is not yes or no. Like, yes. So, yes, you have. Critical thinking courses are again, but they will make you think and give an answer, not make you think and ask a question. Yes. Please. No, teachers don't need training because teachers train themselves to create question papers. But what I mean to say is that the students need to have a training of asking questions as well. The teachers are the best example. This is what I wanted to stress, that why are universities still holding a lot of importance is because the most trained people of asking, people who are most trained to ask questions are actually at the university. Because we have been asking questions to students all our lives. So we have again, exactly, asking research questions or asking questions of to understand some the knowledge from it. So teachers should actually be well trained to teach this to the students. This is exactly the point. And now, if we see the manipulation of the truth, or if we see how things are differently disseminated, these are the challenges that AI is facing right now. I'll give you an example. What happened that somebody asked the question of name a country that starts with K in the continent of Africa. Can you think of a country? Kenya, right? So there is at least one. Now, that person wrote a blog saying that there is absolutely no country in Africa which has, there is no country in Africa which has the first letter as K. And then that blog was copied many times, and then that was used to train AI. So now, if you go and ask AI, there is a big chance that AI will actually say there is no country in Africa starting with K. So what happens is that when we create content and we post it, and that content is not actually verified, and then that content is used to train AI models because it is publicly available on the internet, you don't just create misinformation, but you create a next line of misinformation content. And this example, if you just Google this example, you will see that there have been so many blogs written using AI about this. So what happens is that somebody writes a blog with wrong information, AI gets trained on it, and people use AI to write blog on that topic, and then that output information is again used to train AI. So it's like a vicious circle of one point, a very small thing getting magnified to a very big thing. So we have a lot of things which we need to worry about, from misinformation, fake news, and all of these things. But one thing that we are also losing out a lot is our real bond. It's so difficult for us to stay away from our electronic devices. So difficult. In the past 1 month, I have been to about 7 conferences. And at each of those conferences, more than 50% of the people are either on their phone or on their laptop all the time. Or both, actually, in some cases. You could actually see it. And this is not because they are missing out on something. It's because sometimes it's important. Sometimes it can be that you have to do something. But most of the times, you could actually see that they're just refreshing the screen, but because there might be a new email. Or because there might be a new notification. That's why how many times we touch the phone, but there is nothing, and we keep the phone back. These are the things that are going to be enhanced even more because we will get AI assistance. So we will be like hooked up 24/7. Our glasses will have AI, our ears will be fixed with AI, and God forbid we will have a neural link. So then it's impossible to be not online, because even when you don't think you are online, you will be online. Yes, please. Yes. How many of you call AI he or she? How many of you call it it? This is so important, you know. What she just said about the intimacy, it comes when you have a perception of a machine as a human being. So as soon as you start calling something it, your training basically tells you it's a machine. But when you call it he or she, that small thing changes everything. And you know, there was a recent very interesting thing. How many of you write please, thank you, can you, all of these things to AI?
Yes.
Right. So now the question is that, OpenAI says that, it is losing millions of dollars because people are polite. But the question is, do we want to keep this politeness?
Yes.
For a washing machine, I'm sorry.
Yes, because we don't know the future of the AI. They just can protect us. We have
Well,
to be
yeah. That's one view to put it, That can be my master one day. So I want to make sure that I am a good person.
For the future. Yeah.
Yeah. So the thing is, why such questions are very important, and this is a challenge that we need to discuss on these days, is because we can train ourselves to not say these please, thank you, can you, or just become directors, dictators in that sense, in prompting, not in the real life, but in terms of prompting. But what it does is, this is a real thing. What if it is learning and like keeping an eye on, like, yeah, I know, one day, yeah, we will see, But the other aspect is that if we actually stop doing it with the prompts, how much time will it take for us to start doing it in real life? When will we lose that politeness in real life? And that is the bigger question, because once we lose that politeness in real life, we are actually tending towards becoming like a machine. And now if we see, we always wanted human beings to become more productive. We wanted them to do more work. We wanted them to do hard work. Then we wanted them to do smart work. Then we wanted them to do more work. Then we wanted them to... Are we not training ourselves to become machines?
We are humans with no brains, to distinguish whether you're a human and you're a machine.
Yeah.
If someone impersonalizes machine, it's a problem that this person probably doesn't understand the background of this technology.
Right.
For those who are scared about this guy mastering us someday, it was asked not once if you want to talk with a robot or something, it says I don't need it.
Okay, so if you want to rule the world, and if I ask you in open public, would you like to rule the world? Would you disclose your intentions?
You really want to say that AI has secrets?
No, I'm not going to say that. What I mean to say is that AI is trained on the way that humans think. And this is what humans think. We all know that the history has, we see it in the world right now. People don't say what they do. And they don't do what they say. So we are just having an imitation of ourselves, and then we are going to say that it is not going to do everything that the humans said they will not do. That's just an open question that I'm putting it out there. Like, we created traffic lights. And then there was this one human who decided to break the traffic lights, and nothing happened. And then it took some time before they created laws that, you might get fined. But still people break the traffic lights. Yeah, even though there is fine, because, I don't care about the fine. So there is always an out way that humans find to do something which is, say, under the table, not clearly in the gray area, for example. So the thing is that we are teaching these things based on what we think. And we are, let's say, we are proud of a lot of good things, but we should not be proud of a lot of other things that are currently happening in the world or have happened in the past, right? So there are a lot of challenges like these, like open questions that we need to really discuss. And believe me, even if we sit all day and discuss on just one of the topics, the most important thing is that everybody needs to have a diverse view, and those diverse views need to be taken into account before taking any action. And that's very, very important. And not just like people, all of the stakeholders need to be there. That's also another very, very important thing. These are some of the considerations. So the first thing is AI literacy. We need to learn about AI. We need to learn what it is, what the technology is, what it actually does. Because right now it's just a bunch of probabilities. It's not actually intelligent in a way. It's just calculating what is the probability of the next word based on all of the scenarios, maybe billions of parameters, but it's just probability. Until it becomes artificial general intelligence, then it would be something different, but we still don't know how it is calculating that probability, which is horrifying. How do we code our values? I can write a research paper using AI in 1 hour, but do my values allow me to do that? For me, no. But for a lot others, yes. And how do I know? Well, I know, I can see some people starting to do research in 2019, 2020, 2021, 1 paper, 2022, 7 papers. What happened? 2023, 27 papers.
Really well during the conferences like this one. And it's like the friendship based on authorship.
I agree.
I still believe in people.
I do. I never stop believing in people. I just ask the question, you know. Even better is like when you go to LinkedIn and you go to anybody's profile, you should go before 2022. You will see broken 5 lines of post. And now you will have 100 lines of posts written with all the super smileys, very relevant smileys, these fancy words which like flabbergasted, or I was envious of somebody, and some of the meanings that I know that that person cannot speak that language. So it's very obvious in some cases, in some cases it's not very obvious. But you know what happens is that when there is obvious and not so obvious, but then there is everybody in between. There might be some people who actually learned the language during that time, but they will also be the ones who will kind of lose out because people have this negative perception about them. Yeah, like you mentioned. Human first, AI. So we need AI to be our Alfred, not our Batman. Do you get the analogy? Have you watched Batman anyway? The DC comics. So there was the Alfred, the butler, that was serving Batman. Yeah. So we don't want the technology to be Batman. No? Okay. Maybe some other. We want, let's say, AI to be our assistant, to be simple. AI rules, we need to be guiding. We need rules to be guiding, not to be really restricting, because you actually cannot restrict. We don't know what DeepSeek or ChatGPT or Gemini are actually working on right now. Do we know? The governments don't know, because they will never give out their competitive secret. They will never involve the stakeholders in the development process because they want to maintain their competitive advantage. You only know that the knowledge that you had became outdated when they launched the model. So once they launch the model, whatever you knew about the previous model is irrelevant, because the new model is relevant. Then what's the future? Who gets to decide who is the future? How the future will be? Who gets to decide it? Trust? Do you trust AI? I trust to not trust it. Yeah. Well, yes, if you give it more information, it will give you better information because they want more information from you. Well, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, you know, then we will think, okay, should AI be like my dog? But then, you know, initially people used to threaten their dog. But then somebody came up with a theory that, the treat works better than the stick. So then I wonder what will be the treat for AI. Because now threatening is the stick. So when we will use the stick and then it will stop working with the stick, then we will give a treat sometime. Okay, how do we retain the power? How do we reclaim AI interactions to be what we want, not what AI delivers? Now, this is somewhere the prompts play a very, very important role, which we will discuss in a moment. Critical eye, I always say that don't use AI to retrieve information, use it as a calculator. It is able to process things that you give because it has a lot of knowledge about something. It is very good at brainstorming about things that you don't know, but it is not for retrieving information. So if you ask it to, create a presentation on AI, well, that is retrieving information. That is not what we are looking for. We are looking for, okay, this is my essay, now convert it into bullet points. Now that is something that it is very good at, and that is what we can verify because I wrote the essay, so I can verify whether it has all the important points or not. Right. How many of you use a prompt structure? Prompt, yeah. Do you use a structure? What structure?
It depends, like if I'm using different, for example, if I use Midjourney,
Mm-hmm.
use AI, so it's like, it depends on what kind of picture I want to make. So it has some codings as well, like some framework and some details that you want in that picture. So yeah, I use a structure.
Okay. Anybody? Yes. Sorry? Craft method. Okay. Anybody else uses? So you also? Okay. So you ask it to write something and give sources to it? Yes. Okay. All right. Has anybody ever experienced AI telling no to them? AI saying no for anything that you ask it to do? But it doesn't say no. It never says no because it is designed to never say no. And that is the first point where we should never trust it, because if somebody, like imagine a student in your exam. You are asking a question, the student is like, what is the definition of AI? Like, blah, blah, blah, blah, yeah. Do you know what AI is? Blah, blah, blah, blah, blah, blah. It's the same thing again and again. It's like called beating around the bush. Even if you don't know what the bush is, you're like, okay, maybe something will stick. When I was doing mechanical engineering, I was in India in Rajasthan Technical University. So one of the courses which I really loved in terms of looking and imagining about it, but I hated writing it. I mean, I'm really using the word hated, because it was fluid mechanics. And in fluid mechanics, there are more equations than the text. That was the only course which was very, very, very difficult for me to, I mean, I passed it in first go, but it was like 35 out of 100. Because the general practice was, if you don't know something, you just write 10 pages about it. So before the age of AI, we were actually trained to be able to write a story of 100 pages about different questions, even if we did not know anything. So we were basically trained about it. But it was very difficult to do it in fluid mechanics, because they will just ask for 10 marks, write what is the equation and describe it. I'm like, if you don't know the equation, how are you going to describe it? So what does it basically mean here is that when we want to extract information out of an AI model, we need to exactly tell it what to say. Exactly what to do in a very, very concise manner. And there are different methods. I mean, you can use the craft method, or you can use a more technical method if you're aware. But this one works with all of the platforms. We have tested it really nicely. I give it to my students. My students use it all the time. Persona, task, context, format, tone. So basically, persona assigning a role to AI. Have you ever done assigning a role to AI? Yes? So if you want to say, for instance, design a presentation, and you want to see how each of the slide would look like, what role would you assign to AI? Oh, so the persona that you want the AI to assume, in this case, has to be somebody who knows how to design the presentation. So it needs to be either an artist or a graphic designer and so on. But yes. Answer, yeah. Because what it does is, out of all of the world of information that it has, it basically removes a lot of, so it's like a filter. So it kind of removes all of the source information that it is supposed to use. Then the second part is task. You have to very clearly define what it has to do. And it has to be very short and very, very simple. The best way to write a prompt is to start with a very short prompt, and then to keep refining the prompt in 4 or 5 iterations. And before you ask it to execute, you ask its understanding of it. So when I write a prompt, I ask it, okay, I'm going to give you a prompt. You're going to tell me that what do you understand by it, and once I tell you to execute, that's when you run the prompt. So I go 4 or 5, 6, 7 iterations, and now when I understand that its understanding is what my understanding is, then I ask it to execute. Because that is very quick. If I wanted to like do a kind of deep research about a topic, then if I run the research plan 4 or 5 times before it executes, then it saves 20 minutes of my time. Yes. Then content. Providing a necessary background information is very important. So if I wanted to do, say, a deep research about what is the deep tech arena of European Union, then I provide it a context, example of reports or giving it some links or something which is very, very key. Because then what it becomes is it puts it at the pivotal center of whatever it wants to do, and then it basically goes ahead of it. Format, what it basically means is how do I want the output to look like? So I want the output to look like 20 lines, 20 bullet points. Each bullet point should have maximum 20 words. Or I want the output to be looking like point 1 should be this, point 2 should be this. Now what it does is it basically doesn't take up the memory of its processing power to basically decide how it should lay it out. That's one step less in the processing. Then tone, formal, informal, cartoonish. You can always ask it to behave like somebody who's coming from the future or somebody who was never born, for example. One of my students in one of the workshops decided to talk to AI like it was an unborn child, a child who was never born yet. What is it thinking about its mother? Can it hear its father? All of these things. So this can get really fascinating really quick. Yeah, because once you give it an abstract persona of a person who doesn't exist, then it actually works better than a lot of things that you can say. Because it is able to have a better hallucination of what can be done. Yes. Yes, yes. Right. Yes, the reason why it does is because it decides to, there is a default output. So if you look at Gemini, its default output is to make it as pointy as possible, like point-wise. If you look at ChatGPT, it wants to make it as elaborative as possible. So it has its own style. And if you don't give it, then you have to do another iteration. And when you do another iteration, what happens is it will give you an output, but it will reprocess that output. And in reprocessing that output, there are more chances of hallucination. That's why you have to avoid it. Yes? It's better to do that. And what it also does is that if you have like 10 steps of processing that goes on in the first phase, you are having a point where it decides what the output should be. Oh, there is no information, I go default. So you want to avoid that as well, because the less processing it does, the better output it will give you. That is why we do this. Right. Okay. Now, let's look at what are the challenges. Never write vague prompts. If you write a paragraph, imagine this. If I tell you, if I do an extempore without stopping for next 6 minutes, I think you will lose me after 30 seconds. However attractive I might look or might sound. Yes? But if I tell you one point after another, and then if I break and I ask you a question in between, you will follow me. Yeah? So that is why it's very important to give a prompt as a bullet points. So what it does is, it's like, okay, I understand 1, I understand 2, I understand 3. Whenever there is mathematics involved, it's very, very important for us to go in like 0, 1. Yeah? Line 1, done. Line 2, done. And because it works with word probability, it's very, very important that we use as less words as possible. Because if you make a sentence which is 20 words longer, 20 words long, then it has to calculate the probability based on 20 different combinations, 20 different words and all of their combinations. So it is like 20 raised to 2, no, how is it? 8 cube or something? Yeah. So it has like so many parameters to think about. But if you create a sentence which is like 6 words long, then you are able to decrease the amount of probability and give it very, very specific instruction. And that specific instruction leads to a specific answer, which is not hallucination. By the way, we have had some really interesting conversations about hallucination. And one of the point of view which is very abstract from it is that you should treat every answer from AI as an hallucination. Even if it is giving you the right answer, it is a kind of hallucination because in reality it did not exist anywhere. So it is basically hallucination. Yes? It is not something that was, oh, you take a line and you give the line. It is if you take a line and it will rewrite the line, then it was kind of thinking of how to do it. So it's kind of a hallucination. So you should just treat AI as a hallucinator. And then you will never have a problem with it. Lack of context is also something that can make you frustrated when the prompts are not working. Start simple and then make it more complex. You could also actually do it point by point. You don't have to write the whole prompt in one. You do one prompt, ask it if it understands, do the second line of the prompt, third line of the prompt. So you have 5 different iterations. You have an understanding, and you're building its reasoning, so it is able to have less calculation at each step, so its final understanding is way better than one prompt understanding. Use action verb. What do I mean by action verb? Instead of saying, can you do this? Like, can you write a 1-page essay for me? Instead of that, I want you to write a 1-page essay for me. Because when you say, can you write, it first assesses whether it can write or not. So it is an additional line of processing. But when you say, I want you to write, then it is like a command and you have to do it. So prompts are not always about asking questions, but more like giving instructions. Provide examples is a very, very good thing. So if I want Gemini to generate an image for me, I give it an example image. I'm like, okay, look at this image and how it is built or how it is created. Similarly, I wanted to create this one. So what happens is if I want to use 10 images in a presentation, all of them are having a similar tone. Because I gave it one and I say, okay, for all the images that I ask you to create, follow this kind of pattern. So it uses the same kind of colors, kind of uses the tone, the same kind of patterns, and so on. So I am able to create a synergy. It's always good to iterate and refine your prompt before you ask it to execute it. Yeah, this would really, really help. All right. Now, with AI personas, how much time do we have? What is the time? 20 past 11, okay. 27 past 11, all right. Now, what are AI personas? What are AI personas? Roles that AI can use. Now, there are 2 ways in which you can use AI personas. One, you can assign AI persona a role to do a task, okay? And the second is you can assign a persona to AI to check your work. I'll tell you how. So for example, you create an AI persona of say, a marketing manager who is very good at doing deep tech marketing. And then you ask it to create a LinkedIn post. Yeah? So it creates a LinkedIn post based on all the information that you gave. Now, as a marketing manager, you created an AI post. You created a post. Now, who is your audience? Say if you're a B2B company, business-to-business company, your customers are deep tech startups, and you want to attract the chief technology officers to work with you. So next, what you're going to do is you're going to assign the persona of a chief technology officer of a deep tech startup to AI, and then give the LinkedIn post to that persona and ask, what is your perception of it? Ever did it? No? Target group analysis, market research. So one is you are acting as a manager and creating something, and the other is you're acting as an audience and testing what is the outcome. So if I take this presentation and if I say, oh, I would like to, I mean, we couldn't do a survey because it was too late. I don't know. You didn't receive a survey because I always do a pre-conference survey, which is just based on a few questions, like scale questions. When I get those scale questions, what I do is I create a summary of it, like a descriptive statistic of it, and then I put it in an Excel file, and I take my presentation. I give the Excel file and the presentation to AI, and I write a very, very simple prompt. You are going to assume the persona of my audience given in the Excel file. Yes. No. There are actually, an AI assistant is a set of, is like a bot, which is designed or let's say configured to answer certain set of questions based on certain data. What AI persona is you are asking, it's like a role. You know, I assign you, you are the director of the movie today. Now you become the director of the movie, something like that. So it's a little bit different. So now what I do is I give this Excel file with the answers of the audience. So it is giving information about my persona of the audience. And I ask it, what will be your perception about my presentation? So it will give me an understanding that if I have a very interdisciplinary audience, at what level does my presentation stand, and will my audience understand it or not? Yeah. If I write a research paper, I can ask what would be the perception of an editor-in-chief who might be doing a desk reject or not with that. Now, but with that, you have to be like really careful. I mean, you should not do that thing, but it's just giving an example, okay? Just teasing you. Yeah. Yeah.
Will this hallucinate if you say and evaluate if this will match the needs of my audience?
No. Hallucination is something that it can happen at any point, even with a simple prompt. It depends on what state the actual AI model is, you know, which is not in our control at the moment. So it's no point of discussing what is not in our control, because hallucination can even happen at a very simple thing. And one of the very good things is to like ask it to take a break and then answer. Like really, take a break and answer. And it will actually ask you, okay, now I've refreshed my memory. So it's kind of clearing out the cache that you have. That's the best way to avoid hallucination. But in general, currently there is no way to avoid hallucination. That's why I say, treat the whole thing as a hallucination. That's easier. Then you are having this critical point of view already. And about the persona, I think if you're using a simple chat, I think you should always use a different chat. Because if you're using the same chat, then it uses everything that it has answered before, so it will never go against its own prediction, yeah? Yeah, no. So you have to use another chat. You have to use a different chat, yes.
Actually, maybe it's better to use other agents, other company, like maybe ChatGPT, and then you can use
Yes, of course. Yes, but the thing is that, you know, if I give a presentation to 10 people, and ask 10 people will have 10 different views. So it's not about that. It's about getting to a point where you are satisfied with what it is explaining. And your understanding matches with its understanding. I think that's the only way to go about it. Because if you ask Gemini and ChatGPT to create a presentation from your content, both of them will create in a different way because of the way that they are trained. Now, it depends on which one do you like. Maybe you never like what Gemini does and you like ChatGPT does. So it's always a subjective opinion. I mean, that's why I'm saying that the whole thing has to be treated as a gray area. You cannot be objectively saying yes or no. The yes or no should be your decision. That's why it should be your decision. You are the center. And then everything else around you is like, let's say, assistants, you know, working for me. And one more thing about AI personas is that it's very, very important to define it in the right way as well. And there is also a structure that I've created to how to define it. So when you are defining an AI persona, of course, you have to define what is the role and the goal, what is the expert knowledge base, communication style, and specific instructions or constraint that you want to give it to a persona. So when you're defining the persona, you don't just say that assume the role of a designer. Now, well, designer can be graphic designer, road designer, any kind of designer. You have to be very, very specific and say, assume the role of a graphic designer who specializes in designing PowerPoint presentations for academic conferences. Now, what happens is when you define it in a really, really specific way, it is able to give you exactly what you're looking for. Because as an academic or as a business person or as an executive, you have expectation. But what you never do is you're expressing that expectation. And then you're like, I'm so frustrated with this. It never understands what I'm doing. Wait, how would it understand? It's not connected to your brain at the moment. Well, when it will be connected to your brain, then you can just think, oh, create a presentation. Then it knows everything about you, it knows what your subconscious is thinking, and it will give you what you basically want. Yeah, that is why they want to connect it to your brain. But I would never want that to happen, because if I lose the power of being able to express exactly what I want, then what makes me human anymore? Well, eating delicious food. I mean, I'm a foodie. I would just love to just sit and eat and like do whatever I want and never work in my life. It will be like the dream job to do. If I ever get thrown out of academia, which I think, I mean, hopefully never happens, but I would really like to be a food vlogger. Like just go to every street food, taste everything, and like record videos and share. Yeah, what life? Great. So now, we do an activity. Yeah. This activity is something to have like a lot of fun. Everybody has laptops, phones. Yeah. Before we do that activity, there is a technique called scamper, because we didn't have too much time, so I didn't want to go into the discussion of creativity and innovation, because I'm pretty sure everybody is creative here. I hold this persona that you all are creative. There is scamper have you ever heard about scamper? Yes? Scamper is a technique for, say, triggering creativity. Every letter of the word stands for a technique. Like S stands for substitute, C stands for combine, A stands for adapt, M is for magnify, which is like make it something bigger or smaller, and then you have P for put to other use, and so on. Have you ever seen an Airbus A380? The double-decker aircraft? No? There is a very, very, very good documentary series on Nat Geo, National Geographic, which is called Engineering Connections. Ever seen anyone? Engineering Connections? Oh, I would really encourage you to see it if you are into innovation and creativity. So what they do is they kind of find all of these technologies, and they show you how they are actually connected to nature or something that happened a few hundred years ago. For instance, I love this example of A380, because if you look at the wing design of A380, it is the only plane which is designed in a completely different way as compared to all other aircrafts. It has kind of an eagle wing. Have you ever seen? It actually has a curved eagle kind of wing. And they actually designed it by understanding how an eagle controls the airflow on the tip of the aircraft. Because if you use the conventional design of the airplane, then the Airbus A380's wings will be so wide that no airport in the world will be able to ever accommodate it. And then if you look at it from the top, then its design is exactly like a bow and an arrow in a stressed form. If you look at the design of the body itself, the material that is being used comes from the Kevlar of these ancient warriors that they were wearing on the chest. So all of these things are connections which were not taken from exactly for the plane, but they were put to other use, or they were adapted from different systems. So this technique basically helps you to be innovative and creative. So this thing that you will find here on the link is for you to use as an innovation trigger. Yeah. Okay. Now, what is the activity about? Let's think about a decentralized city in 2050. Yeah? How can that decentralized city in 2050 look like? So urban living is no longer centralized, so we don't live in like cities, we live in remote locations like our ancestors. We are going to find key opportunities, challenges, societal shifts. How does the work look like? How does education look like? All of these things. And what you're going to do is, you are going to do it in 2 rounds. You are going to use prompts to basically try to understand this scenario and how it will look like, and try to work with AI to come up with that, brainstorm with it. Yeah. Have you taken a screenshot of this? Because I would like to go to the next slide. The task is clear to everyone? You have to think, yes. Please. Oh, yeah. Of course. 100%. Oh, it's fresh water, yeah. Would you put seawater with in the cooling system? They will rust out the. Sorry. Yeah, it is sweet water. It is fresh water that is used in the cooling systems. I mean, it is often mixed with some chemicals as well, so there is also a problem with that. When they release it, they sometimes put the servers in the ocean, so it kind of also creates some kind of hazards because of the heat. So there are a lot of things. And of course, energy, there have been a lot of studies where they say that each prompt, there is a calculation, I don't remember the exact number, each prompt that we do is a certain amount of energy. And the amount of prompts that the world puts in one day is equivalent to some, I don't know, there is a city, name of a city. So amount of electricity used in that city is the amount of energy that one of these models use to just answer our prompts for one day. So it is using a lot of electricity, and good that you brought it up, because it always fascinates me that we are saying, oh, there is so much shortage of energy in this world. And then we spend so much energy in training this model, but they never have problem with energy. They never have outages. So there is a way to get unlimited energy from somewhere, yeah? Well, okay, now we are getting a bit cynical. We can discuss about this after. I don't want to run over because there is... No, you can actually Google it. There are a lot of reports. The International Energy Association released a report in which they actually mention this. If I'm producing poison, I will say poison is really sweet, you know? No, that was maybe a crazier thing. All right, so everybody understood the task? No? Right, so what we are going to do is we are going to imagine a decentralized city of 2050. Now you see what happened when I gave the prompt, it was unclear. Now I give the right prompt. We are going to imagine a decentralized city of 2050. What we are going to do is we are going to use AI to brainstorm how the challenges, opportunities, and societal shifts in such a city would look like, and how does the work, education, and other things in the society will look like in a decentralized city in 2050. Yeah? So now there is a lot of scope for creativity and innovation because we don't know how the city looks like. So with you and AI as a team, you are going to think about how it will look like, and then we can discuss about what are the key factors. Yeah? No, this is just for your support. If you are not able to come up with trigger words, trigger questions, then you can use the Scamper as your as a support. Yeah, that's just an additional resource for you. Now we're clear? Yeah. All right. So now the first part of the task is just use this structure to do the brainstorming with the prompt. Try to create a good prompt to get like a vision of the 2050 city. Anybody has any questions, please tell me and I will come to you. I'll just get some water. Mm-hmm.
They are working right now?
Yes.
The 10 past? Yeah, the long past 15, 20 minutes.
20 minutes, I hope so. trying the prompt? Any questions? Right?
It's very to show the link.
Show the link, okay. Maybe you will put it in the chat. It's a very short. Get to the left /scamper.
I can't. Okay.
Yeah. Because I need to change it back to. Yeah. You can just write.
I have a problem with shots. Okay, so we can go for this.
If you have any questions, just ask.
Future.
Think about what will be the most relevant thing in each of the part of the prompt. After you do both of them, I will give you a trick of how to even do it in a much better way, which maybe somebody is already using it.
We changed it today.
Sorry?
Yesterday we
Changed it?
Now we changed it.
Okay. I was really sick yesterday, so I couldn't do anything.
Oh, I changed it.
If you got any answers, and you got any answers? Start a new chat. Now, see, there are 6 points, there's 5 points. Persona, task, context, coordination. Put everything in one. Persona, how do you want to interact? You're a mayor, suburban, yeah, something suburban, right? No, you don't need to write all of it. You just write persona, and then you can write about what he's saying, because you know when we say act as a, all of these things are just words. No, you need to write it. Like the dark words are what you need to write on the like prompt. Those persona, and then colon, and then. Do you know how to go in on the next line in pressing the enter?
No, how
Do you know how to line break inside a chat?
Yeah, shift and
Yeah, you have to press shift and enter, then it will go to the next slide without sending the prompt. Because shift and enter, yeah. Yes.
I got something.
Oh, it's huge. I think you have to do some right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
where density
the prompt structure.
blah blah blah and society activity that is in cities, district, authority, blah blah blah, infrastructure.
Yes, it is good to see how it will behave, and now if you do it this way, you will see what will be the difference in the answer that you get. Sketch. Uh-huh.
Did you ask the people?
Because no, because what it basically means is that you have to, when you start a new chat, it will give you the basic model. Because right now it must be giving you the advanced model.
Yeah, but to who use purpose?
Hopefully, maybe this will work.
Okay.
And then next,
They will change it and send it today.
and then
And then we can like change. I don't think for LinkedIn we can change a post.
yeah.
Okay.
For LinkedIn, we can't do it again.
We can repost it or create a new post. Is that correct?
But the views are great. There's so many views on this video, 170.
Yeah, so we don't need to
Yeah.
keep it, but repost a new one.
New one.
With
Yeah,
a
because
correct, like,
and if you check the
this is
information, it
correct
might not
video.
be the right one as well.
Something like
It
that.
might have altered the information. Yes, because it is probably. Because whenever there is a scientific image, there is always a source. So it created a random one because there was no source in your image. That is the thing. That is why we don't use it to create factual data. That's why I'm saying it's always hallucinates. You don't use it to create factual data. My boss, he asked whether you know me, as the name. He said yes, and then he said, "Can you list all the publications that I have?" This is the 10th publication, out of his 9 were never published, or there were no papers like this. So it always hallucinates. That's why it's good to all things that don't exist, because it has a better hallucination than us. Because by default it can do it. That's why I put it in 2050. Now we put it in 2030 as our facts, so we don't need AI to do that. That's the thing. Does it work? Does it work? But it works for you? Okay. Did it? Okay, let's see. Did it work for you?
Ah, yes.
What did you get?
Well, I asked him to work as professional. I have to actually ChatGPT. I don't know why it doesn't work. I think it's still sleeping. But I use Gork, so I asked him work as professional. So this is a prompt.
Okay.
Act as a future thinker, design a future future of a decentralized city, context is used today's situation, but suggest a scenario for 2050,
Okay.
where we have decentralized it, write a paragraph, so this is a style.
Okay.
And create an image. So actually, this is like mixing.
Yeah.
And make the tone formal.
It made an image?
No.
Okay.
They ask by the end.
Do you need an
Do you need an image? Because I think it's need another prompt to do so.
So if you will do the same prompt
As a student
with,
or
with broken lines, you will see that the answer will be better.
with broken line.
Not a paragraph.
Ah.
You look at, say, put a dash and then say persona. Don't
Shift.
say act as. Persona like this and then.
Okay, it's the same prompt, but okay.
Because what it does is when you create a paragraph, it needs to take the consideration of the whole paragraph. When you put it in lines, it basically
Read line by line.
yes. Anybody online has some interesting results?
Yeah, so I came in late. I'm Jesper, by the way.
Hi, Jesper.
But, yeah, so I'm not sure if I did the task correctly, but I followed your prompt structure.
Yeah.
Okay, decentralized cities. Imagine a future where.
And
Okay,
and
I didn't get that. Yeah.
would you like to show us your results?
So what I asked ChatGPT. Is that correct? That I can use any AI, right?
Yeah, any AI. Yeah.
Okay, sure. So I just asked them to improve the climate strategy of Copenhagen municipality.
Uh-huh.
And I'm surprised about the results. Actually,
Is it, are they good or bad?
Huh? So it just gave me like, I asked them also to make it in like paragraph and bullet points.
Yeah.
So it wanted to building retrofits and waste heat integration.
Yeah.
So it wanted to improve the district heating network and wastewater heat recovery. And I don't know what wastewater. Okay, so it's the run back.
Right.
I guess. Yeah, okay. But from the sewage systems, so.
Yeah, using it again, reusing the water.
Yeah, okay, that's a good idea. I'm not sure if thought about
So
that.
Jesper, maybe we'll try to do this one. So like think about a decentralized city in 2050 and then use the similar prompt structure to understand what will be the key opportunities, challenges, and societal shifts, and what could work, education and commerce in a widely distributed and power, and how would it look like?
Sure, I'll do that. Thanks.
Yeah, welcome. Do I keep this or you have it already? Okay, I will keep this for a moment. If you want, you can take a screenshot. And then I can take it back to the prompt. Okay. Right. So you have tried this already? Yeah? Sorry. Right. So you have tried this already? Yeah? Do you see any difference of how specific the answer gets when you give it a very specific prompt? Probably. Yes. It's still thinking? Because maybe but it is in the same chat? Okay, maybe it's just slow. But you should make it like this, like tone academic. Yeah, no, I mean it's also alright. Because it's easier for it to understand. These are like key points that exactly understand. So what it will do is it will decrease your prompt. It removes all of the useless words. It makes the prompt really short.
Sorry, on the website. I need to check
You have a response? Is it better or worse?
I haven't said, let's do it.
See how systematic it is?
Yeah, I asked him for a video.
Table, yeah. You see, now you can listen.
I like it. Nice. And I also asked
It,
yeah, I know.
That's something new. Right, so if you have already tried it, now please try it in this way, where when you define a persona, don't just write one line or one word about it, but define what is the role and the goal of that persona, what is the expert knowledge-based communication tools in a bit more detailed line about the role. And now what you will see is that when you define this persona in a bit more detailed way, you will even get answers which are more accurate. The reason why you get answers which are more accurate is because once it understands who it is, then it is able to understand what is the best way to answer. Yeah? In the future, believe me, that I will say two things, or maybe I will do it after you do this. I don't want to spoil it.
Sessions in both sorts.
There is one more thing about language. You could actually do it in any language, it doesn't matter, but you have to remember that these models right now, as far as my understanding is, or understanding of most people that I know is, as soon as you give it in any language, it translates to English, processes it in English, and then gets the answer in English and just shows you back the answer in the same language that you have. So, well, it kind of adds another level of process, so it adds another layer of possibility of error. Because you might say some word which is translated into another word of understanding, and it can be lost between the translation. So it's actually good to try to translate the prompt from, say, DeepL or Google Translate, verify the English version, and then see the answer directly. Then it would give you a better answer. People who are online, if anybody has any questions, don't hesitate to ask, yeah? Antonio, do you get anything interesting? Please unmute yourself, we cannot hear you.
Yes, can you hear me well?
Yes, yes, we can hear you.
Yes, sorry, I can't connect 5 minutes ago. I'm not very, understand very well the question, so.
Okay.
Sorry.
Would you like me to show you what we are doing?
No, it's okay, thank you very much.
Okay, yeah. Okay, all right, no worries.
maybe you can stream it for Facebook. Facebook, but which link is there? It's the same link, but the same Zoom. Yeah, maybe they are not. Maybe they are not streaming them. They're not streaming on. Oh no, I think they're streaming it because there is some online sessions.
Anyone got any interesting results? Okay, so because we have just 4 or 5 minutes left, so I wanted to show you one more thing. Well, this is just the normal stuff that I end up with, saying that small actions today lead to giant reflections tomorrow. You starting to use better prompts today will make you a better expert at doing these things. Some critical thinking, collaboration, communication, creativity, these are very important skills. And you know, Charles Darwin said about the survival of the fittest, but he also said that it is not just about survival of the fittest, but it is about survival of the one that is most adaptable to change. And we need to become the ones which are most adaptable to change. This is my LinkedIn. If you would like to get connected, you could scan or you can find me later. You can also write me an email if you would like at a later point, because I know that we have another session here. We don't have much time for Q&A. And I would like to show you one more thing, which will take 30 seconds. Can I? Yes, I need.
Well, I will go to the second one.
So, Olga, is it me who is presenting now? Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we are waiting for Yash to finish the AI workshop, and we are starting the scientific sessions right away without any breaks. In this main room on site, we stay for session number 3. I see that all the speakers are here, and those online for session number 3, please stay in the main room, in Zoom. And I will open the breakout room for those who would like to join session number 4. And for those on site, if you want to listen to the speakers of session 4, or if you are presenting there, please change the rooms for the smaller one. So Yash asked for okay, maybe we could share that as our participants later by mail. Okay. Your president. Okay, just start this specific session, and Yash will share what he has to share. Definitely, this is after the session. So I'm now giving to the moderator of today's session, Professor Bożena Milczarek. She's the head of the Executive MBA program at Wrocław Tech within the Polish-American Business School. So please, Professor Milczarek, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Olga. First of all, it's really my pleasure to be here and to welcome all persons who are joining us here at this beautiful building, and also all other persons who are connected through online tools. So I think that this conference gathers professionals, researchers, researchers and students, so it's quite a diverse audience. And just a short note, I know that it was scheduled for 1 hour, and there are 5 presentations, and we are a little bit late now, thanks to. And so therefore, I would ask you to limit your presentations to 10 and then at the end of the session, there will be able to ask questions. And as the lunch is scheduled at 1 o'clock, I think we should stay at the time limit. So first of all, let me introduce Jan Pedersen, and the talk.
Anyway, so I can start until I get the permission to share. So I'm.
Yes, sure.
Yes, you can start. I can share. Okay.
Yes. Yes.
It's just looking a little bit strange when I try to share, but let me try. Oof. Okay, so maybe I have some problems with my settings here. I'm sorry. Okay, now I think it's working. Thanks. Okay. So you can see my screen now?
Yes, we can see your presentation, but we can also see the screen of your computer. Oh, yeah, that's okay now.
Okay, let me. Okay, like this? It's good?
It's okay.
Okay. Okay, thank you for being here, and welcome to this short presentation about the policy relevance of scenarios. And so I don't know if you are familiar with the scenario concept, but the scenario concept is like the backbone of the IPCC, the UN panel on assessing climate change. So we use like emission scenarios for assessing the socioeconomic developments, possible developments in the future. So we have various scenarios. Some are like dynamics as usual. Some are like worst case. Some are like reaching the Paris Agreement, like reducing our emissions. The worst case we use for adaptation analysis. So the right sequence of the IPCC would be working group 3, because it's using like the emission scenarios, the socioeconomic drivers like economy, energy, input, output, population increase, and so on. And this is used to assess the emission outputs, which is used for climate scenarios to assess the future climate change, physical climate change. And when we know the physical change, like sea level rise, melting of ice, something like that, then we can assess the global impacts and regional impacts and national impacts also. So this would be the right sequence, and this is also how the IPCC or the literature is using like scenarios. So we have the emission scenarios first, then climate scenarios, and then the impact scenarios. So that's also why the IPCC working group 2 is normally the latest to be published. Anyway, we find out that there is a knowledge gap in the development of scenarios. So scenario
panelists today. And we start with Mr. Mateusz Mandziuk, who will talk about emerging technologies on radio broadcasting, on organizational practices and consumer perception. The floor is.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I was already told that maybe it's a little bit too flashy, so I hope to grab your attention. I usually present in the field of NGO or creative fields, so they like the flashy presentations more. Can I have the clicker? Is it here? Yeah. Yeah. So I'm last year or last semester student here at Politechnica, and I'm currently doing my master thesis, and I also wanted to present you some of the conclusions and what I'm doing in this field. So I don't know if you ever heard, but it was in October last year that there was a little bit of an outrage in Poland because a public radio offshoot in Krakow decided to end the agreements with human hosts and instead use an avatars based on AI that would present the things in the radio with specific interests of said personas. So if you've been on the training, you kind of know already what it is. And this basically sparked an outrage, especially among journalists who even wrote an open letter. But it was also discussed to some extent on the public field. So a little bit going back, you may know that radio has developed over the last 100 years, especially because of two certain parameters. Firstly, because you have other media that you probably use, such as television, social media, internet streaming, or even CDs that you may listen your music on. But also because of technology, the radio itself changed. So not only have it adapted because of competition, but as the studies show, it also changed because the way we do radio, and I mean we because I'm also part of here local radio, is different compared to 20 or 30 years ago. So at October, when I was thinking about what I want to do with my thesis, I went to now my supervisor to ask him, oh, do you think that it is just an echo chamber that I'm in? That people who are doing journalism, that people who are passionate about radio and listen to it were outraged? Or is this that was just common among people? How, if I would be interested in it, how I can measure it, how I can see how it looks like. But the other thing, as I'm on the Faculty of Management, was that, okay, how does it impact the business? Radio as a business will be accepted by the listeners, how it will affect the work the journalists are doing in the radio, but also will those changes bring any possibilities for profit or for products that we can implement in this spectrum. So I asked, okay, what do journalists think, people who are in there? And I also thought, what do listeners have in mind when they hear about such changes? For example, those personas with AI. So at the beginning, you also saw that the topic originally is the emerging technologies. And after assessing most of them through the literature, we decided that, okay, maybe like biotechnics doesn't really impact the radio. And even from the communication technologies, most of them are too advanced to, I would say, to some extent, like Internet of Things or quantum computing may probably not soon affect the radio. So we decided to focus on AI because it's kind of a meta technology that impacts vast areas of work, also including different parts of how radio is run. So in my research, I'm currently still doing the data acquisition. I'm still working on it. So far, I have 6 semi-structured interviews with people from student radios, from public institutions, and from some of the private, some of the radios operating as private enterprises. And I also, because that's a qualitative part of this research, and with qualitative to see how the people view this problem, I'm gathering a survey based on user unified theory of acceptance and technology usage. There is a typo there, and the second version of it. So I want to see how people see those changes, potential changes, and how they view them, how they will impact the radio, how they will change the way they interact with it. Is it beneficial, and is it something that they're looking in or for in the radio? So far, the initial results, I will try to go through it. I have 2 minutes. I will go through it briefly. I will today focus on the interviews that I conducted. So basically, everyone agreed that this change is inevitable, that the AI will be present in the radio, and maybe some radios will try to be old-styled radios and not implement it, but basically for the simple reason that you see about below is that, for example, in newsroom or in reporter work, it's just so much work that you have to do. It takes a lot of hours. Like it's just so, yeah, there's another typo with rapid pace, not past. You can see that those solutions can help them lift the burden that they now see with the fast pace of work, the amount of work they have, for example, to do in a very short time when they want to have a interesting breakthrough news to prepare something, things like sound, video, or text that they need, transcripts, which are that were mentioned almost every time, that this is something that takes a lot of time, and even now they use AI tools to just do it automatically because it's a lot of hours less of sitting there and doing it for the videos. But things also like subtitles and brainstorming can be helped, in their opinion, with AI. Okay, 30 seconds. Yeah, other things like some of the AI-generated sounds, such as IDs, so that you hear something at the beginning, go, oh, it's 2 o'clock in radio XYZ. And other sounds that may be useful, but you don't have time to gather them from the real world. But what is needed is a certain framework, because I talked with people who were interested in the topic to some extent, but they said strongly that not everyone is as tech savvy and they may feel lost. Therefore, they need some guidance in how to use it, and there is a great potential in working on that. And a lot of the fears or those confusion that the people have is, according to the people I spoke with, is because they fear they see their work as something that is an artisan, or they even see themselves as artists. So they want to keep this if they ever will use automation related with AI. And just last one thing, the idea that is currently, I think, the most interesting is a lot of the people I spoke with said something that they would be interested in, something I called listen on demand. So it is not as you're listening on a streaming when you select the music, but you can, to some extent, as a listener, select topics, music, or information that you're more interested, for example, science compared to culture. In the same time, still keeping the host-listener relation, the brand and community, which in their opinion is the key to keep the radio going and what is radio about. Thank you so much. Thank you for your time.
You're an engineer. Okay, as we are a bit late of time, I may allow for 2 questions. I have one. I have a mic, so I'm the one who will ask a question. I love the expression, the old type radio. Now I feel old, like ancient, you know. But I used to work in the radio, and I'm still giving, as an expert, the radio interviews. And I'm just wondering, because radio is based on your active listening, right? Which, in the way, is the skill, the competence we are losing as a humanity, as a people, as a society. We are more visual. We are having a visual culture right now. So even, for example, if you are a student, so you have a lecture, if there will be no presentation, just a teacher talking, your brain is just turning off. So how is it compared to the idea of modern AI regulated radio?
So to some extent, I have to disagree with your active listening, because when I talk with people, they usually define radio as a medium that is something that is next to you, that you're actively doing something different. For example, you're in the kitchen, you're chopping some tomatoes, or you're in the car and you're listening the radio by. So they see the role of the radio as a companion that is just sometimes grasping your attention, but is something that you like to have around. And this is the mindset that they all mentioned, and we were discussing the implementation based on kind of this assumption. So I would have to stick here for that, but it's interesting view to also include people who have different approach, how they would react.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Any other questions? No, no active listeners around. Okay, so now I would invite the next speaker, who is Franz Knipp, right? Okay, I'm very bad with surnames and with different pronunciation. And you are from University of Applied Science in Burgenland with the FAIR. So, and you were talking about FAIR AI, right? Okay, so.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you for the introduction. I want to introduce you to a project where the University of Applied Science Burgenland is a partner of, and it's one of many partners. If you look at the slide, it's a big project consisting of 8 higher education institutions, including our institution, of 4 research institutes and 10 industry partners, and it's led by the Austrian Institute of Technology, AIT. And the name of the project is FAIR AI. In view of the expected regulations in the field of artificial intelligence, 4 ethical principles for trustworthy AI have been developed right before the start of this project, based on the digital humanism. And these 4 principles are respect for human autonomy, prevention of harm, fairness, and explicability. And from these ethical principles, 4 key requirements have been derived, and now we have to implement this with respect to the EU AI Act, and the big question is, how should we do this? And this is the moment when this project FAIR AI comes into play, and it's investigating how trustworthy AI can be implemented and assessed. And this is done in various work packages. You see the number here, VP4, VP6, and so on, where you can see also the different subtopics which have to be covered in these work packages. And these guidelines and methods are not only developed without respect to the real applications. So they are developed within a framework of 7 research modules brought by the industry partners. And these research modules or these use cases reflect actual applications developed by the industry partners. It's quite diverse. We have quite interesting solutions, like, for example, this Brandner, the use case brought by Brandner is a use case. They use AI to detect the type of waste when it's put into the van collection, just to know the quality, because it's necessary to for how's this waste called, for organic, thank you, for organic waste, to have some degree of quality to use it for as organic waste. Otherwise, it has to be used as residual waste. So if there are lots of plastics inside and so on, and so they started how to find out the quality of the waste, and installed smartphones right inside collecting cars and determine the quality and at the end, they can tell us which maybe family, which house has which type of waste, and so this is might be a highly sensitive information because the cameras are that good that they can read if someone puts in some paper, they can read the text on the paper. So they also have to take care about the trustworthiness of AI. Furthermore, the use cases have been selected in a way that all the risk levels of the EU AI Act are covered, except the use case where, except there is of course no use case for this top of this pyramid where the use of AI is prohibited according to this act. A key step for implementing trustworthy AI is the training for current as well as future employees working on AI. And the educational partners bring in the expertise in educational topics to build such educational modules, and our university is proud of to be one of the let's say best partners in this in the project, providing such content and developing such materials and modules. And they are made by us and the other institutions and made available to the other projects members. And we furthermore develop such models in a way that we can use and reuse them at our own institution in a number of degree programs, namely in the Human Resource Management and Law program, in the Bachelor program for International Sustainable Business, and last but not least in a new program which starts this fall in AI Systems Engineering. So this way we want to make a contribution to the fields of ethics in the AI and so improve the further development of AI. Thank you.
Thanks. Do you have any questions?
Very short one. Is this project just launched or you are in the middle of the implementation? The Fair AI, the project itself.
The project itself is running, so it's an iterative process, and we are now at the cycle 2 of 4. Yeah.
Thank you. Another question? Yeah. Okay. Active listening. Okay. I would say that's quite interesting as we're going from the friendly AI use, like a partner, radio partner, through the ethical way of thinking, how to use AI to be ethical. And as I read yours and I listened to your presentation, we have a high risk of this. Using of AI might be, I would say, not erasing our humanity by taking our job, but we can be manipulated better and better, right? Okay, thank you. And now we are moving to the another area of AI, also with the attitude, but towards what we are doing here at the university. So about the ethics in education, higher education, right? So Ms. Mielma. Mielma. I'm just going with G. Mielma from University of Pristina.
Thank you very much. Hi, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here today as part of the for Pipe 2 project. It's really a pleasure to attend this large conference, CloudEARTHi. Today, I'll be speaking a little bit on the integration of the about an initiative, national initiative in Kosovo about integrating the artificial intelligence in teaching and learning, so in our higher education system. So what was the main, so this is the content of presentation. I will shortly present our activities, our motivation, what are we doing and what are the plans for the future, as well as some preliminary results on the use of the AI by the professors in the higher education of Kosovo. And so so this is a short introduction. So the main reason was like to align higher education with the labor market needs. So this is like to integrate the artificial intelligence in teaching and learning. It's coordinated with two other colleagues, Gentrit and Lura. So the target institutions are all higher education in Kosovo, and it is one of those few projects funded by Trump. So because it has AI and it doesn't have like diversity or equity. So what were some of the main reasons for doing this project? Was actually because we have now our students who each of them have a phone in their pocket, and each of them are using different AI to answer everything what we are actually asking. And on the other hand, as related to the academic stuff, we are somehow split into two. Groups. One is like who is actually advising students to stay away from the AI, tools, and the rest who are a little bit trying or seeking the way on how to adopt the AI tools. By seeing this trend, we think that the youth are the ones who actually are setting the trends, and we consider as a risky behavior if we ask them to stay away from these kind of technologies while they are using. So we have to make it formally because they are anyway using it. So that's why we have now these challenges appearing, like the ethical use currently, then lack of guidelines, and also fear of plagiarism. And so what are the opportunities, like innovative teaching to achieve through OpenAI tools, and also labor market readiness? So what are some of the main objectives of our project is to integrate the AI into teaching and learning. So we are specifying this because we are not dealing currently with research. Second, we want to build the AI literacy among staff and students. Third, we aim to empower students and also to develop some national guidelines on the ethical use of the AI in teaching and learning. So what are some of the work package structure? Preparation phase, we have distributed some questions, some surveys related to the use of the artificial intelligence for the teachers and students. Currently, we are running a survey on the use of or on the adoption of the AI by the teachers. Soon we will also launch a questionnaire on the use of AI by our students. We are doing a mapping of the AI tools. So we want to inform our teaching staff and our students about the available tools that are currently, even though they are very rapidly developing. And as I said, we aim to develop a policy paper that will provide some guidelines for the Kosovo Accreditation Agency, for the Ministry of Education, because this is also the first project at national level of its kind, which has a very specific focus. So I mean, the policy and guidelines will be distributed widely, including the private, also the private institutions. What are some of the short-term impacts? So service training, access to tools, AI-enhanced teaching and learning, and also preliminary policy framework. Long-term impact, so it will have an impact on the national AI education policy. It will provide some, it will increase the digital skills for the workforce, and also ethical AI adoption in higher education. So our trainings that we will develop and that will be held in autumn, they will be open source, meaning that they can be further, they will be handed over to the training centers across public institutions, that they can be further run by other centers, even though we consider that the AI is very rapid, is a very rapid field that is developing very fast. And of course, we also have to be conscious about the content of the training to be quite up to date. Then advocacy, so we are also advocating for scaling up the project, and also policy institutionalization, because we think it's quite a fear if we have every student using the AI and we don't have like institutional guidelines that I would say like guide and regulate the way on how it can be used. Here are some preliminary results. As I said, we have just launched a questionnaire on the use of the AI tools by teachers, so only by teachers. We have, so the questionnaire was in Albanian, and we have just translated them a bit fast. So I ask for an apology if you will see any technical mistake. So anyway, so how often do you use artificial intelligence tools in your academic activities? So as we see, we have an increasing trend among the teaching staff to use it. So we have like between rarely and average, as well as often. So we have like a split between these three categories related to the weights on using the AI tools. Most of the teachers said that they use it to brainstorm, then to develop exercises, activities for their courses, to develop educative content, to prepare for lectures, generate questions for exams or assessment. Then for even it is being used as a tool for language translations, and also for administrative tasks. And I want to highlight that this result will help us also to, to somehow develop also the content for our training, to adopt them better, because we also had a focus group, and we've seen like most of the teachers, they do not know how to do the prompting, for instance, or they use it, let's say, ChatGPT for research activities, which is like, again, not the adequate tool. So that's why we consider like developing mapping of the AI tools along with the trainings will help them to better, and especially in the end, the guidelines. Here we have like perception of the AI tools and its impact on integrity. We have asked them like if they considered AI like a double-edged sword, or as a way to level the playing field, as a tool for students to cheat, or with concern for human elements. So as we see, we had like a diverse, answers, but definitely it is still considered as a tool for cheating. It's a fear, among professors. So what tools are mostly used? So in my country, the most popular, it doesn't mean that it is the best one, but the most popular is ChatGPT, followed by Gemini. It's also the students, they mostly use ChatGPT. This is more popular compared to, so that's why it's very important for us to increase the awareness also about the other AI tools which are available in the market. Regarding with the trust in the AI, what we currently see is that we have major respondents who are neutral, and some of them, they somehow believe or have trust, like AI tools appear to be reliable. Behavior, so still using AI tools is a good idea. They agree that it is a good idea. It makes the work more enjoyable, but we still agree that in order to make the work more enjoyable, we need to know how to use this tool. This is purpose of use. I aim to actively learn about the practical application of artificial intelligence. So roughly like 20% of the respondents, they are willing to learn about the practical application of the artificial intelligence. So this is it. Thank you. Do you have any question? I hope I was not too long.
Of course, I have a question. That's for me very interesting, as I don't know how about you, I'm talking to the academic community. We do struggle with using AI by our students, that's first, and we have no tools to check if they write or think in their own way. We have one of the students here, and I don't want to ask how do you use AI during writing your masters and so on? Yeah, that was the answer. But we are unable right now to check if, legally unable to check if the thesis, bachelor, engineer, master thesis, are written by a student or AI. We do have a tool for plagiarism, but right now, I can say that the student wrote the thesis with the ChatGPT or by ChatGPT, but I cannot prove it. So that's a problem. One problem we are struggling. The second problem we are struggling, most of academic staff, academic teacher, cannot use AI tools. So, for example, even here in our university, we do have Gemini, official Gemini. We do have this Microsoft Copilot. We do have Scopus AI to do the research, but the teachers are not able to use it because they don't know how. And they're just using ChatGPT because that makes life easier. And I have a question connected to that. Do you think the academic staff, the academic teachers, willing to know, willing to be taught how to use AI tools in a proper way? They're willing to take time to, adapt to the new reality?
So as I said, we already had a focus group, and so we are in touch with them. So those who are using are willing to receive additional trainings, and as I said, we will have a series of trainings in autumn on how to use. Second, related to your problems, like you're not able to detect plagiarism, we have the same problems. And what we see now is the declining in terms like asking the students to do homework, first. Second, we are just now in the process of reaccreditation of the programs. We have removed completely bachelor thesis right now because we don't know what to do, as they are really writing very fast every seminar paper and everything with ChatGPT. But as I said, we believe that through trainings and guidelines, we have to institutionalize, because the youth is using them. And so we have just to, we have to follow, and we have to create a legal kind of conditions.
I think, we need to follow. We cannot skip AI at the university level. Yeah. Do you have another question? Okay.
Okay, so you presented data that the research that is based on the self-reporting data, declarative data. So the first question is about the how to get the non-declarative statements. So how to make it data-driven based on, for example. Gathering body data or something, like to get beyond being self-reporting data, being the state of self-reporting data. And the second question is about academic AI. Okay, so this one is one. So this one is the most important one. We have also academic AI, like for example, Stanford introduced Storm. And for us at Kazimierz University, this is a chance to talk about critical thinking and using AI to get beyond the tool-oriented level. And the question is, are you going to include this official university-approved AI tools to the research?
So related to the survey, this is done, so we have done a focus group, first, second, now it's a structured questionnaire, which is built using technology acceptance model and unified theory of acceptance model, UTA2 to the second. Regarding the adoption of the AI tools, we've seen, for instance, in Ireland, some protests that are being held against those giants companies, and now it depends, like if we will move to our own, let's say, AI system, it depends from, I would say from the budget, it depends from the ministry and also the rector. But for the training, we will use these one, which are actually available and that people are using.
Thank you for your questions. And now we have one online participant, Mohammed Badawi. I hope he is with us.
Yeah, hello.
Mohammed, are you here with us?
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. And Mohammed will tell us shortly, Access the Earth. So an AI-based multi-source platform for accelerate and accurate mineral exploration. And Mohammed, the floor is yours.
Yeah, okay, thank you so much. Hello, everybody. It's my pleasure to present our innovative idea today, Access Earth. It's an AI-based multi-source platform for accelerated and accurate mineral exploration. Actually, we have nowadays several challenges regarding securing strategic raw materials and developing a new deep technologies that can go aligned with sustainable planning, not only in Europe, but all over the world. So we try to find an innovative solution, which is called Access Earth. Here we try to merge and use multi-source data sets, including geophysical, geochemical, and satellite data, in addition to remote drone data. And all of this can be integrated to develop advanced AI technologies that can increase the accuracy, reducing the time and risks for mineral exploration sector and urban development. We have validated our approach with several scientific publications in highly ranked journals, and then we tried take our first step into the market, and we have developed our applications that will be accessible both in Google Play and the App Store for iOS. And here you can see some screenshots showing the usage of the application. You can choose any area of interest, and then you can choose a type of data you want to use, like remote sensing or geophysical data, for example. And then after processing within few minutes, you can find a complete processed data set showing the area of interest in high resolution images or highlighting the potential areas for mineralization. Actually, this application can add value for the customer by increasing the accuracy, reducing the costs, and reducing the time as a preliminary step for exploration for mineral deposits. And we are targeting to focus on the mining companies and infrastructure development agencies, or also the geological surveys all over the world. But we will focus in the first step on the Africa and the Middle East because of two reasons. First of all, our application is perfect in desert areas without any vegetation cover, and also we will focus especially in the Saudi Arabia because they have a plan to enrich their mineral exploration sector in 2030. So we can say that this application would be lead the virtual reality and 3D modeling in the mining industries. We are two researchers in Miskolc and the Brits universities in Hungary, and we have around 10 years of experience in geological exploration and AI and software developing. So thank you very much, and if you have any questions.
Thank you so much. I think we might have, especially the mining department, which is not present right now, right here. I would like to ask if it's possible to write and contact you with you via email or a chat here during the conference. That would be perfect. Or maybe someone has any questions? No. So I'm pretty sure there would be some questions, but please be ready to have an email or a chat questions after all.
Oh, okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. And the last panelist we are having today is Tamer, who is talking about
future scenario. Good. So hello everyone. Actually today it's not talk, it's a workshop. So I hope everyone will give me his and her attention, because you will answer some question by the end or during the workshop. I will make it very short because I know that the lunch is started now. So actually you heard during today keynote speaker about the IBCS reports and Fern this report that include 4 or 5 chapters that hopefully will be implemented at worldwide. Actually, this report actually produced by our research group, or we was working on this report. We have like lead 2 chapters there. And we are very interested in the scenarios for sustainable blue, especially for North Norway. For North Norway. So I will try to, yes. So first of all, keep in your mind that blue food system, first of all, what's the blue food? Blue food, any type of food that we get from water. Fish, seafood, seaweeds, any type of fish or food that we get from water is blue food. Blue food system is something different. This is all the elements and activities that are related to producing and consuming food. So transport food is food system. Energy that used to create food or to consume food, this is part of the food system. We have several types of scenarios. Today, I would like to focus on 2 of them. One of them is a horrible scenario. This is the thing that most probably will happen. And the preferable scenario, this is the one that we like to happen. So every one of you start to think, this is the scenario that most probably will happen. This is something that we know it will happen. Okay? But maybe you prefer something different. The scenarios that we present in a second from now, this is actually made within aligned to the Green Deal and the environmental sustainability. this is like the constraints of the different scenarios. Like this is the things that we start to look at as a fishery, aquaculture, transport, tourism, energy, and so on. And now I will present you 4 scenarios. You have to keep these 4 scenarios in your mind because you will vote by the end of the presentation. First scenario is productions, and actually this is business as usual. So you can imagine in 2040, so after 15 years from now, we have the same business as today. Of course, it will be expanded. Like the same way, we have a lot of fishings around, fishing boats. They still using service trolls. They open this open bin aquaculture. We have a lot of pollution there. We have even still extract oil. Maybe there is some greenwashing, so we're still using this, or we start to introduce some wind electricity. So this is the first scenario. The second scenario is high tech. So can we imagine if we have like a scenario in 10 years from now where we have very high technology? In this scenario, actually, we need a lot of money. We need big companies that go to the market in order to invest. And here, actually, we have production. So we have a lot of fish that we produce, but it's produced in small areas. So actually, we produce fish just here. We used this closed bin, so actually there is no pollution from the bin to the water. We start to protect something, like we start to protect actually 30%, 20% of the coastal zones. So in this scenario, we have high technology. In this scenario, we succeeded to protect our ecosystem to some extent, but also we bought some like job, people still working, and we need here money to flow into this scenario. The third scenario is conservation scenario. So actually this is need a legal action. So the government say there is no fisheries, there is no aquaculture, they just stop everything. So this scenario actually we protect. So actually we protect more than 30%, even 40% of our coastal ecosystem. So we actually achieve the target. But there is a problem in this scenario because, you know, if you stop everything, where the people will live? You need to have like some jobs, especially in coastal community where the people are living on jobs that are related to this type of industry. The last one is regenerative scenario. And in this regenerative scenario, actually, we try to use circular economy. So we make our life small. We didn't invite big companies to come in, but small companies, we still produce fish. There is some job market. So actually it's balance between both. So there is business going on, small business, not big business, but also we succeeded to protect our ecosystem. Right? So this is the 4 scenarios. So the 4 scenarios are regenerative, small is beautiful. We have small ecosystem. We succeeded to protect our life, business as usual, like today. We have the high-tech one, and we have the conservation one where the government say, stop, you can't move anymore. Right? So now my question to you, and please vote by maybe not moving through the room, but just raise your hand. What do you think that the future scenario that most probably will happen? So this is the most probable. So you're saying this is the one that will happen? Okay, so you say productive. So anyone who is agree with productive, please raise your hand. Productive is like today, like we will have the same situation and we move as this. 2, okay? So if we go to the high-tech one, who is saying that the high-tech one will be the future? 4, okay. Who saying that regenerative, small is beautiful? will lead in the future. One, okay. And the conservation scenario, who thinks that the conservation scenario is the lead in the future? Sorry?
Maybe communist states.
Yeah, but well, it will not work really because they work behind the money. So this again is this business things. Okay, so now I think some of you vote for the high tech. The majority vote for the high tech. Some for regenerative. Some for business as usual. No one for the conservation. Now we will go to the second part. What you like to see? Regenerative. Okay, regenerative. Okay, so majority regenerative. Thank you very much. So I think this is already confirmed by different workshops. We ran this workshop several times and all of them came with the same conclusion. People like to go for regenerative or conservation, this or that, but all the people think that no, most probably it's like today's situation or maybe the high-tech one. Good, thank you very much.
Thank you, Demer. Thank you. So, no, we are all hungry. Can you ask a question during lunch? Thank you. So now we are having a lunch and we meet at 2 on the main room. Okay? Bon appetit.
شفت ايه رايك يا ريس؟ بتاع كله. انا بنزل بعد الظهر بشقط سمك في البحر. انا هحط الكمبيوتر تعالى نتغدى.
انا هروح اخد العيال اغديهم وبعدين
يا عم
برجع.
ما تيجي ما تتصل بيا.
هروح اغديهم الاول وبعدين برجع كمان شويه.
طيب اتفق معاهم النهارده في العشاء. معمول لهم حساب.
هشوف.
معمول لهم حساب والله. ماشي. طيب ماشي.
Just wait, leave the meeting or leave the separate room?
was
I
good.
think it's a test idea. I'm a semi-person, semi-normal. If
I-
you think it's definite, that's very bad.
I think this was fine. If you do it more formal, if you, I'm taking now really, really good at something, then you can panic a little bit.
Yeah.
So this is fine.
If you can use some seconds of that, whatever.
I know what I have to get from there.
Yes.
Your video. We didn't got that much time to talk about it. But you're having lunch.
I'm having lunch. I was giving you the things.
My.
Oh yes, sorry.
Actually, yes.
From now on, I start shaking. You know, because then never
FONCOLI means ETK. FONCOLI stands for Easy Fund. FONCOLI. FONCOLI crowdfunding FONCOLI crowdfunding platform. So as a physician, finance expert, and media. Finance, physician, medical doctor, and journalist. TV owner. We're an ecosystem enabler. We are enabling ecosystem. And we are the ecosystem enablers trying to connect and globalize between Turkey, Africa, Europe, and United States. Of course, C plus advisor. You can mention that that's the most important one. And will be your boss. Thank you. Yeah, no problem.
Hello. So I think we should start now. I hope that you enjoyed the lunch. And now we start the second part of the second day of the conference. And we will start with our keynote speaker, Yafuz Slim. So Yafuz actually is a managing partner for Afro.TV. This is a platform that streams and broadcasts to Africa for almost 1 billion persons. Also, he is co-founder and managing for Fund Live, which is a crowdfunding mechanism that support startups. And he is a financial expert, he is a medical doctor, and he owner of TV channel. And one of the most important things that he is ecosystem builder. So he helped innovation ecosystem to be rise and to be strong. And we have a pleasure to have him as an advisory board member for C+ project. So please welcome Yavuz.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm so honored to be here with such a special group of colleagues. I'm really excited. Wishing a wonderful, beautiful afternoon in Poland, Wrocław. While we're enjoying this day, I thought it would be important to share some updates about the current opportunities in early technology startups from a point of view of a Turkish and American. I'm really want to thank from the bottom of my heart to the CloudEARTHi initiative and the coordinator Tamer Ebu Alem. Tamer is a true leader in really connecting people because your network is your network at the end. And especially Olga for doing an amazing work in welcoming everybody here with full energy every morning, 7 a.m. A strong round of applause to Tamer and Olga, please, and also everyone who is supporting you. Thank you. Thank you. I need to make people wake up after the lunch. My name is Yavuz Selim Sılay. I'm a physician, entrepreneur, and venture architect. I have, as dear Tamer said, we have connections as a Turkish American in the United States. We are the largest physician entrepreneur group, Society of Physician Entrepreneur, based in Colorado, United States. And also, we have a crowdfunding platform, Fonkolai, and yesterday was also very relevant in terms of the VCs, in terms of getting the funding for especially the startups. It is becoming a big issue in terms of making sure the return on investment happens. But I believe in social entrepreneurship as well. I know Angel actually has a great poster on social entrepreneurship network. I'm very impressed with that, Angel. It's also important to not just return on investment, but return on impact in terms of how much impact you're having on the society. And as AfroTurk TV, thank you so much, during the COVID-19, this is the only Turkish TV channel broadcasting to Africa, to 49 countries. And hopefully next year when we host you in Istanbul, we will also do a special delegation trip to Africa on May the 29th, hopefully. We're still working on the details, but in Ankara also we'll host you at our TV channel. And it will be a good trip, both in Istanbul, beautiful Istanbul, as well as where you meet all the African ambassadors and the delegations in Ankara, God willing. There are many affiliations I have. Without further ado, I will move right into the area, but also I'm an academician. So at Rutgers University in New Jersey, which is the largest state university in New Jersey, I'm at Innovation and Education Department for many years in big data. Also in Poland, we are part of International Science and Technology University. So I'm teaching in an online university based in Poland and Dubai, and I'm always open for collaborations. Mainly my teachings are in social entrepreneurship, as well as international journalism and broadcasting, and also innovation management. So this is our area in Ankara, and this was part of my proposal when we met. Actually, I was in Morocco about 3 months ago, talking about how to grow things. We are also running some incubator programs. This one is in the #1 technopark in Istanbul, in Yıldız Technopark, Bina Business Incubator, and I'll tell you more about it. And these are some other background I have on the pharmaceutical side back in the United States, and now here. Basically, these are some of my disclosures where I made money from. I always make sure I share my disclosures financially to avoid any conflict of interest and from different entities around the globe. So when we look at the global investment opportunities for early stage startups, clearly there are different areas: United States, Europe, China, and Turkey. And we always look and screen for the right early stage tech investment opportunities And of course, artificial intelligence has become extremely important. The fintech is booming, green tech, gaming, and Turkey has become also very much into gaming. There is really good, developers in Turkey, but publishers are still not there. And also the deep tech is really the core of this conference as well. And we look at the global VC trends in 2024. We're talking about a total global venture capital funding of $73 billion. And, the biggest catch is, if you have the magic word of AI, you're capturing 58% of this funding. So you may do it, or you may consider doing it, or you may claim. But let's say you have a startup. Make sure you find a way to combine it with the current trend of AI. That's our first recommendations to our startups, practically speaking. That's why it's very important, if you are after the funding, whether it comes from a venture capital, a private equity, or angel investor network, or crowdfunding, AI is driving everything. And especially when we look at United States, Austin, Texas, so California used to be the biggest hub. Now, Austin, Texas, and I lived in Texas for 7 years, it's a really good college town, as well as New York is becoming more and more, again, coming up in terms of the AI hubs. There is also good government support for many AI trainings and infrastructure. And clearly, these are the areas where people start to look into. When we look at Europe, in Europe, the top funding nations are obviously United Kingdom with $17 billion. And we have France with close to $8 billion, and Germany, again, close to $8 billion. Here in Europe, the leading sectors are healthcare and biotech, about $11 billion. Financial services are coming right after it, close to $10 billion. And AI is catching up with $9 billion. But remember, you can combine these disciplines, and you may have a fintech with AI, or a healthcare or biotech with AI. So it's not easy to actually dissect these. And China is after mainly autonomous driving technologies, especially the autonomous driving technology, and how much they invested in, BYD. They have these different cars, and they are really dominating globally the autonomous driving technologies as China. And they have huge expansion of ride-hailing services around the globe. And of course, the hedge funds are more and more showing interest in the Chinese tech giants. And Turkey has also an emerging tech ecosystem. When we look at 2024, the early stage startup is about $1.1 billion with about 470 deals. And there is also significant growth in early stage startups in Turkey. And the key sectors are, again, artificial intelligence with 15x growth in just last 7 years. There's tremendous growth and understanding and the culture of ecosystem within the universities, with technoparks. And gaming is becoming extremely popular, and also green tech is very, very important. Finally, we look at, obviously, USA still leads the funding, but having more dollar, investing more money, does it really mean value? I'm not sure. You may have an F-35 program pouring billions of dollars, but you may have a drone technology, which is maybe 30 times cheaper than it, but maybe impact more an autonomous, drone technology in defense. So it's all about not just the money you put, but how you spend the money. They say Russia has about 1/3 of the money compared to Europe in terms of spending in defense, but because of the way they spend it, they are able to match Europe's defense when they're comparing Russia against Europe. So it's also important to invest in the right areas and be smart in how you spend the money in an effective way. But I clearly see, when we look at the global investment landscape in Europe compared with Asia, clearly, here you can see in Statista, Europe, Asia, and United States, we can clearly see an increase in especially in certain areas of Europe. This is back from 2016 to 2021. But the money is pouring more and more towards the Far East, clearly speaking. So my financial transactions are happening more and more in the East than in the West. So while this trend is shifting, as people who adopt the European culture, the values, all of us, we have to understand it and then play the game based on the changing dynamics around the globe. And I will also mention there are some initiatives in the United States, the federal and state level AI initiatives, of course, the European Innovation Council funding programs, and Turkey's TÜBİTAK and the technology development zones and requirement on investing in AI and investing in research and development really boomed within the universities in Turkey. Collaboration with European funding, but also with Africa and as well as the Gulf. But when we look at it, Europe has a mature ecosystem. United States has a mature ecosystem, Europe has a diverse ecosystem, and China is evolving fast because of the government is backing very strong. And Turkey's growing ecosystem is increasing again more and more fast with the international interest. So there are some risks and opportunities based on the market volatility, the regulatory challenges, and now the wars going on, which is a huge problem for many of us. We all want peace around the globe. And I want to highlight some of the things, like the green tech in Turkey is also growing. And there are some certain games, like peak games and dream games. They started to become, especially in hyper-casual gaming, really top players with the highest download rates. As you know, we are all glued to our phones, and especially also the youngsters. Everybody has an interest in gaming. And so it's very important it's all about, they call it attention economy. How much of I can get Tamer's attention in the phone so that attention turns into business. If you're taking that attention to your business, whether it's a med tech or health tech app, are using gamification, are you able to attract that attention? That's the key, and the economy goes around it. And when we look at the future for 2025, clearly we will see more AI investments coming in. We will see much more in green tech and sustainable solutions. And there will be new startup hubs around the globe. And I think CloudEARTHi role under Tamer's coordination is extremely important in catching these new waves to actually make the European ecosystem much stronger. Here we are 22 different countries together. This is a huge service for innovation, for sustainability, for peace. So we need to look into how we can make it 40, hopefully, next year in Istanbul, how we can grow the circle of the projects, increase the project numbers together. And I really want to say that the investors now are considering more and more the established and emerging markets. So that's why consortiums like CloudEARTHi should be even more open while using the funding for Europe, utilize the emerging markets in the right way, support and develop them, so you can actually, really deliver at the global scale. And clearly, when we look at it, again, the take-home message for you will be the AI startups, probably more and more funding coming for the artificial intelligence startups. And also the technology startups have more opportunities. And I see Turkey as a really good bridge between Europe and Asia, and really vibrant startup innovation. And when you all come to Istanbul, you will see the tremendous interest, more than 250 universities. It's a global village, the diversity you have, the cultural sensitivity you have. I think you will really enjoy the startup environment as well as academic environment when you come to Istanbul. And I will pass some of these points. I want to do these slides are available for everyone because I don't want to take too much of your time in analysis of these points. Let me take you to more of what I focus on biotech as well. And I want to talk a little bit more about the success of Turkey, within that environment in early tech startup. I think Turkey has realized the importance of combining the universities, academia, and the implications, applied systems, and then at the core, putting innovation more and more at the center. That really brought and turned our nation into a knowledge economy and translated from a consuming nation to a more and more producing nation. At the end, we're all academicians here trying to create value, to create a producing, Europe together. So that's why it's very important to change the mindset. And it all goes by the people. At the core of what we do, we don't do science in ivory towers. We don't do just science for science. We do science for people, right? So it starts with the people, and those people generate these partnerships and the platforms, and at the end, policies. That's why in 2026 of CloudEARTHi, we want to combine our meetings in Istanbul with the consortium member to implement the projects and the outcomes of our projects with the policymakers in the capital city of Ankara. That's why it's important to take these partnerships, turn them into meaningful platforms, like you are already doing thanks to Tamer, and then turning them into real implementable policies to drive change for a better world together. And I think, I want to talk also a little bit about crowdfunding, being a crowdfunding, company. We are, any opportunity that come to us, we have certain criteria. In investing in a startup, we have a decision board, we are looking to the investment, and these are our main criteria. We look at the business and revenue model, we look at the team structure and the values of the people who are implementing the startup. We look at if they are in a sector which is a growth sector and sustainable in the next 5-10 years. We look at the IP, the intellectual property rights, and we also look at their Findex financial report, because we invest in companies which at least has done one sale or one transaction. We don't invest in ideas. We invest in actual companies with a minimal viable product which are ready to expand and start sales. Then you can scale that startup, And we look at their legal framework, because many of them may not have that necessary legal support. It's very important to provide that legal framework. And is it a scalable, innovative idea or not? It can be a lifestyle idea, opening a coffee shop, maybe. Yeah, you may be happy in that coffee shop, but is it a scalable work? Is it innovative? What does it really take you differently from others? That's why the scalability part is extremely important. And of course, the Turkish Capital Market Board requires for our companies, which are the crowdfunding platforms, to be able to collect money from the market for the startups. It has to be in the area of technology or manufacturing. These are the two requirements by the Turkish laws and regulations. If it's a technology company or a manufacturing company, then we're able to actually scale these companies and collect them for each company about $2 million currently. It's a small amount, but it's a good start. So I recommend all of our colleagues to consider looking at utilizing maybe a formula where they can create mirror companies in Turkey and actually utilize crowdfunding platforms to get also some funding from Turkey to grow the European business. I think this can be a feasible area where we can collaborate to help many of the European startups where they need money to actually take it to the next stage. Because in crowdfunding, it's a B2B opportunity. Let's say in crowdfunding, you may put $500,000, you may put $10,000, but you end up getting for 5% of your company, maybe 2,000 people investing, which means you have 2,000 ambassadors of your company. 2,000 ambassadors of loyal to your company, which will choose you, which will use your product. So crowdfunding in that sense is very good for B2C products rather than B2B, especially if you have a B2C model, definitely consider crowdfunding as an early stage. We also, valuation is always a huge, I mean, we can do days of workshops about valuation, you know, the types of valuations, what the value is for the investor and the startup. As crowdfunding platforms, we have to be very vigilant, making sure we protect the rights of the investor, but also protect the rights of the startup. So it's very important to work with the valuation. And later on, when you do the rounds, you don't want to end up with decreasing the valuation and then going down, which means a loss for the initial investors. So these are some of the tips we use for successful fundraise for many of our startups. We always start with a very good backable team. It's all about the team. Why is CloudEARTHi so successful? Because you guys have an amazing team. I'm so proud to be part of being in the advisory board team member of Seed Plus. You have a good team, no one can stop you. It doesn't matter, but you need to have that cultural diversity perspective and work together. And then, you know, it's very important to look from the investor standpoint. Yesterday we had all these investors here together. What you tell them is extremely important. You should have a story clearly indicating you can get 1,000% or 10x return within 2 to 4 years. And then you need to have a highly scalable business model with high margins and low capital expenditure. You need to spend your money in a smart way and operate in a sector that investors like. It's very important to understand the investor's mind while you're actually looking into growing it. And you need to have, before going in front of an investor as a scientific academician who is building his company, you need to really look into do you have any sales or not? Do you have satisfied customers or not? Customers are key. At least getting promise. Let's say we're at Politechnika Wrocławska, and I'm a startup from here. I need to have at least some support, at least a promise from the Technopark here, saying, from my startup, they promise to get X amount of my whatever I'm producing if I achieve this goal. At least a letter. Even those are important in front of the investor. Does it really have a potential to sell or not? This is extremely important. And then, it's a world of so many risks. So many things can happen. Nobody predicted COVID-19. Nobody predicted a war between Ukraine and Russia. But things happen, right? So you need to, but some businesses which adapt themselves to COVID-19, they become the boomers. Those did not adapt, they lost, right? So the same way, we need to identify all main execution risks and then mitigate them. And then have a plan B down to plan G and be ready for fundraising. Because I see many startups, they come and present, but after they present, they don't do the ask. They don't say, my company is $10 million, and in exchange for $2 million, I'm ready to give 20%, something like this. If you don't finish it with your ask, we drink coffee, tea together, and then take our ways away. It's very important to show that you're ready with your legal. And after you present, hopefully in Istanbul, we have many startups presenting from around the globe, and you will see them all presenting in a way to get the ask and maybe even get the money on the spot from the investors. So this is a European map of Angel networks. Of course, Angel is with us. A strong round of applause to Angel, my brother Angel from Bulgaria. This is a different Angel, But, the Angel networks, syndicates are clubs. And each country has its own, value within Europe. And, the landscape is changing clearly. There are many emerging market tech challengers, and the companies which get money early stage are able to grow much faster. And each country is now having its own brand. If you are a country in Europe, your startups start to define your country. This is how it is, And this is a very important slide, This is 2017 map of early stage startups. So these are the third league, the second league, countries, first league, and super league. And Turkey and Poland was in the first league. That's why I highlighted. With about $103 million in Turkey and $104 million in Poland in 2017 for early stage investment startups. And then this is the ecosystem in 2010. What do you see about the ecosystem in 2010 in Turkey? I see an empty place, right? It's empty. It's funny. But from 2010, be very careful. Are you ready? This is 2016. It's all because of the policies that have changed in venture capital. What United States did in VC and private equity, Turkey has done with regulations in 2015. It boomed the angel networks, the tech accelerator funds, the early stage, the technoparks, NGOs. So this is 2019. And 2024 and 25 is not, you're not able to fit. So there is tremendous boom with real opportunities in Turkey. And I invite all my European colleagues, startups, and especially academicians to consider do a mirror company in Turkey and grow through the crowdfunding platform. And we're here under CloudEARTHi, under the leadership of Tamer to actually expedite that. I believe this can be a huge opportunity for many of us. These are some of the business angel networks which has been established before. And this is the Ponkolay, which is part of, we are number 17 in crowdfunding platform in Turkey. There are 17 approved crowdfunding platforms, and this is number 17. So you have many options in Turkey, I just want to highlight. And we look at now actively in early stage technology startups, in healthcare technology, in medtech, AI, energy tech, and agri-tech. And this is very easy, website, and you can easily connect. But what we do is very important, ladies and gentlemen. Here, this is a typical startup. A startup just jumps into the water without really understanding all the facts, right? It's like immersive realization of what's happening. And suddenly, there are sharks around it. Anything can happen to that startup. So what we do, while it's starting to drown, we come in with our time and our money, and then let them start run again. Basically, this is the sort of many startups, when they're about to lose their hope, they start to run again by the crowdfunding platforms. And these are some of the things we have done, like in healthcare. Remember that during COVID-19, there were a huge problem in masks and also ventilation. Turkey has produced so many ventilatory devices and gave it for free to many countries, supported. Countries were fighting to each other for masks, unfortunately. And Turkey has become one of the 9 nations producing its own vaccination for COVID-19 during that pandemic. And the hospitals are amazing. Now, this is the hospital where my wife works. She is the chief of geriatrics here with 4,000 beds. We have even bigger ones. So mega hospitals with very high level, sophisticated, physicians are available. So with that, I will finish my presentation. And I want to thank you all for your valuable time. And again, if you ever want to come and continue our engagement, I'm ready. We are always here to connect with you through the media stations we have, and whether it's in different fintech engagements or in African platforms, we are always ready. And I want to again thank you all for making us here at this stage, presenting our vision for early tech startups. This is just final note. Our Bridge Global program has become a huge accolade. Some of our mentors from different markets around the globe, these are some of our mentors. And our 40 startup, many of them have become now much bigger. They grow 10x to 15x, open new places in Europe, in Gulf region, and United States. So there are many opportunities for helping you with my TV station, my crowdfunding platform, as well as our special designed incubation system known as Bridge Global Program. I want to thank you again and looking forward to a huge collaboration. I will not go through my proposal. We can talk later. This is our picture in Morocco recently. And I want to give a special thanks, a strong round of applause for Brother Tamer Abu Alem and the CloudEARTHi for letting us, present this. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Personally, I have to admit, I know Afro-Turk TV for years as I'm a African studies specialist. So there was nothing new for me. Thank you. I really think we will have today during the gala dinner time to consider and discuss more as we are having limited time here. And now we will start without coffee break. So if anyone needs, maybe you can take a coffee if needed for someone who are discussing on the other room. We are heading towards this human part of our technological deep tech, AI, and industry way of thinking. We are going to talk about leadership. My colleagues, my team, Professor who I cannot see now, we are doing a research and also write a project with Portugal and Sweden, the universities, about the new way how to lead the people in the area of industry, not 4.0 as we reach already the 4.0 industry, but towards industry 5.0. So the leadership, which is supposed to be human-centric, innovative, technologically advanced, and in the way creative. So today we will have a debate with led by my colleague, who I introduced in the moment, and also it's kind of show the cooperation between industry and academia, because we have also guests from the Europe Forum, which is a Polish and German industry network. And we have here Kamila Śnieg, I think I saw her somewhere, yes, here, who's a representative an Europa Forum person. And for the debate, we will have 5 people. And the debate will be led by my colleague, Assistant Professor Małgorzata Fiałkowska, Gosia, who is an assistant professor at our Faculty of Management at Wrocław Tech. Gosia, floor is yours.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Marta, for this very kind introduction, and very warm welcome to everyone joining us today. It's a pleasure to be with you here. And it's a pleasure to moderate this panel, as we will talk about human-centric leadership that hopefully can guide us through this deep technological transformation and societal challenges that we have nowadays. One more time, I want to thank Europa Forum, the Polish-German Economic Association, to be joined by you, as you are representing different areas, academia, business, and innovation ecosystems. And now I would like to invite you to introduce yourself, tell a little bit more of your background, and what perspective are you bringing to today's discussion. We already see your pictures here on the slide, so please, maybe we'll start with Professor Katarzyna Piwowar-Sulej.
Okay, good afternoon to everyone. Thank you for the invitation here. I'm Katarzyna Piwowar-Sulej. I'm full professor in management science. My specialization is human resource management, especially sustainable human resource management with its sub-concepts such as green human resource management, socially responsible human resource management, and common good HRM. I also publish research about sustainable leadership and different other types leadership styles. I'm head of postgraduate studies in psychology of management. What is important, I also work in business. So I'm not only someone from an academic planet, I'm also professional. I'm head of HR department in one of the financial companies in Wrocław, and I have really long experience in managing HR departments and successful completing of HRM projects. Thank you.
Patrycja?
Hello, everyone. I'm Patricia Radek, and my background is biotechnology as well as management. I work in tech transfer, and my expertise is in tech transfer area as well as in the leadership of innovation teams. Also, I try to concentrate and develop a strategic goal of our university. It's SWPS University of Humanities and Social Sciences in area of social technology readiness. I'm also a manager of Startup Booster for social impact of SWPS University, and I'm really dedicated to develop startups, impactful startups especially, and I try to help as much as possible women who develop these startups in the STEAM area. So yeah, maybe.
Thank you. Okay, it's you. No, it should be. I skipped Marcin. Yes, Marcin, now it's your turn.
It's fine, it's okay, thank you. So hi, my name is Marcin Rawicki. I'm here representing the company Data Race Lab, which I, by the way, founded with two mates I met before that. It's a private company. We're doing IT businesses, like IT consulting. My main role is Chief Technology Officer, but being honest with you, it's dozen more. So I'm first of all doing architectural stuff. So I'm designing some of the data system. I also help to conduct the products we develop and publish, release. I'm also working closely with the business, with our customers, expanding the relationship. And lastly, but not the most important, I would say, I'm also actively looking for new customers. So, sales, pre-sales activities. Thank you. That's all.
Okay, Leszek?
Hello. Thank you for inviting here. I have to admit that's the first time for me joining this kind of discussion, so please be good for me as I mistakes. My name is Lechosław Czernadel. For many of them, it can be difficult to say in different languages, so it's easier to say Lecho, and I get used to. I represent the private company, Scan3D, and we are surveyors. So I am the surveyor from 20 years, and manager or leader, I'm about 10 years. What I try to do to, of course, sell my services to customers, so looking for new customers as well, but also to train my team to be good in that what I'm doing, to be good engineers and be good people, because that's how we want to work as a company. So I'm responsible for the technology, for still working on field, teaching young people how to work, and growing our business. So that's like this.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Arkadiusz Zurek, and I'm right now working in the Chamber of Commerce in Germany, IHK Cottbus. Except that I'm also PhD candidate in Wrocław University of Science and Technology, working as a research assistant in CASUS. This is Helmholtz Centrum Research Institute in Dresden. Right now, I'm responsible for Minjantech project. This is a project responsible for implementation of new technologies and diversification of the business for the post-mining areas in Eastern Germany. And privately, I'm big fan of the drones and drone technologies. And I will hope to finish my PhD next year with this area. My background is logistics and economics, but last more than 5 years, this is new technologies. Thank you.
Great. Okay, so to help us set the stage for today's discussion, I would like to invite Professor Katarzyna Piwowar-Sulej, one of Poland's leading voices in sustainable human resource management and ethical leadership. Let's start by reflecting on what it really means to be a leader in today's fast-moving, complex world. Katarzyna, could you briefly introduce how leadership is evolving in this context of Industry 5.0? Can we say that we have something called Leadership 5.0?
So I must share with you that in the first version of the program of the panel, there was written Leadership 5.0. And I asked Małgorzata, what is it? Because I don't know this concept. There isn't something like that in the academic literature. Of course, you can find on the internet Leadership 5.0, but only on the business portals. And there is also a question what really Industry 5.0 means. We have a mix of different concepts because, as you probably know, there are concepts of everything what is connected with business, with the business functioning. And we have the concepts of industrial revolutions related to the development of technologies. So the first industrial revolution was connected with the steam power, then the second with the electricity, the third with automation, the fourth with cyber physical systems, computers, robotics, etc. And now in the fifth industrial revolution, we have the same technologies, more advanced, but the same. But we add a human here. We say human-centric revolution. And why? Because this is not only human-centric, because we can find also that this is a natural environment-centric revolution. And if we hear social, environmental, then the first association is sustainable development. And this is the other concept, like one of the concepts of general functioning of businesses, of strategies, and so on. And it originated in 60s, but have been developed, is still being developed, I can say. So businesses understood, but not only businesses, because researchers, practitioners, they cooperate with each other. They understood that business is also responsible for the natural environment because the mother nature doesn't need us, but we, and also businesses need the mother nature. And additionally, that businesses are responsible for societies. And there are two kinds of societies. The first society is employees, and the second, customers, suppliers, local communities, etc. So if we combine this sustainable or sustainability concept with the fourth industrial revolution, then we have the fifth industrial revolution. And what with the leadership? During the first industrial revolution, people were treated as means in companies. So they had to work in really hard circumstances. Because there was no, for example, labor law or something like that. Even children worked in factories, but yeah, we can also meet this practice in the current world, unfortunately, but it was normal at that time. And then managers understood that they should care about people, because thanks to employees, everything in the company happens thanks to employees. So the first leadership styles were how can I say, money-centered, and the newer, are really human-centric. And there are different leadership styles. So you can find, for example, in the literature, but also in different research conducted by consulting companies, that you can identify in the business, for example, transformational leadership, which practices individual consideration, individual motivation, and something like that. Then authentic leadership, then participative leadership, responsible leadership, inclusive leadership, because we have diversity, equity, and inclusion. There is another concept related to human resource management. And you can find, finally, sustainable leadership. So this is the leadership style which combines these triple bottom lines. I mean, social line with environmental line and with economic line. And in my opinion, these all positive leadership styles suit the new or newly named industrial revolution, because for me it isn't new. There is still the same, but with this human face. And this human face is reflected in responsible use of technologies. Internally, so implementation in the company, but also externally, I mean selling technology to customers, reducing, for example, the digital divide. So you can identify in your businesses. You can also cooperate with academia to find the best leadership style in the circumstances in which you operate.
Okay, thank you very much, Kasia. We will go more deeply into that when we will reach the core part of our discussion. But firstly, I'm aware that we are after dinner and we get tired a little bit, but still, we have a plan to warm you up a little bit. If you can please take a photo of that and scan this QR code, you will go to the website where we will ask you a question. Maybe you have a problem right now to log in. You don't have to log in, just push the button where it's written enter as a guest. Okay? There should be at the bottom of that list this possibility to enter as a guest. And the question that we are asking you, it's if you were to choose one particular attribute that a leader should possess today, what would it be? What attribute, what trait the leader should possess for nowadays world? We will see your answers here coming on the screen. Perhaps something will surprise us. And while your responses appear on the screen, I will also invite each of our panelists to share one key trait that you believe is essential for leadership today. Please also add a brief comment on that. What is the most important from your perspective? Marcin, you're looking at me, maybe you will start.
Yeah, you call me by, looking at me. So, difficult question, because it really depends. And I'm saying that not because I'm also doing kind of good consultancy to the client. So the first answer to the client is always, it depends. Yeah, not in this case, I must say. So in my opinion, considering I am who I am and why doing what I'm doing, I would say authenticity. Leader, at least in IT, must be authentic. Otherwise, the person loses the ground. So not being authentic, but trying to be a leader, you put yourself in striker position very fast. And there is a kind of challenge to the people from IT, in general, we from IT, we would like to, pick up any challenge, which is in front of us, hold my beer, I'll show you, yeah? And it's not about security, but in other cases too. So if you're not authentic and you cannot justify you are, or the whole environment around you doesn't trust you, then you're already on a loose position. So I think, yes, authenticity.
Okay, thank you for that. I think we will go more deeply into this authentic attribute later on, but maybe Arek.
I would like to add just one sentence
Of course.
to my colleague. Authenticity, it's really right, and I'm fully agree with this, but in current VUCA times, in my opinion, flexibility is also a crucial thing. We have so changeable environment. We have no policy, we have no guarantee for anything, we have no constant supply chain, we have no constant customers, no loyal ones. Those times we remember, I would say they forgotten. At this moment, we have to be ready for unpredictable things, for new challenges we not even imagine. So that's the reason the authentic leader must be also very flexible for that.
Okay, Patricia, what's your opinion on that?
I would like to add more because I absolutely agree with you. I would like to add communicative and visionary, because everything starts with and ends with communication. And when we just go deeper, for example, when I did my research, it was about ambidexterity leadership and the ability to open and close people. It was about communication in short ways. So this ability to communicate and be understandable, and also this ability to create a vision, co-create vision with people, and talk about vision, and in this way to show people what for we need to do something. It is totally important to me.
The purpose.
I will break you, sorry, but I would like to put a stick in the wheel. So I think communication is not what the leader must have.
Oh, really?
Really.
Why?
Because it depends on where actually you are and what's your environment. Once again, I will call myself and IT, and when you ever look people, working like, programmers, data engineer, architects, and so on, they all have bad communication skills. Yeah, they all. So if you treat them with your measurements, you would say bad communication. But if you would at the level of them, then you will see the differences. So it's always a matter of a distance. So probably what you say, it's fine, it's okay, but it really depends on the environment, society, let's say economics part of it, and so on. Yeah.
Well, it depends. I mean, they communicate in their way. Sometimes they need to work alone, but when they need to work as a team, they need to find the way to communicate. And it doesn't have to be traditional way of communication, but they need to find out the channel.
I think you mean communication, generally speaking, not tiny part, as Marcin saying. So I also understand your point, because if you not communicate, you not give the feedback for your employees, if you have no right information to your customers, to your suppliers, this is also not working. But I'm agree, this depends, and everything depends in current VUCA times. But the right communication, I would say, generally speaking.
Yeah, but we just need to adjust to the situation. We talk a lot in management about situational context. Yes, so communication means we can say about it really in many ways. Yeah.
And probably this pure leader should adapt to specific context to adjust the communication. You differently talk with different.
At the end, people need to know what to do. So we need to communicate it. They need to know what will be the right work, and so on. So everything is about communication.
But Leszek, maybe you can add something on that, because we are putting those bricks together.
Yeah, we didn't get any question before, and we are in the middle of discussions.
Yes, it's good.
I was thinking about that before, and what I see here, I'm not surprised, because all I can see here is talking about being a good people, being a good person with what you do. It's not something strange. I wanted to divide this answer about two different things, because leader is also the person, is part of the team, head of the team, but also the person who comes home after the work and have to live with himself. So I think that being yourself and being consistent is very important for being a person as a leader, but flexibility and adaptability is something what the team needs to give him. So I know it's 4, not 1, but I want to remind that leader is also someone who live with the team and also live with his family or leave him alone after the work.
Marcin, but you started with authenticity. Can you maybe explain a little bit more? Do you think that this trait is universal for leaders, or is it shaped by generation, context?
Yeah, indeed it is. So in my opinion, once again, I'm from IT. It's kind of must. You cannot call yourself a leader, or better, you won't be called a leader if you're not authentic, yeah, because you will be challenged. And by the first strike out, you are just out, you know. You can compromise yourself with, you know, at home, with your wife, fiancé, and so on. But if you compromise in your company, then you know, lose the trust, you lose the confidence. And the people will say, oh, that was the, you know, self-called leader, and now he's not. Yeah, so it's easy to you know, be strike out. That's why I'm saying authenticity is that what, at least in IT, yeah, a leader must have. But it's not only that, because you asked me to just pick up one. Yeah, there's definitely more.
Leszek, do you want to add something on that? Because it also relates to what you said before.
You know, I work in a small company. I don't have a big team, so I understand that being a leader means that you have to be the captain of this ship, and you should show that you can hold this.
How many persons you have in company?
Whole the company is 30.
Okay, so it's bigger than my company.
Yeah, but here in Wrocław we are just 3, so I have a very small team. I had a bigger in my previous company, but joining this company 5 years ago, we were 7 people. Now we are 30. So I grow with them. I was the older person for many years. For 3 years. And I have to teach my younger boss how we should work to be in that place. So we share the positions and share our things to do. I am from Wrocław, he's from Tri-City, all the day on the phones or Teams to grow this company to this place. Because my background was surveying, technical specification, and people. He was younger, so just technology. Joining together means that we could build something like this now.
Kasia, do you want to add something on that?
Yes, I would like to add something, because we are talking about authentic leadership, but we didn't define this leadership style. And I brought with myself one of the scales used for measuring authentic leadership. So I would like to share with you the items, the meaning of items, because they really reflect what authentic leadership means. And this is, for example, I can list my 3 greatest weaknesses. My actions reflect my core values. I seek others' opinion before making up my own mind. I openly share my feelings with others. I can list my 3 greatest strengths. I do not allow group pressure to control me. I listen closely to the ideas of those who disagree with me. I let others know who I truly am as a person. I seek feedback on the way of understanding who I really am as a person. Other people know where I stand on controversial issues. I do not emphasize my own point of view at the expense of others. I rarely present a false front to others. I accept the feelings I have about myself. My morals guide what I do as a leader. I listen very carefully to the ideas of others before making a decision. And I admit my mistakes to others. So can we say that these behaviors, these traits are universal? I think that to the highest extent they are really universal. And additionally, I know quite well the literature and research about authentic leadership. And different research projects were conducted in different countries, US, UK, China, Spain, even in Poland. And in all of these research projects, authentic leadership was supported as the leadership styles which provide good results for companies. I mean, high job involvement of employees, also extra role behaviors which are not formally required for employees. So the employees give extra miles. So this can be the answer to this question if authentic leadership style is really universal or not.
So it's worth to be an authentic leader. That's the
I think so.
answer. Nowadays, we are living in a very turbulent world. And how can leaders maintain and communicate a meaningful long-term vision? We talk also about vision. In a world which is shaped by war, climate crisis, and geopolitical instability. So how they can keep their teams motivated and hopeful when the future indeed seems very uncertain? Patricia, I think that you can start with that. It's a very tough question, but current.
When we think about vision, we can say that these elements that describe the vision is that it should be shared by others in the company, relatively stable and clear. And this element of clear vision is the most important element. In these tough times, very complex times, it's really important to talk about vision. As I said recently, many times to co-create vision with others. I mean, because now leadership it's not a solo journey. So it's worth to just add people to the strategic processes and think together also about the strategic elements as vision. So, vision answers the question what for, as I said. So to people when they work in really on really difficult elements, it's really important to underline and repeat what for we are going to do this, because they need a huge effort to develop themselves, to work together and to do something significant. So this communicative element of vision and to adjust the vision to people, we really want to be in touch. It is very, very important in my opinion, to show people just this wider perspective, what for we are going to do this. And yeah.
What, Patricia, but what in the situation when we ourselves, we are not sure about the future, like we feel that it's uncertain?
I believe it's normal. That's why this collaboration, because I also would like to add when we think about this really significant changes we need to face, so this ability to radical collaborative approach is something important. So I think about redesigning processes and really huge ability to collaborate with people to talk also about these difficulties that we don't know, and to design this process and be in the process, not as an only person or only few people in the on the top, but in permanent communication with other leaders, maybe below, or also with the community. So it's just different way of thinking about strategic thinking, but But I believe that it's worth also to, as you said about this authentic leadership, also to say that we are not sure, but we are trying. So it's about prototyping, testing, and just trying.
Martin, how it works in your company?
Quite easy. We are in IT, so there's always, possibility to have a cake and eat the cake. So, it's easy, I would say. But what the participants said, I'm thinking like there are definitely disciplines. They are quite hard to work with, and saying I have a vision. Let's go that direction. And you're working, for example, like a material engineering, or medicine, like finding a vaccine or something like that. Oh my God! I mean, you're trying to discover some, nature secrets, or you don't know if you ever be close enough to say, at least I'm going the right direction. Yeah, it's not like in IT. We said, oh, if we collect this data and we find that customer and we'll get this price down by, then we'll reach our target. Easy. Let's do it. And you do the WBS, work breakdown structure. You put the team, you hire people, you find some funding, and probably you drive the business. Yeah. If you need to find a material which is, I don't know, 20% harder, but it's nothing like close to that, how you do that? Yeah. It's R&D, so you may fail. And how to convince the people that it's even, feasible to do that, yeah? So I think that's a real challenge. Me being from IT, I said, believe me, it's not so difficult to say a vision in an IT. Just open the link and count the numbers of visionaries, yeah? Starting from Satya Nadella, who just strike out the SaaS software, said SaaS is dead.
Yeah, so now we come back to the first phrase. It depends, right, on what we are talking.
Yeah, and in R&D, it's always so difficult,
yes.
Of course. And this thinking about it's okay to fail. I mean, this kind of culture, it's really helpful. And still, we need to design the vision because we need to have this direction, but we still need to just think how it works. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
And be ready, be flexible to adjust.
And it also depends about society in which we are living, because this is different story when you have leadership in Germany, different one in Poland.
Absolutely.
Can you explain a little?
I can explain that on my last 3 years experience in Germany, that in that country, people waiting when the federal government say them, this is right way, this is right vision, you can follow. In Poland, we have 38 million people and everybody has different vision.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the, I would say, difference.
Mm-hmm.
And if you go to Latin American countries, this is completely another story.
Mm-hmm.
If you go, for example, to Asian countries, imagine in Europe, we're thinking we might have 4 days working, 3 days for our day off. In Singapore, they're thinking to make it legally 7 days as a week to work. I was there last time for the fair in November last year, and the taxi driver has no leg. He going to work with the artificial leg, and he was proud to drive me from the airport and saying, listen, now I have better, so it's much better work for me. I went to the grocery shop, and it was the young boy with the Down disease, and I'm asking the salesman, is he working? Yes, he's helping with the packaging. Mm-hmm. And the last story, it was when I was on a railway station, and the 81 with the purely white hair, helping for free, serving 4 hours per day, making directions and helping people to get to the trains. And I cannot wait, I just ask him, I'm sorry, please tell me, are you working? No, I'm retired for 6 years, but I'm volunteer and I'm helping because in my country, culture for people who working make us better people.
Mm-hmm.
So it's different story to be a leadership in Asia,
yes.
Germany or Poland, for example.
It is very complex, especially in current big companies when you need to work on different continents. But Arek, actually staying with your person, what do you think about traditional leadership programs? Are they still fit for purpose? is there any room for bigger collaboration with universities in this respect, with like special courses or training programs?
I would use favorite word of Marcin, it depends. But you cannot compare the situation we've got right now coming back to 20 years ago. Most of us finished acute education a long time ago, and it was the programs where was not existing any AI, any new technologies like we have familiar right now. So we're not searching that time information in a smartphone, we're searching in a public library, for example. So coming back to this, I think the most important thing is with the new programs to rather get people not afraid and get people prepared to this evolution process, because this is changes, we will not stop it. In my opinion, the current times we are living, we can compare to the Industrial Revolution in 19th century, or even when was the wheel invented, or maybe when was the first gun invented. So this is really crucial times. If it's big challenge, your leadership must be also a challenge. So what I observe so many institutions and university, like for example Netherlands, at this moment they rather sending people to work, finding them for their soft skills, and then after 1-2 years of working, checking how this person's behavior, how is working, how is attitude, how is connecting with other people. They saying, okay, let's make a course, maybe 1-2 years study, or maybe you don't need it more. I observe even in our university, maybe you can confirm that, last few years we have decrease of the people doing MA programs. This is a very big problem. I think if the AI will be developing so rapidly like now, I'm afraid we don't need, I would say, maybe Marcin correct me, up to 50% of current jobs in 10, maybe 20 years will be disappear.
What do you think, Marcin?
Yeah, you might be close to that. Or, you know, imagine the situation like, you know, HR department using now AI to record the, you know, interviews, have transcription on the fly, and then give the transcription and the video to AI agent to assess it and give the KO for the candidate. Yeah? And they pick it up as a bullet point, and on the fly, they give it feedback to the agent being interviewed. Yeah. So it's like it's actually not a human anymore assessing are you fitting to that position or not.
Yeah, it's assessing. But what do you think about replacing leader with AI?
Now imagine instead of assessing, you put something which you take out of Sora, for example. So real-time image or video generator. Yeah, we just record you for a couple of minutes from different profiles with your voice, and you can be real HR department employee and saying what the subscription is giving back. So human is
Where is this human?
It's not required anymore here.
I see her.
Because this is my job, I know something about this. So there is a website, Will Robots Take My Job? And we can find there if a given job will disappear or not in 20, 30, 40 years, etc. And there will be still a demand for HR specialists because people would like to talk with people. People would not like to be assessed by a machine, etc. So of course the job is changing. We use the digital tools. They help us. They make our work efficient. They generate a huge amount of numbers, results, etc., which we can use to make decisions. But there is still a human at the end. And there are new problems in companies, like, for example, neurodiversity, how to deal with people with autism, for example. So, and coming back to the issue of leadership, a leader is someone who leads people. Leadership means guiding, motivating people. Finally, Peter Drucker, one of the main people in management science, said that leader is someone who has followers. So can a robot have followers?
Arkadiusz,
Yeah.
I see your...
I can say that robot can be a supervisor, but not a real,
Yes. Not a leader.
real leader, because I remember some movie from the science fiction. You would like to speak with the human or with the machine, and I think that shows that that always this component of human being will be very important, especially that some jobs will be gone, but the new jobs will be created.
Yeah.
And especially for the people who are more humanists, they are perfect match for making content to writing to AI agent, right?
AI is doing that better today, sorry. But if you would like to ask AI, any LLMs and not only, to write you a very nice poem, give it direction, time in the past, style, and so on, by prompting, you will get really nice poetry, believe me.
But only to some level, because
Yes.
it takes some time to make it more perfect.
Yeah,
But
3 days and it will be better, believe me.
I'm afraid that I have to fully agree with you that in 10 years,
No.
even 3 years, it will
Weeks,
be...
months, believe me, that's the pace.
In the art, sometimes it's about being imperfect. So, it's not about being perfect. So it's too perfect.
So finding imperfect components,
It's not
I'm
real.
sure that this is human.
Yeah, it's actually how this Industry 5.0 concept came, because they got inspiration from Society 5.0 introduced by Japanese, and they say like we are combining creativity of the people and digital transformation. So we want to add this asset of human touch here. So it's, yes, of course, Leszek.
Okay, so if we can lose 50% of people working in IT, these people will leave. So we have to find some other jobs for them, because this is how environment works and country works. Someone have to work to get the money, to spend the money. So if we would just try to have companies to sell something, they need buyers. So I think we have some work in the future that we don't know now, that people can earn some money to spend this money.
Dear Lecho, I would be not so sure about this, because there is at this moment some discussion about the taxation for the robots. So if they tax robots, I believe that for those people who will be not filled with the skills to the new times, it will be like constant payment from the government, sort of.
Okay, so this is the kind how to give people the money, they can spend the money.
I'm watching for this worst scenario, but this is somehow the future worlds can look. And for those people, we don't need leaders, actually. They will be VAT payers.
Okay. I have the thoughts, maybe not for this moment, but I have a kid, so we are watching cartoons, and now I think about Wall-E, and this is the moment that I think this is the moment where we make something, maybe not destroy our world, because it's not so destroyed as we could do or we can in the future, but this is the moment that we have to realize that we lost something what is important. When I look at my kids watching talking to people with social media, I like people to talk. This is why I'm going with my friends for a beer, because I like spending time with them. And
I know, but we are the last generation. The kids, it's already new generation. They have no chance to going to the playground.
But we can try to show them.
But even if you try them, so their kids, if they have some, because mostly they have dogs and kids. So I'm afraid, together with Marcin, that this is going to not this directions you want to.
Which might be not so bad, because, very nice story. Recently, my oldest daughter found a map, a printed map. It was like a book. It was used in the 90s to drive through the country. So you have more or less like 20 by 30 kilometers, and you have national roads, and you go from north to south, east to west, and so on. And you drive through the countries. There was no highways, for example, here in the Poland at that time, or at least there was one. And there was road signs that were really crappy. They were really, few of them, and they were really bad. So you take the map and you navigate the driver, or you do it by your own. And she found out and asked me, "What's that?" And I said, "You're fucking kidding me? That's the map." She said, "What? What kind of map? Why is printed? Yeah, and for what you use that? Yeah, it's a book. You should read it." Something like that. I said, "No, it's for navigation, so you can, guide a path and so on." She said, "It's so obsolete."
Okay, but it's just a tool. 100 years ago, people didn't have cars, so they didn't need the map.
Yeah.
So I think we look on the process of developing, changing. So our kids don't know what's the map, but next generation will be different totally. We are looking as our parents look at us.
Patricia?
I'd like to add to this concept of Industry 5.0 one more element about sustainability, and also this role of leadership and leaders, that now we should think about rather regenerative approach, not more and faster and so on. So this fantastic technology we have, we can use to optimize work, and we can, for example, to face all this tough elements with employees, and also to think about redesign of our life. We can start to think about 4 days week, for example, and just to change so many elements that we can, and to start think different, because we need to start think different, and that's why it is important to come back with a man, with a human, to the center of this all arena around huge, fantastic technologies, because we just need to start to think different.
Yes. Thinking about possibilities that we can have from the challenges that we are currently facing.
One more thing for this discussion, this subject. The new technologies make it our life easier,
yes,
but also make it us less thinkable. And I think this Lechosław want to say that this is a tool, but with a traditional map, people must be more creative, must count the kilometers, find the route, try to navigate themselves. If somebody, for the young people, switch off the internet and energy, they will be completely gone.
They will stop breathing, believe me.
But critical thinking is one of the so-called competencies of the future. So it is really emphasized, so I fully agree with you.
Yeah.
So it's of course also about rethinking the system of education people, because it's not
Yes, I got it in
prepared.
mind actually right now, thinking that we shouldn't even discuss about leadership now, but about the future leadership. And there are a lot of questions that need to be answered.
So should our teaching programs be adapted, like now, considering what is done from 2022, like October, OpenAI, LLMs, and so on?
Yes, we're facing that in academia actually, as we are teaching right now students. It's hard to get presentation not done by ChatGPT. So
Exactly. But you are, being on universities or higher education schools, you are the early adopters of that. You have the easiest access,
Yes.
Because you're working with adults.
Yeah.
So there is natural, competitors. Imagine high schools or grand schools, What we are teaching children today in Poland, what's that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And we also talk about new jobs and new possibilities. I'm thinking about philosophy, for example, a huge discipline right now, which is really important in nowadays world. Those philosophical questions has never been that important from ancient, I guess. Okay, but the last question, but very, I would say, interesting to get your perspective. How do leaders can stay sane while staying ahead? Basically, how we can prioritize and maintain resilient in the fast-changing environment for us, for our teams? Because I think it's a struggle to balance all of this in this rapid change. Do you have any clues or any tips for takeaway?
Hard, I would say. It will be hard.
It would be even harder. Okay.
Maybe even harder than you think. Technology aspect, we discuss it, yeah. The other, through authenticity, yeah. Changing, adapting environments, not only because of the technology, geopolitical changes that already happened and are happening now. Yeah. Pax Americana is dead. The world is changing, and there are multiples means of power. It's not US anymore. We have war on our border, and we don't know when it will be finished, when the war will be over.
I will add it to Marcin also demographical changes.
Yes.
Climate changes.
Too.
And the problems with the pollution. These things will be very, very influenced for the leadership, because why you have to be good leadership if your potential place to work like Gdańsk in 2100 will be not existing. So it's better not invest for the property, because your grandchild will have not the flat there. I was on the nice conference in sustainable economy in Prague 2 weeks ago, and it was one professor from New York and saying that they thinking how to move the Columbia University to Buffalo, because 2070 the New York will be flooded. So this is the things.
So how to stay sane, Patricia? How to, keep positive in those times when we are facing so many different
Katarzyna, as you mentioned about this future skills, so this to train this ability to solve complex problem and not to think that we are as a single person, because now to resolve all this complex problem, we need something which Linda Hill from Harvard University called collective genius. And it's a leader rule to prepare an environment. We talk a lot in servant leadership about it, to prepare environment when people want to give the slices of their own genius and to build something bigger, like a collective genius. And the problem is that today we face situations that are really something that needs to be resolved by super interdisciplinary teams. So I believe that design methods and to train resolving complex problems can prepare us, or so we can feel more resilient than to face these real problems. And maybe I can add one example. A few years ago, I was in one startup in Silicon Valley for 9 weeks. They were doing water treatment solutions, and the whole team were in repeatable training about working on new innovation. They called it Innovation Aquarium, and they just trained how to find out new innovations in the area, from incremental to disruptive. And it was like a brain gym, and they trained how to work together to find out new innovations. And I believe that it was really smart.
I would like to add something to Patricia, because she mentioned now for me nice example from Copenhagen. There is a high school, they train some people and they sending them, for example, to Angola. They have to survive few weeks on the bush. They sending them to Bangladesh to support people working in the fashion industry, and sending to many other places. And those people finding themselves in different environments, and they feel much stronger after this program. After 1 year, I don't think so something can be surprising them. And secondly, they can predict, because they have so many wide horizon after this experience. So being a good leader in the future, it's also finding right people. Finding now people to start up. You all both working with the startups. In my Casus Institute, we have lockdown startup. One guy is working in Slovakia, one is in United States, two guys in Germany, one in Łódź in Poland, two in Wrocław, one in Prague. This is the challenge for the good leader, to make it time zones for them, language barrier, connected, everything. And they are all from the Western understood broadly culture. But if you added some Asian guys or some Africans, for example, or Indian IT, you know Indian IT, so better not say more.
Leszek, do you want to add something? It's the last question, maybe more like a tip for a leader, like how we can survive?
I think that still, I still think about keeping relations with people, other people, to not, because we are not alone with that. So if we are alone with that problems, all the problems that you say, the war, the flood, the pollution, everything, it's really depressing. So it's also have some influence for us inside. So if you have a friends, if you have people around, family, it really helps to work and live with that. And I think, coming back to the previous thing, I'm not afraid to tell my people that, you know, now we have bad times because I don't get this project. Let's survive together. But telling this, I show that I'm also afraid about this, but I also share with them the successes, that we have something, so let's do it together. If you want to work together, if we want to work together, and they call me a good boss or good leader, it means that they accept my weakness and my strength. So,
question of motivation, what you say. And if you're watching this from another perspective, all these bad things we're discussing today, this future unknown, predictable things, I think that can unite the team and be more motivated. Yeah. This is what you want to say.
Yes, something like this. And on the end, on the Friday evening also, I say it again, a beer or gin and tonic also helps.
And what I can add at the end is actually our gathering here, and this panel is an example of building relationship and being with people and talking as we are here in person. It was a great pleasure to be with you as well, even though we were not so many people here in the room, but I believe online we had more guests. So thank you for our panelists, for insights, honestly, and forward-thinking reflections. There were many of them here. And on the behalf
Thanks you, because you make brainstorming for us.
Yes.
And there are more open questions than before.
Exactly, you had even more questions, and I warmly encourage you to continue discussion on the break. We have right now coffee break, and approach panelists during this time. So thank you one more time. Thank you, Kamila, Europa Forum, and thank you to the...
Thank you to all.
Thank you very much.
So yes, coffee break till 4 sharp, and then we are back here for the final panel on diversity and inclusion. I want a photo of the panelists.
A to już tak nie działa.
Ja zawsze byłem do góry. Jak doszedłem do szefa mruka, ja mu się chciałem wydarzyć, jak patrzył na mnie, bo leżał uciekł. To jest takie, że...
Yeah. Okay, so we're almost ready to start our last panel. So, dear panelists, could you please take your seats? Yes, good. Tamer, this one is for you. Okay, so we talked a lot today about technology, about leadership, and the aspect we touched a little bit during the previous discussion was this diversity of the teams we have from different countries, from different regions, from different continents. And I shared some of the insights during the break with the colleagues. So this is really a challenge for us to lead in the diverse environment, to lead the way that everyone feels included and everyone feels comfortable. So this is what we are going to discuss now during the next hour. And this panel discussion is brought to us by the Inspiring the Minds project. Is it, or is it not? Next slide. Okay, yes. The Inspiring the Minds initiative was launched to address two urgent and interconnected challenges: the need for meaningful climate action and, at the same time, the critical importance of embedding inclusion and diversity. True, lasting change might start with education, inspiring the minds to reimagine how universities engage society, bringing in voices from business, nonprofit, and underrepresented communities to co-create learning. Led by the Arctic University of Norway in Tromsø and joined by partners across Europe, the project develops interdisciplinary academic programs where climate action, diversity, and inclusion are not just add-ons, but they are the key, the central theme. This panel, as I've said, will explore how inclusion and diversity are shaping the future of science, the future of research, and the future of entrepreneurship. It's also a powerful example of how Inspiring the Minds empowers academic students and civil society to learn from and to learn with each other. So let's welcome the speakers of the panel and the moderator of the panel, whom you already know, Tamer Abu Alam, who is also leading the Inspiring the Minds consortium. So Tamer, the floor is yours.
So thank you, Olga, for this introduction. And first of all, let me welcome our panelists. So Bata Moro-Gleski. So Bata, sorry? Yes, you. So Bata is Vice Dean of Science and Head of Division of Applied Agronomics at the Boston University, right? Martin Poldovsky. So yes, Martin is the Dean of Faculty of Engineering Management at Boston University of Technology. Kasha Yakh. Kasha actually is Associate Professor and Rector of Proxy for Accessibility at Warsaw University of Science and Technology. And Yula Maya. So Yula actually Associate Professor at Warsaw Tech here. And we have with us Noela Lopez. Actually, Noela is a partner in Inspiring the Mind project, Senior Project Manager at the Institutional Project Management Office of University of Alicante. And we have online Rory Taylor. Rory actually is Project and Grant Manager at GeForce, our business partner in almost of all of our project. Hi, Rory.
Hey, everyone.
Well, as introduced by Olga, that Inspiring the Mind is a host for this panel discussion. And actually, Inspiring the Mind, I see it as our backbone for CloudEARTHi for measures, to put measures for inclusivity and diversity. The project itself actually aimed to create a new innovation way to co-create courses. And in co-creation process itself, we include society. So actually, we ask academic when they start to co-create courses or create courses, not to create the courses from their background, academic background, but they have to go for social partner or business sector or government institutes to ask them what the need of society. But regardless of this point, actually I see Inspiring the Mind as the backbone that put all the measure for CloudEARTHi, for all the project of CloudEARTHi for inclusivity and diversity. And we didn't see inclusivity and diversity just a matter between male and female. No, I think it's wider concept. I think it's something related to diversity between nation, diversity between underrepresented group in society. It's something bigger. And I think the discussion yesterday and today highlighted that there is a gap, and this gap now start to increase because there is some nation already, they are very advanced in technology, other nation is behind, and here we need to address this gap. So I have a question here. When we start to discuss diversity, we all the time say, it's a strategic asset. It's something important for my project. It's something that we need for our organization. But we didn't see it as a moral value for society. So do you think why the diversity is often, when we think about a strategic asset rather than just moral value? Maybe, who would like to answer? Mata, maybe? Or Martin? Yeah?
Now it's not much better. So we have diversity, we have inclusion, and men are picking us first. Okay, so as we all know, in Poland, it usually is different. So we wait for women to be the first one, but okay.
Just going to make like gender diversity.
Yeah, that was gender diversity. Thank you very much for that. That's because I'm an ergonomist at this point. You see me described as a dean of engineering management faculty, and we in ergonomics we maybe not believe, we do system approach. System approach is what actually you mentioned by this, because if we are talking about diversity as a moral aspect, okay, we all understand that it is moral if we have diverse, nobody has any, let's say, obstacles, no barriers to enter any, let's say, circles, societies, levels, and so on. But we should think about it as in a strategic way, in the term of system approach. And system approach is, if we think about any kind of structure, which structure is more rigid, more solid, more stable, the one which is created out of the same particles or from the different one. And from my point of view, and all kinds of approaches are showing that if we have diverse, we are talking about diversity, but at the same point we should say, okay, we are at the same agile, we are at the same different point viewing. So bringing this issue, diverse issue, into our minds, it's not diversity from the point of view, okay, we have to do it because it's moral, we have to do it because it's practical, because it's efficient. It's a way how we can fight against different things which are happening in the world all the time. I will mention only one more thing, not to overtalk my colleagues over here, as I would do probably at some point. So from the other point of view, if we are thinking about any kind of, let's say, population, we know that if we don't have additional elements of the population, the population starts to shrink. It's shown everywhere, in every kind of population. We have a lot of experiments with mouses. We have a lot of situation when we see that when we are the same and we are not taking any other members of the society to our organization, to our units, we are shrinking actually. So from this point of view, diversity should be a strategic asset. We should use it as a framework for different approaches from different points of view. And I think that in a lot of situations, we can use it for different purposes. And these purposes maybe are going to be mentioned by my colleagues, my esteemed colleagues over here.
Yeah, please, Noura. You would like to jump for this question?
Well, yeah, I'm happy to try to answer. I think it's a strategic for universities, strategic diversity and inclusion is a strategic asset also for companies, startups, because otherwise we are missing talented people if we don't provide an environment that is inclusive for them. So, because we can refer to underrepresented groups or also to people with disabilities. So you need to make the necessary adjustments to make the environment accessible for them, because inclusion is also about labor inclusion, so inclusion in the labor market. So I think if we don't take that into consideration, we are missing talented people, and that could be a big mistake from my point of view. Thank you.
Rory, what's about your opinion for this point? Like, why we sometimes consider diversity as something like strategic asset rather than just value for society?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great question. I think there are a few different points here. So in terms of, I guess, the organization I work for, G-Force, we're a climate tech venture fund. And obviously, when you think about climate action, that's an inherently global challenge. There are an enormous number of different regions and demographics facing enormously different challenges, each one. And therefore, if you're just asking one subset of the population to come up with a series of solutions that works for everyone, they do not have the context, the understanding, familiarity with what others are going through to be able to create effective solutions. So if you're talking about truly global problems, then you need, to Nali's point, kind of a workforce that has the understanding of those different challenges. So if you limit yourself to a small pool, a non-diverse pool, then there will be significant challenges there. And I think the other thing which is connected to that is that having a kind of a diverse team and a diverse organization allows you to better empathize and understand ultimately, and again, I'm coming from the business perspective here, but to better understand your different customers and the audience for your products and your services, and to better tailor it to what their precise needs are. And instead of just assuming and thinking that you know what they are, you actually can sort of have team members who are embedded in those different communities, in those demographics, etc. And in that sense, there's massive advantages.
Thanks for the story. So I think as like a conclusion from here, like it's not a challenge, it's like a value for society to include other in our thinking, in strategic thinking for organization like higher education institute or business sector or government things. So I think this is something important for us to include people, not just because it's strategic, but it's something because we miss something if we didn't include others.
Yeah, and Tamer, just to on that point, I think it's when it's framed just in the context of it's beneficial for society, I think that's where it's kind of the society point leads more towards the moral, but there are just very pragmatic business advantages as well, which is the other thing which I think ties very closely to the question. It's sort of, it's not that it's great, it obviously is important for society, but it's also important for individual businesses, startups, teams, etc., because there are very concrete outcomes they can get there as well.
Yula, if we say that it's strategic important for our society, for organization to include other, why we see, from your experience, why we see still barriers? What's the most important barrier from your point of view that prevent this underrepresented group to join society, to join an action?
I think that every diversity group, every dimension will have its own barriers. So we should consider the specific diversity dimension when we discuss barriers. But from my research, which I also conducted recently, we found one specific mechanism which I believe will maybe not fit all of them, but connects also those different dimensions. And this is misrecognition, which can lead to a conditional inclusion of minorities, of underrepresented groups. And misrecognition, just to explain it in simple words, would be that we, as a society, we like to include, or we are open to inclusion to minority groups, but as long as they fit those roles which we have assigned to them. For example, we conduct research on refugee mothers from Ukraine, and we found that they told us in those interviews that they feel that they can be included in organizations, but only if they do those simple roles. Although they have the qualifications, although they have the experience, they will never be, or they felt they will never be able to take on managerial roles, because this is something the society will not allow. So we are okay with including those minority groups.
This is just feeling, or there is like unwritten rule in society to say no, they didn't have the access to get this management roles also?
We as a society, we make it a bit difficult. Also with the law we are currently having, as people have to go through a long process of recognizing the qualifications, the diplomas. So it is also systemic difficult. But we also as a society, we have this belief that it's okay if they do those simple jobs, but let's not make them take away our, let's say, premium jobs. And we see it all over Europe. And this is what we would call a conditional inclusion. So we will include them as long as they do not steal our jobs, as we also hear very often in the public. And this refers to migrants, this refers to refugees, this also refers to women, I would say to all the diversity dimensions.
I would disagree, because my director of my institute is actually a Ukrainian guy, and we have a lot of these people who are coming not the lowest position, but the highest position, and almost much higher than usually our people are coming. And we recognize their skills, we recognize their abilities, not by, okay, you are from another country, you have come here 2 years ago, you cannot be here because you have to be here 10 years and then. So if there are these kind of beliefs among these refugees and people, there are misleading beliefs, because in many cases it happens, and it happens in our institution actually. We are open to hire other people also. So if they are coming with the skills, and I also propose these people additional positions, they are welcome. So sorry about that.
But I would say two things. Maybe we have those examples, but those may be exceptions in the whole situation. And also I would say that academia is quite specific in its terms. So this would be my second response, but I know that Kasia wants to ask something.
Because you told about the guy, not about the girl. And I think this is very specific in this situation. And maybe I can tell a few words about the barriers as well, because a few years ago, or maybe about 20 years ago, when we started to think about students with disabilities at the universities, we thought mainly about architecture. You know, stairs, no lifts, this kind of things. And now it's obvious for many students that the university space is already prepared for disability, I mean physical disability. And this is not a problem at the university environment, not the main problem. But we have a lot of other barriers, and I think that they are still in our minds mainly. And this is because we do not think in diverse way. So we are coming to the first question.
For example?
For example, when people behave in a specific way, we make some assumptions that they are rude, for example, or something wrong with them. And we do not think, we do not make an assumption that maybe this is a person in autism spectrum disorder. This is not our basic way of thinking.
Rory, you are working with GeForce, and GeForce try to accelerate and support startup. So you actually exposed to early stage people, young people who are trying to think outside the box to make a startup. So what's from your point of view, from the business point of view, the most visible barrier that makes such underrepresentative group not to engage to establish startup or get into the innovation ecosystem or include herself in or himself in society?
I think, I mean, there are a couple of points here. So one is kind of having well, within the world of VC, there is kind of, I think, no one would particularly disagree with the fact that there is quite a bit of institutional bias there. And you can see in terms of sort of the allocation of VC funding, first of all, to sort of female founders is a very small fraction of the funding that's awarded. And then if you look at sort of female founders from ethnic minorities, for example, then you're looking at incredibly small proportions of the funding. So it's definitely an sort of, I think, an institutional bias where most of the funds, again, are managed by white males in their 50s who have a tendency to fund and a familiarity with a certain type of founder profile. And I think that's obviously something which is a challenge and will take time to overcome. I think one of the things on this point which I've found very interesting as well is because we invest, we're based in Slovakia, but we sort of invest globally. And the point that was just made in terms of assumptions based on sort of how people communicate about what that means about their personality, geographically, for example, I think that's another, if the majority of VC funding is focused on sort of the EU, the US, some of the larger markets, but there are sort of certain, if you generalize, sort of communication traits and characteristics from other countries which some VC funds can perceive as negative. So they don't communicate well enough, they're not concise enough, they're this, that, or the other. And that can be a red flag in sort of investment committees. It might be, okay, we're not going to fund them because they haven't communicated this point well enough. And that can be tied to sort of a language barrier or a cultural way of communicating. And I think there is a slight lack of understanding on those different communication norms. And that doesn't necessarily tie to someone's competence or their ability to manage a business. So I think that's probably sort of the cultural awareness and understanding is another big piece that kind of we see on our end as well.
Thanks, Rory. But would you like to say something? No? Yeah. Yes. No.
No, now it works. Okay, so maybe I will just continue what was already said. And I also would like to emphasize that in case of our university, we also got the leaders of, let's say, well-recognized projects where the women just exactly from Ukraine. So it's not like that there's only the men, then a director, but also the leader of the project, let's say. That's why I would like to emphasize there. So we are very open, and we see that if somebody's got qualifications, we do not care what is the nationality, what is the background, and so on. So just to continue and to say that it's only the men, not the men.
So actually, Kasha, maybe we can use this as an introduction to the next question. Like, what is the, from your point of view, what's the one or two most actions that startup or organization or an institute can do in order to like embed inclusivity and diversity in the environment to make the life easy for the underrepresented group?
Okay, I can tell what we have done here at the university, and it is mainly about accessibility issues. It was the project which was designed to support accessibility, but now it turned out that it supports diversity. I mean, our leaders of accessibility, we have 70 of such people here. They are volunteers, and they are here to support people with special needs and accessibility issues, different accessibility issues. And as I told, this project was done for supporting special needs person, let's say, but now I can tell that it supports everybody who need it. So we can see that we support, for example, foreigners because they feel alone here at the university. And it is not about mental health, it is just about normal emotions. And the same we have with refugees, with different minorities, let's say. So I can see that this is a quite nice idea. However, what is very important that we need to have management support as well. So to have this kind of initiative working well.
So you're saying management support, this means that like a vision from the bosses, from the leaders, vision or strategy from top to say, okay, we have to do this action?
We have to do this, and we just support helpers to support others, let's say. Because without this support of management, it is not so easy to break these barriers, let's say.
So any other would like to contribute for this question?
Well,
like,
just adding
please.
to your comments, I would say sometimes the lack of strategies in the university, so you need a diversity and inclusion strategy, some policies at institutional level to effectively implement those actions. And also I think monitoring is very important, because sometimes you are doing some interventions, but you don't follow up and monitor the success, because you have to accommodate your actions to the needs of your community, in case of the students, academic, non-academic staff, to see if this is successful and you are meeting the needs of that community. So I would say that.
You're saying that we need strategy, high-level strategy.
Yeah.
We have people to implement this strategy, and we need support from the administration, and we have a monitor system to monitor what is going on.
Definitely.
Okay. Rory, do you think this structure is working for also business?
I definitely think so. And I think the last point that was made there on monitoring is essential, because I think I'm sure across most professional environments I know over the last sort of several years, there have been lots of different conversations around the right way to go about doing, for example, sort of inclusive hiring, which I think is incredibly important. There is a separate question on whether things like quotas are the right way to do this, etc. But I think what is essential is kind of at least having an awareness. So if you're monitoring, if you're sort of reporting on diversity and inclusion within your work, within your sort of employment pool, etc., at least there's kind of at least there's kind of, even if you don't have a specific target or you're not giving advantages to specific demographics, at least you are sort of consciously making decisions around recruitment when it comes to those moments. The other thing which, I mean, in my previous organization that we did was we had regular kind of awareness and bias training, which I think is particularly on the point that was made earlier in terms of not just physical disabilities, but non-visible disabilities, for example. Having that sort of training and kind of really honing in on helping people to understand that there might be things that aren't visible to them can help people react better in the moment where they come across a situation that they're not used to. And things like that, I think, can be very useful and are very important because it helps people feel more welcome in business environments, to feel more comfortable. When you're more comfortable, you'll be more productive, you'll operate at a higher level, you'll be more engaged with the business, and ultimately that's sort of the cultural piece is so important for businesses as well. So I definitely agree with those points.
Yula, you have something to add?
Yes, I just wanted also to emphasize maybe that we in academia, but also in business, we need to consider that diversity and inclusion actions shouldn't be just a PR initiative. That we really need to do something more than organize some training once a year or organize a Pride Month initiative once a year. It really needs to be implemented in most or all probably actions we have in our organizations for it to really work. So I agree that this top management support, inclusive leadership are crucial, but we also need those top-down initiatives like ERGs, employee resource groups. We need to foster them, we need to help them thrive, because without the employees, without their also engagement, even the most open and inclusive leadership won't make the change.
Well, actually, we can describe ourselves that we are the most inclusive panelists. So we need to include also our audience here. So, and we actually prepared a hard question for them. So please scan, yeah, just 1 second, and try to answer this question or think about answer for this question. How, from your point of view, how, what's the single most important thing that academia or academic institutes can do to better support inclusive entrepreneurship? Difficult question, right? Yeah. I hope it will. Yeah. Yes, we just try to. If not, we can have like by microphone. Yeah, yeah, yes.
I think the most important, I mean, I'm so impressed with all the discussions. Thank you very much. A really, really important topic. I think from my standpoint, you know, it's all about becoming global, right? For a startup, we're talking about scaling up. It all boils down to cultural sensitivity. If you are an Irish company who want to operate in China or in Uganda, if you don't understand the realities of the Chinese market or the Ugandan market, if you don't have at least in your team or someone in your advisory board that can help you operate in that market, you cannot succeed. So if you are only a group of white, middle-aged men with certain level, coming from the same domain, you will be successful in one particular area, but you will not become a global scale-up company. So how can you diversify? You need to do it to become a really global startup. So for me, encouraging, giving cultural sensitivity, education, you know, I was the vice president of a French company living in the United States. I helped French enter the US company, top 4 pharmaceutical, Ipsen. But when I come to Paris, I don't have good French, I had to be culturally sensitive, you know. I always, when I land, I first say parlez-vous anglais, you know, because I had to respect the French culture. And they understand because you respect, and then they will start speaking to you in English. The same, wherever you are, you need to appreciate where they're coming from. And these startups need to appreciate that in your team also you need to have diversity. If it's all engineers, you're not going to get investment. If it's all doctors, I don't care how successful doctor you are, you're not. When we're talking about cultural diversity, also within the team, how to give them an opportunity to, you know, in my universities that I give trainings, I always make sure we have one from marketing, one from sales, one technical guy, one understands patent, IP. So we try to diversify even the technical background. So I want to thank you again. I think these are my initial thoughts. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Yavuz. So we have here the scan code, and please try to answer if you have any thoughts about this. But meanwhile, when you are giving your thought, maybe I can ask Kasha, what do you think about this, the action that academia can do in order to ensure inclusivity in
Yeah, in
entrepreneurship?
fact, at the university we have some special occasions to teach diversity in practice. And, you know, there are some very easy things to do, like, for example, when we are having projects, we can have groups who are diverse. And this is, in fact, our teachers' rule, how we divide people into groups. So this is very easy. And in this way, people can see how diverse teams are working, and they can see in practice that they can have some troubles, because it is not always without conflicts and so on. But on the other hand, these groups are more creative. Yeah, they are easier to solve more complex problems. On the other hand, the university can be an example for diverse teams as well. And once again, for example, our accessibility leaders team is very diverse. We have female and male part, we have administrative and teachers, we have professors and doctors and PhD students as well. So, you know, we are very diverse. And if we understand that we can cope together, we can see that it's a good example of how such a diverse team, but with one main goal, one main purpose, can work effectively.
Noela, from your point of view, how you are working, Alicante University is working with several inclusive projects. I know that you are working a lot in Africa and Far East and so on. How do you think that it's better for academia to include such inclusivity in entrepreneurship?
Yes, well, I think it's first important to, of course, we have mentioned this, to raise awareness, to create a culture and inclusivity, entrepreneurial culture within the university and within the different stakeholders you relate to, because in the projects that you were mentioning in Africa, we are involving different stakeholders like the Ministry of Education, NGOs, so the associations are very important in terms of access to higher education. You include them from the very beginning. So it's very important also, it's written there, the role model. Like, for example, at the University of Alicante, we have an accessibility unit, and this is managed by a person with 2 disabilities. Is visually impaired and also is hearing impairment. So this is our role model, because he studied his degree and he's managing this unit, and he's traveling with us to different projects and providing, delivering training. So you can use that as an example. And the mentoring as well, for example, that we are talking about different projects where we will have to train a mentor for creating spin-offs, startups. Well, include within those mentors people from different backgrounds, from underrepresented minorities. So it would be a role model for the students and for the entrepreneurs. So I think that's a good example. Thank you.
Well, maybe I can read the things that come from our audience here. They highlighted that culture sensitivity to become global, be role models. So as you highlighted, Noela, provide space for people to be heard, like give them space, don't make them afraid to speak. Widely communicate its the actions, like communicate that the importance of these things, become inclusive themselves in all sense. I think this is again like be model, like make the university itself or the academic institute or the organization as a model of inclusivity. This will like give the sense for the students or give the sense for the people who are working with this society or with this organization, and teach and simplify inclusivity. So we need to teach them. So I think this is a thing that is coming from our audience. So thank you very much. But I would like to ask you if there is like a practical leadership style that can be used or approached to foster inclusivity in both entrepreneurial or startups ecosystem and academic institutes.
Now it should work. Okay, so here, just from the beginning, I would like to emphasize one thing. We are talking about leadership, about just inclusiveness and so on. But generally, when we just look at this notion, we may see that some parts, some people are already, let's say, profit more than the others. What do I mean here? We can see clearly that, for example, when we talk here about leadership, how to, let's say, make, just facilitate people who are from one group, we will see that it's not okay. What do I mean here? How can we be a leadership in just one direction? So that's why I would like to say there should be no one answer, like in diversity. Because, for example, now when I will look at the programs which are, let's say, supported by European Union, GA would be mainly for refugees, but for the refugees from which are in the biggest amount, and what about the others, and so on. So that's why I would like to emphasize that this leadership should not be just one focus on, because refugee nowadays is not only the refugee from Ukraine. We know that most of them are just from this country, but we should still emphasize and also work on the programs where the others are included, because today, when we will, let's say, look at education, we'll see that we'll have many people who have already graduated in our university. Of course, they will be from that part, but they will be also from Asia, from Bangladesh, and so on. And my question just here is, what do we do? How do we include them? Because generally, I do not see the programs just open, which will be supporting them from financial point of view, how to get, let's say, some better loan in the bank and so on. So here I would emphasize that this leadership should not be just, let's say, focus on main topics, on hot topics, because now I really see that it's like, okay, nowadays, if you write a project, it's good to have a word sustainable. Also, the same, it's good to have the word that there's diversity, inclusiveness, but what is behind? For me, I see that is, let's say, good word, but which should include everybody, but finally it's focused just on one part, like small and medium enterprises, just young people, and we do really forget about talented people who are just, let's say, 50 plus, who are just women with children, but not children who are now just only 2 or 3 years old, but there are also women who have children about 8 years old. And these children, of course, they are different than the smallest one, but these women still need support. And that's what I would like to emphasize, that we are diverse, we took into account these notions, we try to be inclusive, but just by the notion, we just forget about many people, and we just, let's say, try to be, but we are not really open to everybody. We talk all the time about special people with special needs, but these are, let's say, generally in the education system are people who have some problems, physical problems, but what about mental issues and so on? And also there are some disabilities like sensor disability, which is not recognized as a disability, but such children, for example, do not, let's say, behave as the rest, and they are, let's say, forgotten in the whole world.
So true leader goes always against the stream, always goes against the stream, and he has to fight with the river coming at him. Sorry, I wanted to add to my colleague also over here, because the panel before us was about the true leadership, inclusive leadership, but let's have a look on what we are talking about. Leader, not somebody who organize work, not leader, somebody who lead, somebody who shows the way, how to behave, how to organize. So we used to say that the leader shows by example, but we should also see how military works, SEALs works, best army units works. You have to be responsible for your team. You have to have rigid teams. You have to have team you can trust on. You have to have organized teams. And this kind of leaders are going to be trusted. So you have to be someone who is going to be responsible for your people, which of course are a diverse group of people, and they are supposed to do the job with your responsibility and your let's say, care. You are taking care about them. So that's something what is extremely important, but probably is too big to discuss in a small amount. So only additional to Beata against the stream. Yeah, you have to go always against the stream and fight with the river.
Yep. So Yula, you have something here?
Yeah, first of all, I love the comparison with the SEAL and Navy. I mean, the Army is not maybe the first thing you consider when you think about diversity and inclusion, but the comparison is really great with responsibility, accountability, trust. But what I would also add is that this inclusive leader, or the leader who will foster inclusion and diversity, he really should be able to create psychological safety in the teams, in organizations, in academia and startups, psychological safety which will allow us to be authentic, to psychological safety, yeah, which will create this belongingness where we will feel that we are really part of something bigger and we can contribute, and we can contribute as we are. So we do not have to pretend to be somebody else, and we can just use our talent.
Yes, yes. Thank you very much for this. Kasia?
I can add that this is one of our strategic goals in our diversity, inclusion and well-being community in our Alliance University, which is called Unite.
Yep. Yep. Rory, from your point of view, do you think that there is a special feature for leaders, if we speak now for business, to enable inclusivity and diversity in business?
I think there are definitely things that you see recurring in these contexts, which I think are very important. So for me, the two main ones would probably be sort of, and it's tied to the trust question, the trust point, which was raised before, sort of having well-distributed leadership models. So having a team around you that you are able to kind of delegate to, that you can give them the autonomy to make decisions. Everything doesn't need to funnel through one person. And in that way, if you are able to build a diverse team around you, you're then empowering a diverse set of individuals. If you have kind of a diverse team, but every decision ultimately needs to come back via one person, then the impact of that diversity is diluted. So I think that distributed leadership model is quite important, and tied to that is the idea of kind of supporting co-creation, particularly within the business context. So when you're thinking through your kind of the services, products, your business model, etc. If you bring in that diversity of perspective, if you have someone who's an empathetic leader who communicates well, who doesn't just think that they are the be-all and end-all and they know everything that there is to know, I think that's essential. Someone who wants to build a team around them and is aware of their own shortcomings.
Yeah. So trust between the team, like distribute authority between them. This is something important for.
Yeah.
This, yeah. So let be with us, you, Rory, and ask you. Do you think you can give us like an example, like success story that you saw from your point of view that inclusivity really change, make like big change in organization or business or startup from your point of view, from your experience?
Yeah, I mean, we've got a few. So even within GeForce, so I think it ties into, we don't necessarily have defined diversity and inclusivity policies. However, it is something that we talk about, we reflect on, and within our team, we had a teammate who came in a couple of years ago who was deaf. And from my perspective, it's the first time I've ever sort of been in a professional environment with someone who's hearing impaired. And they added so much to our business. And it's something where kind of there are initial challenges to kind of get used to working with someone who has hearing impairments and thinking about how you can communicate more clearly, etc. And simplifying that for them. Little things like kind of keeping your camera on all the time. So in a sort of, it's not just the transcription, but there's also the lip reading element and things like this. Small little behaviors that helped this individual sort of be more comfortable in the environment. And then he was in his sort of, what he contributed to GeForce was incredible value. And I think a different perspective on a way of approaching people that other people in the team hadn't done before. So kind of that was one example, I would say. The other one is there's a startup that we are mentoring at the moment. And they're participating in a program called Change 100. And this is sort of a program where of paid summer internships, professional development, mentoring, etc., where essentially they're a matching of talented kind of university students and graduates with disabilities or long-term conditions with employers. And this startup has kind of been working with the program and has had a couple of interns come in. And again, they brought huge value to her organization. And I think have also provided exposure, and that program in and of itself provides a huge amount of exposure to these individuals who otherwise see kind of considerable barriers. And there are many examples of kind of where through those internships, they've essentially moved into sort of full-time roles, and that in and of itself, I think is the proof of the value that they're delivering to those innovation ecosystems.
Martin, do you think you can share with us like a professional experience or success story from your point of view?
Actually, my PhD student did research on that, and we did what there are, say, ways of inclusion into the companies of people with disabilities, and she has gathering a lot of different. And we were struggling actually because it was so many different ways that you cannot define one. You cannot say, okay, it's a one way, you can do it, and this is the best way. The best way is this one, which was in this situation. And we don't have exact, let's say, formula for that. Let's do like. But what we have observed over there was like kind of that these companies which were doing it for the first time, they were struggling. And these companies which were doing it second time, and third time, and fourth time, and so on, they were like, okay, it's not inclusion, it's not diversity, it's normal, it's something what we do. If you put it into your systems, like a systematic approach towards inclusion and diversity, you don't see it as an inclusion and diversity, you see it like a process, every other process. If we are, let's say, hiring a new worker, we don't think about it, oh, it's something extraordinary. And that's the thing what we should work with. You asked before that about universal design, about the system which we can use. I wanted to mention universal design over here, because universal design is actually what we should do. If we, let's say, design processes in a universal way, there are a lot of simple rules which are helping us to overcome these barriers. Like simplicity. Simplicity is not made for somebody, it's made for everybody. It's made for people who have some problems with understanding, with they are foreign, there are, let's say, even nervous at some point. We have a lot of states in which people are not, let's say, taking difficult information and under consideration, let's make it simple. And that's the thing. In the term of, let's say, success story, I'm willing to mention only one, maybe my father. He, in the 80s, he started to be a computer guy, and he was expelled from the informatics department because they said he is not strong enough, he cannot walk. He's not strong enough because he cannot carry the data source. Over there was Odra device, which had, let's say, cassette of data. It was very heavy. And now it's not anymore. You cannot see it. And that's the example. Afterwards, he has driven, he has opened a company, a computer company. At some point, he hired 30 people in their computer company. And what is so special, we are seeing barriers which are not going to exist within few years. So sometimes, okay, the barriers are at this point. They are not going to be in the future. So hopefully, let us make in such a way, let's put everything in processes, and then we will dismiss all the barriers which are all the way. Thank you.
But from your point of view, what is the policy level of change that we need to implement in order to remove such barriers?
Okay, so here I would like to emphasize, as Martin has already said, that if we will be working just generally in a universal way, we would not need to, let's say, be devoted to one special group. So it's much better if there would be the law, which be, let's say, taking into account all immigrants, all refugees, all mothers, and so on, because otherwise there would be always somebody just excluded. Yeah, and in such a way, we also will be open for the future. We will not be working all the time the same things, yeah, because it's like now we've got the problem with the refugees from one country, but we have to predict that soon it will be another one, and so on. And if we are ready with the policy in the whole direction, like for refugees, it will be just, let's say, one work, and it will be much easier, and in the same time we could be focused on another problems, not working.
So be more inclusive in your strategy.
Yes, exactly, not to think just to a particular group, just from the beginning to assume that we should be universal, we should include not just one person, but also taking into future.
Yeah. Kasia, you working as well like in institutional level policy. So from your point of view, what we need to do at this level in order to implement action for inclusivity and diversity?
Okay, I would like to say that it is better just to people volunteer in different actions. However, I can see that if we think about organizational change, we need to force people to do some things. And I can see this, for example, at our university. When we start to think about our gender equality plan, our first gender equality plan, it was, I think, 5 years ago. And we did it because we were forced by European Union law. Besides, with the lack of this law, I think that university was not having this problem, let's say. But with this decision of 5 years ago, we decided, okay, we would like to have not only gender equality plan, we would like to have more diverse, more dimensions equality plan, and we do something like this. And now we can see that it works. And this decision from 5 years ago was really powerful for our future. So, yeah, but we were forced by our law. So you see that how these processes are going together.
And maybe I would like to add one example just from academia. Yep. When we've got recruitation, especially for master level, we usually do oral exam. And what will happen if the person will not be speaking? Yeah?
Yes.
Yeah, but generally it's an oral exam. So we should not, let's say, define it fully like oral. It should be even why the word? Not to be surprised that somebody from, let's say, from our candidates is just, let's say, speechless, yes?
Mhm. Yes. Yes. Yeah, you would like to have a comment? Comment? Yeah, please. Yeah, please.
I would like to a little bit reflect and give an example from my country. There is a big discussion in our society now about all this, and basically there are several keywords here. The first one is empathy, then embracing, and then flexibility. So now I will connect it all. Empathy means that we do know that empathy should be, brought up in people because it doesn't come naturally. And embracing means that we do need to understand that some things come and we need to take them. We cannot, just turn away. And flexibility, we do need to find the ways how to do it. So why I'm telling that? Because suddenly in Ukraine, we found the society where we have a lot of people who lost limbs, who has changed, their appearance because they lost eyes, they were burned, whatever. And suddenly we understood that inclusivity has another, dimension. I'm not going to talk about some physical things. I'm going to talk about hiring people. They are coming back from war. They are veterans now, and they need to be hired once again. And even if they don't have any special, problem, physical problem, they do have probably potentially PTSD, strong or not strong, doesn't matter. But they definitely have an idea of a veteran, and this is a problem already. Because when they come to the employer, a lot of employers started to be hesitant, like, oh, potentially this person may have issues. They can be a cause of conflict in the community. What to do? We don't have special resources to accommodate, to work with this person, and so on. And you know what happened? There was a discussion. Someone was turning away from it. Someone was doing something voluntarily. And then suddenly they realized that it's a huge wave which is growing and growing, and this is human resource. Because we are not, getting new human resource from somewhere. So suddenly we discovered that in the society there is a, label which is being developed as a veteran business. So some veterans, they understood that it's difficult to be built into the system, so they started to open their businesses, and suddenly it became fashionable to go to a restaurant which was, established by a veteran, and so on, to buy products, support this veteran business, so on. So, if you look at this picture, it's a lot of, puzzles in this. Partly, it was supported, veterans' businesses were supported by grants. So a big amount of businesses are started simply by the grants which are coming from the state. From the empathy and from the flexibility, and it's a policy, voluntarily self-organization of the society, initiativeness, and so on. So it's a very complex thing. But we need to grow the empathy first.
Yura, let me ask you about, if we look at a better future. So what the action or what recommendations that you can give to today leader or today business leader in order to achieve this better future?
First of all, I would like to also referring to what you just said. I think we need to be aware of how diverse diversity is.
Yes.
So we always have in mind those, let's say, traditional diversity dimensions like disability, gender, age, ethnicity, race, and so on. But for example, being a veteran, I think for us Europeans, this is sort of new, but we just have to look across the ocean to the US, and the US companies, they acknowledge being a veteran as a diversity status for a long period now. So maybe we can look at the good practices over there, because as you said, this is becoming a challenge in the Ukraine, but this will also become a challenge in Poland and other European countries where those veterans will migrate. Not only being a veteran, but also, for example, being a member of, let's say, member of the gig economy. So having a different work arrangement, working in a slightly different manner is also a diversity dimension, because those people, like for example, freelancers, independent workers, gig workers, they also have their different challenges, different needs. So we need to acknowledge the diversity and also the different types of inclusion people require. Some will require social inclusion, some will require professional inclusion. I love the idea of universal design, and I hope it will become true, because this sounds like really a solution to all the problems. I hope we get there.
Okay. Okay. So actually, I think we have like one minute or 2 minutes just for the one question for all the panelists actually, and maybe we can start with Rory. What gives you a hope that we are in the right track, Rory? Like, do you think we are in the right track? Do you think you have like a good future if we still keeping the way like this, or we need to change something?
I think it's.
I hope that you have good hopes.
I definitely have good hopes. I think if I'm realistic, it's probably quite a difficult moment for this conversation. If you think about some of the changes that we're seeing across kind of in the business context, kind of the fallout from particularly looking at the United States of some of the kind of political decisions there, and you're seeing lots of sort of diversity and inclusion programs being pulled, there's sort of funding being pulled there, etc. And that's at the policy level, and there's very immediate impacts of that at corporate level as well, where sort of major banks, other corporates, etc., sort of big tech are doing similarly, where they're pulling their kind of processes and policies. So I think as much as hope, I think now it's more important than ever that this conversation does stay on the table, and that people do not stop talking about it because it's becoming less trendy or because there is less political support behind it. I think it is incredibly important. I think there are huge numbers of programs kind of at the EU level funding, things like Inspiring the Minds, others that we're involved in that are prioritizing this. So I think there is definitely hope. There is sort of infrastructure in place, but I think it's now a moment where we need to be resilient and keep pushing forwards with this. And hopefully sort of the tides will turn, and there will be kind of broader support that picks back up.
Thanks, Rory. Martin, do you have hope?
Yola mentioned universal design.
Yeah.
So if I have 1 minute statement at this point, I would say we have to be open, we have to be systematic, we have to be agile. But I would like to mention, additionally to universal design, there is an approach which is called designing for dynamic diversity. This is not mine. It's unfortunately the CiteX from 2002, and this approach shows that we are designing always for somebody who is not existing at this point, because it's society changes, conditions are changing, everything changes, and we are designing in an organization or anything for people who are not present at this point. So we should be open for this kind of ideas that we are changing in different ways, we are changing because of technology, we are changing because of societies, and we should, let's say, predict this kind of a little bit of changes. It's not possible at this point, I have to say, so we have to be open for that. We have to be open for waves of changes which are coming. And it's very difficult and probably not a 1 minute discussion, but nevertheless, that's a challenge for us for the future.
Noela, do you have hopes?
I think, well, in my opinion, from the university perspective, I feel very positive because we see, like, for example, students with disabilities that graduate and they go into the labor market, but they are not just working in social businesses or associations, or they are working in any kind of company, high technological impact companies. And so, as I said before, I think inclusion, starting with labor inclusion and the multidisciplinarity of and diverse teams, is very important that we focus on that aspect, and continue focusing on that direction is key. And we are not, I think we are not doing things just because there are laws that enforce us to do it, but because we feel we have to do it because it's good for all of us, and ethics is very important in this aspect. With the new technologies that are being developed, we need to take care of the ethics of all of this, because we want them to be also accessible for everyone and inclusive. So we have to take care of the. But
Yes.
I'm quite positive. Thank you.
But is it same positive feeling for you, Bata?
Okay, so my feeling is also positive, and I also would say that openness is really required, but also I would like to add that we should be learning, but we should not be learning from one side, but we should be learning for, let's say, all possible sides. What do I mean? If we are small or medium enterprise, we should be learning also what is already in international huge companies. What do I mean? Nowadays, in huge international companies, for example, they allow to celebrate Grandmother Day, Grandfather Day, and for example, these people who are 60 plus or just let's say sometimes even 50 plus, they, for example, are allowed to have 3 days or 2 free days when a new child is in the family. So that's why we should be really open and do not be, let's say, just focus on small items and just collect from every source, everything what is good.
And you, Kasha?
I have hope as well. This is okay. I think that important things were already taught. I mean, empathy, openness, and flexibility. Thank you for these 3 things. But at the technical university, I would like to mention technology as well, because this really support us as a diverse people. And I mean, not only assistive technologies, hearing aids, sign language translators, but I mean translators as well, and different things like AI who are just which are around of us, and they really support all of us, not only because of our lack of something, but because we are diverse.
Yes. Yula?
Maybe I start a bit less positive. So I agree that it is really difficult currently to be optimistic, looking at the society, at the politics, at what's happening in the world. But what keeps me going are really my students. I teach also diversity and inclusion classes, and I gain strength from them as I see how strong they are in their beliefs and their pursuit for justice, for equality, for equity as well. So they're young minds, they're optimists, and I think that they will make the significant change we need. And I also think that the fact that we are discussing diversity inclusion also here today, and that people, although it's already a bit late, are still here, are still listening, shows and that there is still hope, and we should be hopeful that we can make the change.
Yes. Actually, maybe I can reflect here because maybe I have different opinion. But actually, I think also I have very positive hope. Not because we have solution, because the strategic or this universal solution is not tested. It can work, it can't work, we don't know yet. But I think I have, again, positive view here, simply because we are here to discuss the problem. So defining the problem itself, it will lead to a solution. If not today, it will be tomorrow. So I think we have like defining the problem now, not us only here, but like different level. And we have now to try to test different solution in order to find maybe this universal model that we can apply in order to make sure that we have inclusivity and diversity for our society. Good, thank you very much. I think I now can go to Olga to, yeah. So, thanks people, thank you very much.
Just another hour of work for today, maybe less. We have an online and on-site poster session. You might have seen the posters over there. I kindly ask the authors of the posters be available for the audience to discuss, answer questions, and share their opinions. If you are willing to check the posters online, that's also possible. On your pages, you all have, mine is a bit special, but yours all have the QR codes to reach our webpage, and there you can find the online poster session. And if you click on discuss the poster online, you can ask questions to the author and get the answer, hopefully. And this will be it for today. At 7:30, we are meeting all at the Mercury restaurant in the center for the gala dinner for the CloudEARTHi. And tomorrow, 9:30, we meet again for day 3 of the CloudEARTHi conference. Have a nice evening.
Poster like will be presented like poster by poster on the Zoom?
No, just outside.
Outside they will like shoot.
No, you can just discuss with the people.
Oh, no, the online. Do we have
Online
to
people,
stream?
No,
I don't think so.
streaming. You can just go and just to check. Maybe we can make announcement like double that dinner for all the conference, for all the people. Okay. I think they got it right, or we need to re-announce it again. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, good.
Can we give
Yeah, but you put this from us. Congratulations.
And maybe later we can run something together because I got this slide with this universal
In fact, I'd like to know about for learning. This is my goal, let's say, for next 2 years, because when we are really good, we are really good at designing these adjustments. But it is not about adjustment, I think. It's this approach for universal design. Yeah. There are a lot of issues, like, for example, digital.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It was nice to meet you.
Hopefully I was not too much aggressive in the discussion once again.
Actually, no, the aggressive thing is good because you present something from another point of view. That's great. So I think at some stage we need to discuss universal design.
We are in the same hotel. The government forced them to do this. They can see that our government is trying to do the same. For example, the Florida have the Ministry of Education.
Okay, just so we know, because we want to look nice and be part of it. I don't know, like,
Understanding is very basic sometimes.
Just a strategy and then go ahead.
Yeah, but I think that's our future. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Yeah. See you.
See you.
Żyjesz jeszcze? Wiesz już, że co? No dobrze, dobrze, tak. Tak kiedyś się spodziewałam. Nawet publiczność jakoś wszyscy
Jesteśmy sami, nic nie jedziemy. Myślę, że tak.
W porządku z tą kolacją takie próby? Bo jak wiesz, że mam iść, to wiesz. To idę się żegnać z tymi moimi... To zobacz sobie, dzięki. Fajne zdarzenie, fajna organizacja, super. Z naszego punktu widzenia, w sensie tylko wielu uczestników, super. Nie wiem, co tam się pod spodem kryje, bo to zawsze jest wyzwanie, ale no, a też nie jedno robię.
تعالوا نشوف البوستر على شنطة أي حاجة.
Tamer'in laptopunun şarjını aldım. Şuna takıverdim.